generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy-less. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
That was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I want to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. When it's squares versus circles, then any of you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it retains surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to work for me.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detectives full of advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks just like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alleluia brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within constructions, nanonet filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease spraying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. And the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to level hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones.
Takes I for a sightseeing. Jah is my rider. The sightseeing was so real. Jah is my driver. The place was so green. Trees tall trees. Jah is my rider. Trees short trees. Jah is my driver. The place called Africa. Africa. Jah is my rider. Africa. Jah is my driver. This place called Africa. This place called Africa. Africa. Jah is my rider. You ride, I judge a rider. Drive, I judge a driver. Judge a driver. Judge a rider. Judge a driver. Oh, judge. Africa is my driver. Africa. Oh, Jaja. You ride, I Jaja. Your driver is my rider. Africa. Africa is my driver. Africa. Jaja. My rider. You ride, I Jaja. The driver, Jaja. Africa. Oh, Jaja. My rider, Jaja. The driver, Jaja. Africa.
You know, in a Babylon.
African can. That's the place where my forefathers were. That's the place where I wanna go, you know. Babylon land. He get up in a wicked world. He talk a trade in a Babylon. He trade in a Babylon. It's a long time I wanna burn up the sky. Come see I burn up a little island. Land, far.
Yeah, welcome. All right, I'm trying to locate some of my things here. And yeah, I'll just do that later, honestly. Cause
that was some pretty good jazz there.
Yeah, thank you, Rocky. Blessings. I appreciate you guys. Vinny Pots and Pants. Yeah, Rastafari. Yeah, blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys. Steelman, Denise, Rocky. Blessings, sir. Sleeper Cell Girl, the love of my life. Blessings to you. She's probably asleep at this point. But yeah, all right. Yeah, Creek Mary, what's going on? Nothing but a mask. What's going on, brother? Blessings, man. I appreciate you guys for joining here. And the people that are not vocal in the chat, I appreciate you too, because it looks like this says 14, so it can't be that I counted 14 people there. So please let us know how you feel in the chat, right? The engagement helps them, you know, register numbers and so on and so forth, and account for who's interacting with the channel. And I'm sure despite the fact that we're not in the business with YouTube, right? They appreciate having more people on their website, right? So if we produce views, right, and content where people interact with our channel, they'll allow us to, remain on the platform, right? And of course, we try to maintain a sort of, as best as we can, we try to make our content suitable for
code words. Got to have code words once in a while.
Oh yeah, we got a bunch of code words here, and whatnot. Obviously, the top thing we have code word for is well, it's not really that actually. There's another more dangerous topic that we regularly discuss that we got to sort of put the kibosh on, and that would be the ideas about the technological society, right? Because those could be seen as promoting eco-terrorism or insurrection or violent gangs and organizations and so on and so forth, because we have been struck with those types of guideline violations, right, for presenting content that alludes to certain things. Obviously, we would never promote any sort of behavior like that, right? So we don't promote any sort of violent behavior or anything like that. Our job is mainly to look at different radical ideas and groups, right, in an attempt to understand, what the motivations could be, right? And of course, we are looking at the various weak points of civilization in general, right? Because, obviously it's a human concern. What aspects of human civilization, right, are under a stress level to the extent to where there are several things that could cause existential crises within humans, right? For example, right? We heard about diseases, right? We heard about, warfare, right? We heard about, right, environmental disasters or food shortages, right? Or ways in which, we can encounter foodborne illnesses, right? Because of agricultural practices. Right. And, we can encounter new diseases and new illnesses that could mutate because of pharmacogenomics and so on and so forth. So all of these existential crises, right, that are brought to man in terms of human civilization, all of the factors that we encounter that lead up to their causes are all technological. Right. So we understand that technology itself, the world technological system, man putting all his eggs in one basket, if you will, that causes the deepest existential crisis of man to emerge, right? Through our reliance on technology, right? For example, if you shut off the internet, millions of people will die, right? So this means that we are, as a civilization, right, as a culture, right, we're reliant on the tools. Right. So man is so the tools we make us. Right. So what we create creates. Right. And one of the things that technology creates, or one of the reasons why technology is creative, is because it's made of millions of decisions of human beings that are compartmentalized and counteracted and organized into forms and techniques. Right. And and of
miracle machines, we call them motherfucking miracles. Like hydraulic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, hydraulics, used to be a machine and they didn't know what to name it, so they just called it motherfucking MFM. Motherfucking miracle machine.
Motherfucking miracle machine. Yeah, exactly. So this is the thing that we're talking about, is that technology, the more complex it gets, it conceals its means towards a particular end. Right. So we have this idea of inframing, right, of information. You also have the complexification of means, right, to a particular end. And this counteracts human skill. right? Because more of the human decision-making process is removed from the task itself, right? So there's a dialectic between skill and technique, since technology is a complexification of means to a particular end.
You need a computer. Now they have what they call computer graphic design. They use computer graphics, and then the computer graphics translate into the steel machine that programs the, machining of hydraulics requires CNC machines that design it, and then the computer takes over and drills the part or whatever it needs to do, and that's all motherfucking miracle machines.
Yeah, it's like how like back in the day, the primary thing for technology was an electrician, right? So the electrician, right, he would sort of electrify, and this was
he a master electrician?
Sort of. I mean, in terms of adding electricity to machines, right, and the way they operate, and obviously this increases the project of sort of automation,
like
and
if you know how to make a free energy machine, and you kept that secret from everybody, and instead you started a grid system where you had to be on the grid to get all your power. That's a control system, and so they hide free energy from you, and they didn't really discover the shit. They've kind of found it. It's nothing new under the sun.
That's another thing. That's another right. That's another aspect of technology that is pretty strange, because where does the process of invention take place? And it's a sort of basic invention like electricity, right, that causes new inventions to take form. For example, right, the engineer,
they lie in history, and they tell you that we're the smartest that's ever lived, but then the Egyptians had free energy, and they hide the truth about free energy, say we invented it.
Maybe, and maybe them telling you about the Egyptians having free energy is to promote this idea that technology can save human civilization when it can't do anything for human civilization, right? Because they're trying to sell you this ancient past, may or may not exist, right? But it's the solutions they're talking about, right? Why would we need electricity to live, or rely on free energy that's given to us by the government, when people live for thousands and thousands of years without energy or without governments, right? Exactly. So this is the point that that the way they talk about history, right, the way even in the sense where they push the archaic revival, right, they're pushing a technological resurgence, right? Whether they're pushing futurism or archaic revival.
The Renaissance. They call
the Renaissance. Well, the Renaissance is neoclassicism, right? So the Renaissance is bringing back old
families of the Illuminati.
Yeah, that has something to do with it for sure, right? But yeah, in terms of electricity, right? You got electricity, right? And then you got the engineer that builds on what the electrician makes, right? He can combine different electrical devices, right? So the job of the electrician, right, is to build bigger machines, right? So the engineer can do in robotics, right, what the electrician can in terms of just mechanics, right? So but there's something above,
like using the manual.
Yeah, just hold on a second, Rocky. Yeah, there's something above the engineer and the electrician, right, that can combine different machine parts together and have different machines correspond and communicate with each other, and that's the programmer, right? So this ever telescoping form of information, it corresponds to the a complexification of how we encode information, right? Because the engineer is encoding information into symbols with semiotics, with symbols and processing, right? With signal and sign processing, right? Where he's dealing with language and different systems and combining different systems together, right? Whereas the electrician, he's just looking at different switches, right? He's looking at this, the different switches that exist between
blueprints look like sigils. They look like sigils.
Sure, they do. Yeah.
They look at a computer motherboard. It kind of looks like the outlay of an Egyptian city. They use sigils for symbols, and then these sigils, they have secret messages, and you got
because when you have a large civilization, you have to encode tons of information, right? So the more complex the tasks are, right? So you have more complex forms of human organization, you have a complex code behind that, right? So it corresponds to the complexity of the techniques that are involved, right? So this is why in Egypt, right, you have a complex array of symbols because, see, man is a symbol-making animal. So how, we use technology, it corresponds to the way we use language, right? So the way that language basically is technology, right? That's one of the fundamental levels of things, right? That me and, sort of Buddha talked about in terms of semiotics, right? And in terms of man is a symbol-making animal, right? What divides us from the animal world, right, and from the natural world is our ability to construct symbols, as we just, basically explain. It's not our ability to construct tools, because for a long time, according to anthropologists, right, and of course we have reason to believe, as Rocky said, right, that a lot of their historical, presentation is basically fake and gay, right? But the fact is that, if we are to take their ideas at face value, then for most of man's history, we evolved under a very low level of technology. And not only that, for a large portion of that history, animals surpassed us in the creation of tools, right? Beavers built better dams, right? Birds built better nests, so on and so forth, right? So, so it just so happens that this is not the main idea. Yeah, this is just pure projection at this point, right? This is a pure projection statement. That's you, right? Right, literally, right. But yeah,
his name's Patriot.
Yeah, that's our friend Paul Enslaved. But yeah,
that stands for patriarch.
Oh, is Paul in the chat?
The etymology for patriot is patriarch.
Yeah,
and welcome. Thank you for having me, Machine and Rocky.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Rocky and Axis. You know what I mean? Thank you for being here.
Absolutely, Machine.
Hey, Axis, what's up?
Just hanging in there with the best of them, brother. I had a wonderful New Year's Day with my mom. We went to Amish country. Went to the Amish stores. Went to a couple metaphysical stores way out in the boonies. Had a very, very nice New Year.
Did you get some?
What is a metaphysical store?
They sell all the herbs, all the
raw milk.
No. That's at the Amish stores up there. We went to the Amish candy store too. But they sell the quartz, the copper, crystals. They sell sage bundles, white sage, sweetgrass.
Yeah, I always have sage. I get sage from the Arabic stores. You buy a huge bag of sage. They're dried up leaves.
Yeah,
so I put it in tea or smoke them. Right?
Yeah,
so,
we use them as a cleansing smudge, and we got some frankincense, the actual raw frankincense. Just did a lot of shopping and the metaphysical and Amish community today. It was nice.
And we have a herb garden.
Yeah. And of course, there's a whole dialectic in terms of magic versus technology. In terms of the correspondence between magic and technology on the one end, right? But also how they're different, right? And how geomancy is different from necromancy, really, right?
Oh yeah, yes,
and so on and so forth. Yeah, would you like to get into geomancy versus necromancy? How do you like that dialectic?
When you're using the fundamental particle elements, and when you get into subatomic particles and their makeup, which create the element structure, and you utilize
I thought necromancy was like some kind of perverted.
No, that's death. Necromancy is a type of spiritual.
Yeah, that's
death
necrophilia you're thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, that's completely different.
Yeah, that's necrophilia.
Necromancy.
Yeah, necromancy. That's different. That's like, working with dead things to try to bring them to life, and then geomancy would be, working with energies that are within living things, right? So
yes.
Just a surface level explanation, but yeah, just so we can move on with the discussion.
Yeah, I think that when you draw from the elemental forces of nature, from the subatomic to the atomic makeup of each element, and the elemental chart, you're dealing with a natural force that has its own sustainable energy. It's a part of a constant, and it's constantly able to be tapped into if you understand, like copper, and the use of copper to help soothe pain in the bones, and the minerals that we take into our body that are life-giving minerals, as opposed to using spiritual forces, golems, idols with imagery and incantations within that idol of spiritual forces, and even using like satanic rituals when you use a severed goat's head into a dead corpse, and you do the ritual rites for communication with spirits, and big difference. One of them is really dealing with death, and the other is actually dealing with the life forces and the fundamental life forces of the constant. I observe them both, so
Yeah, and I think it's interesting in terms of and Dom has sort of anticipated, this idea of techno-Gaianism versus transhumanism that I was sort of laying out yesterday, right? Well, obviously there is an element within transhumanism that they want to surpass nature, and this is why it's been placed in terms of like Nick Land, and others as a extrapolation of the like of like a Anglo, like a dream or something, right? Like from the Protestants or something like that, right?
Well,
yeah.
If I can, they've been feeding us since Monsanto, and probably before, what would be considered abominative or dead vegetation, because it's not in its natural elemental state. I'm talking gene modification in plants, pesticides, growth, enhancers, anything that takes away from the fundamental constant elements that are naturally there. You're dealing with, you're changing the atomic structure into a dead structure, and you lose a lot of the natural energy, if you believe in that, and a lot of the natural frequencies that come with it.
Yeah, there was some because see, the carbon that people had in their body was being replaced by the carbon in corn.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. So it was changing people's carbon, right? And you could actually measure how much corn they ate by what type of carbon they have, right?
Yes.
So so there's So there's some proof behind, these are also the ideas how the pesticides are causing sort of autoimmune diseases. And obviously, I'm not a doctor, but this is evident.
No, this is just for, this is just for entertainment and speculative purposes.
Yeah, they have endocrine disrupting chemicals, and and this is basically, and also a lot of the animals are engineered in this way. Obviously, like carrots were created, tomatoes were created, by humans, right?
Yeah, they feed us dead food. And I'm not talking dead meat. I'm talking dead food, plant life. Even processed food, meats. They have taken the natural state of that constant elemental naturals and have manipulated it, and that's, it's kind of hypocritical for me to even say anything about, because I'm a transhumanist, but still I notice it just by the natural things that I practice.
Yeah, I think it's like, it has like less living cells, like when we eat it. It could be like, it's just like it's more dead cells, or like it's just like more of just a dead thing.
Yeah, I think it mutates on a if you hold any value in frequency and vibration, they're distorting the frequency and the vibration of the atomic structure of that plant.
Like for example, soy has inorganic silicate in it, and so they could reproduce soy. It'll grow like anywhere, right? Because it's kind of like a weed or something. But then they just feed it to humans with spraying the pesticide on it, even though most of it's just basically just inorganic substance, right? It doesn't have nutritional value.
Turns you into a soy boy, and the soy boys.
Exactly. Yeah, the meme. Yeah.
And then the drink, and then if you drink beer, beer has more soy in it, so all these beer drinkers.
Yeah. Yeah, they even have they put BPA in the cans. They line the cans with BPA. So
if you're gonna drink, you should try to get some real wine or something.
Right.
Manischewitz.
Yeah, get some scotch or some whiskey that's like 50 years old or something like that.
Kentucky bourbon. Straight Kentucky bourbon out the oak barrel. Still feel the taste of or you can taste the charcoal in the barrel, That's good bourbon.
Yeah.
But kosher, Manischewitz, whenever I'm observing a kosher state, I do the unleavened bread.
There is a conspiracy to make the Americans drink a lot of beer, and it turns them like gay frogs and shit.
Well, it's weird. Like beer and hamburgers, aren't they from Germany? Right? It's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, lager, and
It's like a weird, it's like German. It's like American cultures.
There's a war on the American beef industry right now. My relatives live in Nebraska, and says that there's an 800,000 acre grass fire that burned all the grass for the cattle.
Damn.
And it's kind of like a localized news. It's not, there's nobody talking about it. And even the local news where it happened, they didn't even report it.
Damn. I can imagine just by the nature of the beast, the shit that they're not actually revealing, that, they're running tests on to see how it affects different areas, different populations, different foods.
Localized news for decades. I remember the Time magazine, you could get one magazine in one district. In another district, it was different news, even in the magazines.
Hey, Hyperborean, how you going?
You know,
Yeah, I
like
can-
the MAGA.
Yeah.
Like
Made.
Make America MAGA magazines.
Well, actually, it's MAGA is a term for mage or magic.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. And I think there's a link between MAGA and flat Earth because of the QAnon conspiracy.
Right.
They came out like during the same time, so I think they're
Right.
basically designed by the same people. All right. I think that there's a lot of truth to that, and it also linked to a lot of Russian psyops. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. But yeah, welcome, Hyperborean. I can appreciate the new logo. Is that Shiva or Neptune or yeah?
It's a butt plug.
Yeah, it's Poseidon. So when you say MAGA being connected to flat Earth because they came around at the same time, that's not my understanding. The chronology is a little out of order there.
Well, if you use Enochian text, I mean, the Book of Enoch, then it lays out, and even in the Torah, it talks about the four corners of the earth and the pillars that hold it. So, but there is a correlation. Just nobody that I know of yet has ran the entire QAnon compendium through an AI to find a coherency in it yet.
Yeah,
and I would like to see that done.
Yeah, the number one popularizer I could think of with both sides would be Owen Benjamin, right? Where he's promoting QAnon conspiracy and flat Earth at the same time, right?
Yep.
But I mean, popularized at the same time. I don't know when they came up.
Yeah, so he was influenced by who popularized it, and that was around 2011. That's Eric Dubay. And Owen Benjamin comes way later.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Dubay.
He had this interesting statistic he used to show of Google Trends, and it shows, Eric Dubay's channel searches around 2011, 2012, and it spikes from zero.
Yeah, but I mean, sort of when it was hijacked by Dubay, and then there's people like the Rob Skiba type of people.
Yeah,
right, that are connecting the Bible to flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
and that's what I mean. That ties into QAnon big time, because it's like they were kind of saying the same things about the Bible and reinterpreting the Bible, and it's like the Bible has to do with like futurism and stuff. And so
that might be a good. I'm sorry.
Sacred Name came out at the same time. Skiba, like the Sacred Name movement.
Yeah,
bringing back the Hebrew, like following the law,
right?
Hebrew roots. Yeah,
what's the real Sabbath day and all this shit,
right? So that's obviously the connection between Messianic Jews and QAnon, because QAnon is literally, like they're using Messianic Judaism.
Yeah, and Rob Skiba was supposed to be a truther, but yet he somehow died in the hospital getting a.
What are your hands doing?
What's up with that? He's a truther. How come
he's Illuminati?
I'm trying to figure out why you got happy.
He's Illuminati, man.
He's
doing Masonic coding.
He's doing something.
It was, but he did prove, because he went on a lake in Chicago.
See, these guys come way later, though, right? Like, there's the flat Earth thing was already, like, all the evidence was pieced together, and then there's these guys who, like, take it, and then they
went on adventures and shit.
Yeah, it's a lot of guys who don't like to share their sources and seem like they've created something, and then they use it as, like,
and then they start
gas to become, like, a cult leader or whatever. Like, these guys are obsessed with, like, their image and being the guy who started something. But
right, and it also, if you've ever noticed that when they take, when information is discovered by a truther community, suddenly they muddy the water by trending it or making it oversaturated into conspiracy.
Yeah, oversaturated. I think is where TML, that makes sense to me. How he mentions the connection between MAGA, QAnon, and Owen Benjamin is this oversaturation problem.
Yeah, you see it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It kind of discredits the movement too.
Yes,
no matter what the movement is, when you do that, it.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not talking about flat Earth. I'm talking about the psyop flat Earth. And,
yeah,
you got pretty much, right? Not the actual movement. I think there's a lot of truth. Like Eric Dubay, he was saying a lot of stuff about the Rothschilds and stuff too. Right?
Yeah,
So he was. I like the Newton gravity angle too. How Newton is total bullshit, right? So I like that angle too. Right?
Yeah, I started.
Like I said, it's
in around 2015. I started his medicine.
The key thing here is noticing when researchers are humble enough to admit their sources. I think that's a telltale sign of if someone's honest or not, or if at least they're
in 2015 there were like 8 million. You could just put in flat Earth and you'd get 8 million results, and they'd go right to some good ones, and they had cartoons and shit.
Well, I don't know if
cartoon ones were funny, remember the cartoon ones? You put flat Earth and then the cartoon went, it was going wild in 2015.
Yeah, and I don't mean
that. And then, and also those guys that they made their career on YouTube, where they have millions of subscribers exposing flat Earth, right? Those guys are probably popping up around the same time, right? Where they have the controlled opposition ready to go with the psyop.
You got it.
Yeah. Well, even that final, the final.
Experiment.
Experiment. I was in touch with Z and the flat Earth community at that time, but then that got skewed and taken into a conspiracy level. And then I don't know if you guys remember, but during especially the C-19 breakout, all the holistic doctors that were just mysteriously disappearing and dying, I think that they use this platform.
Yeah, we found out that like Crow 777, right? We met the producer of Crow 777, right? And she first told us that they used a website called Scale Labs in order to improve their performance online, that helped them use search engine optimization terminology in order to secure higher views and stuff. So they have all these services that are provided to these channels. And I know you were talking to another YouTuber about how they've created some sort of strip club license thing for their show, so that the money will be tax cleared, or something like that. Can you explain this? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, when I owned strip clubs?
No, I'm saying, you were talking to the Powder Dusty about his how
the 1099 and the
1099,
subcontract. Yes, and then the reporting of taxes and how that tax loophole were through tips. To give you a clarification, when I had strip clubs, we'd have girls come in. They're subcontractors. They work under a 1099.
Contractors, so you subcontractors
and they're responsible for reporting their tips. They're responsible for all their earnings, and they're supposed to do a 1099 at the end of the year, which relinquishes the club of responsibility as having them as employees. So they get hired in as subcontractors under a 1099. And a lot of them don't give the proper information, and they can go all over the United States, strip from club to club to club, and they don't ever pay a dime in taxes.
Yeah, that's how they hire contractors, military contractors, to go overseas. They're called expats.
Yeah. It's amazing the
You're a subcontractor, you're a contractor of a contractor, subcontractor.
Yeah, that's what I think a lot of these guys on YouTube are going to get hit with, since, you know, there is a taxable state to YouTube. Everybody knows that. And all these like selling wrenches and all these little gimmicks that they've come up with, well, that's still donated and earned income. And when they fill that 1099 out, they have a digital footprint now of, hey, you made in one day selling wrenches $100, but that's not here in your 1099. But we have a digital footprint of it. So why didn't you claim that?
I don't fill out tax forms at all for the last 30 years.
I'm not going to go into, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting, though. I was trying to get more information on it. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is how you do it if you're filling out tax forms, if you're still in the system. But I've dropped out of the system 30 years ago. But if you are in the system, then you would fill out you'd hire, your employees would be subcontractors. You pay them cash. It's nobody's business what you do.
Yeah, now the bar, whenever the bar under its license, because you're under ABC, you know, and alcohol, the firearms and tobacco too, and ABC is alcohol and beverage control, you know, they can seize your license. You have to buy your license from them. You have to X and Z out, which is just basically clearing the cash register at the end of the night for your bottom line income. And
that's bringing Waco. That's bringing Waco, Texas, back up.
So we had to do that every night, and then, you know, we had we had 2 accountants and a lawyer for that shit. But they keep track of like a bottle sale, let's say a champagne sale. Well, they buy the bottle for that champagne dance from the club. And then whatever the girl gets in the private show as tips, you know, are supposed to be reported, because we have to report the sale of that bottle, you know, which was usually $100 dance. And you got a cheap ass bottle of champagne. And we had to keep, you know, eating beer, you know, tip outs. You had to pay your DJ, you had to pay your security, your bartender. I mean, and those were sometimes actual employees.
Yeah, look who shows up and says Axe is too old to be pocket watching. I think he might have got paid for some wrenches. All right. Or some shit. Right.
No, it's just a loophole that, you know, like, you know, paying people to get kicked off of the stream, that's earned revenue. Okay. You know, you're using your platform, which is a taxable platform, and that's earned income. So whether you like it or not, or you like me or not, I didn't make those rules. Those rules just applied to the establishment and the business, and it's no different than YouTube. You are a subcontractor to YouTube if they're monetized, and everything has to be reported. All finances, whether it be, you know, wrenches, or, you know, paying to get people kicked off a panel, or, you know, paying a bond to get somebody back on your channel. I mean, all that shit. As much as they think they're manipulating the system, there's a digital footprint. And if you get audited, you're fucked if you didn't report everything. Sorry, I just laying it out there, man.
Yeah, I don't know how I got on this topic. Honestly, it was just an extraneous question that I'm sure it led in with something, but
you were talking about me and Flo discussing
I think I was also talking about how the YouTube is used as a business to promote certain ideas,
Agendas, yes.
yeah, agendas and whatnot. So I think that's how it led into that. Most of the content is manufactured as a result. Like, for example, right, like we learned from the producer of Crow 777 Radio that they used, services, to grow their brand or whatever, like businesses and whatnot, and then they actually said that organic growth on YouTube is impossible because it's so saturated, right? Unless you use these companies, right?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And there are actual agencies. I forget which one that something tomato, the Raging Tomato.
Right.
She was going through individual that was associated with a talent agency and a promotion management agency. I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
Right. And it's pretty interesting because, that same production and talent agency, see, this is what we're talking about, right? That's working with Andrew Wilson, right? Who's a huge mega conservative, is actually putting on their website the 24-hour, sun video for the flat earth thing.
Right.
So see, they're directly linked, is what I'm telling you guys. Is that right? They're linked through the production companies, right? And whatnot.
Right.
That are producing alternative content online. That are responsible for producing and promoting alternative content online, right? So,
which I don't think is fair to like people like you or me. I mean, I'm not monetized, but I made a hell of a career in the entertainment industry. And then to be on YouTube, not that I promote my channel because I want to keep my numbers low, under the radar. There's enough people hating on me out there anyhow that'd like to see my channel down. But I mean, even like you discussing philosophies and different aspects of religious context, modernism, and how it applies to traditionalism, your channel should be much bigger and have a much heavier subscriber base, but they bury you because you're not a part of the team. You're not in the club, man.
Yeah, it's cool. Basically, we're here just to scope out the organizations and how they interact with each other. And obviously, we've shaken up a few beehives, and we're thankful for the correspondences along the way. So for a long time, we're here just to scope out the relations between the various groups, and then maybe just to collectively avoid them, right? So I think we've done a pretty successful job at that. And we got Dom here, blessings. And
Dominator, good to see you, brother.
Peace.
All right.
Double peace.
No peace.
It's the Playboy Bunny.
There you go.
Yeah, we'll move to some music and then some text here in a minute. We have some people on panel I'd like to discuss some things with, and especially in terms of Aristotle and Plato and their views on the Parmenides, and so we'll move forward with that. And
I will say that just to add, I mean, I never got to touch on it, but the geomancy, necromancy.
Oh, please, go ahead.
It's not so much a dialectic, right? Like, I mean, maybe you've got those definitions from somebody, but I would say that those definitions are incorrect. Not the necromancy, that's more accurate, but geomancy, that your definition of it is lacking. And I'm not saying you created that definition. I'm just saying the one you provided.
Well, what would you say is wrong with it?
Yeah, so it really doesn't have to deal with life. It's not so much like it's as a divination. It started off as a divination tool or device. So it is technological. It is related to technology, and it ends up the outgrowth of divination in that form does turn into technology. There are a couple sources, and there are a couple recommendations to point you in that direction. Like, one would be an obscure scientist named Constantine Mile, and he has a book called Scalar Waves. It's about 700 pages, and in that book he talks about how architecture ended up turning geomancy, formed into layouts or blueprints for architecture.
Well, if
in
I
Arabic,
can,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think it has to do with that stuff that we were reading earlier with the telluric energy, and so on and so forth, right? Harnessing that
it
energy.
can, yeah, but it's more broad. It's more so just the think of the element earth.
Right.
So there's like pyromancy. The Renaissance would say, or the medieval magicians would say, like pyromancy, geomancy, aeromancy, hydromancy.
Right.
But
I think a lot of, if I can real quick, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I think that's a lot why a lot of the ancient structures were built with the monolithic harder stones,
Right.
and the geometry and the hypergeometry and the sacred geometry behind them, because it resonated with a natural frequency and energy that would be considered, geomancy.
yeah, I mean geometry, right? Measurement, earth measurement.
Yes.
So like you have dots and you have basically points and lines. That's how it originates. In Arabic, it was the science of the sand. They would use sand and they would break it down to like little granules of sand and come up with these shapes. The I Ching is the same concept. You have lines that are structured in a certain way. The earlier geomantic dotted, they look like dice essentially. These are really close to the I Ching. Dice is actually an outgrowth of geomancy.
Are you talking the platonic solids?
No. What do you?
Okay.
What did I say that would make you think platonic solids?
Dungeons and Dragons, dice.
Oh no, just the markings on the dice, how the dots are placed on dice. It was more so the focus on dots. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, dimension. Points. Okay.
Yeah, and these points they end up putting these points on paper, and it kind of influences architecture. That's why you see pillars. Like if you look at a layout, an ancient layout, for instance, like the let me think of one here. Roma, Venus. These are temples of Roma, Temple of Venus. If you look at these blueprints, you can go find images of them. You'll see that they look like geomantic figures. It's pretty interesting. So yeah, it's like it ends up these divinatory systems evolve into technological.
Right. So what do you think of the link between techno-Gaianism and transhumanism?
So define techno-Gaianism for me.
It would be trying to combine with nature through technology instead of trying to transcend it via technology, right?
Okay, techno-Gaianism. Okay, so yeah, I would prefer if I had to pick one, right? If I was like gun to my head, you get to either of these options.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
I'd probably combine myself with nature, hoping that there was a way that I would pass away. Transhumanism, my fear would be being stuck and bound to the earth in a robotic body. So yeah, that's an interesting dialectic. But necromancy is not so much focused on divination. Necromancy, it can be used as such, but sometimes it's used for different purposes, like to gain power or wisdom. Like think of the Goetia, for instance, or invocation and evocative rituals where you speak with spirits, and
right.
get things from them. So this would be different than geomancy.
Yeah, I've done very, the pretty heavy rituals, and to be able to summon knowledge, information.
You find demons under mercurial planetary genie, and then, these things apply to, for instance, wisdom or intelligence, or certain aspects in the human realm of thought. So, and you just go. And you can explore as far as you want, but it's more so about self. I wouldn't say aggrandizement. It can be, but like gaining for the self, not so much like trying to see outside and gaze into the future or plan some event.
No,
but yeah,
both utilize that.
When I think of necromancy, I think of people trying to like transcend death.
Yeah, no, it's more so it had an actual system. In the Grimoire tradition, necromancy has magical paraphernalia, and it's not about You don't use this paraphernalia to transcend death. You use it to communicate with the dead or beyond the sensorial sphere.
Yeah, the Witch of Endor. Use that for a good reference if you want to go into, summoning the dead and finding information. I mean,
yeah. You basically reduce the universe to you create a macrocosm with either like a pentagram, whatever, a star or a circle, and you when you reduce the macrocosm into it, you're basically trying to reduce all the symbols you can into a handful of correspondence, so that you can shrink the universe down to size, and then basically make yourself similar to God. That's why the God names are placed on the.
That's necromancy.
Yeah, this is necromancy.
Part of it, yes.
Yeah, it's a part of it, exactly. This is just the paraphernalia. Now, this paraphernalia isn't exclusive to necromancy. It just, you would need this to perform necromantic rituals. I wouldn't even go that far. I'm saying in the past, this is the system they used. Now we're into the chaos magic zone, and we have Austin Osman Spare and Sigillum magic. We're kind of beyond using the old system. People still get results without using magical paraphernalia. One last thing before I quit talking about this. I wanted to note the connection between there's this book, and this is a good reference, because I don't think you can find these books anymore. If you can hunt them down, please, you should buy them. They're gems. The author's name was T.M. Kahle, and it's spelled Kahle. I have this book from him, and man, it's in a box in a crate somewhere, but it's called Omnibus of the Ouroboros, something like Maxims in Occult Circuitry. This guy talked about how magic and occultism related to modern tech. This book was specifically about circuitry, but he has another book about Rosicrucianism. It's called Redemption Hypostasized, an interpretation of Taoist wisdom-based Rosicrucian circuitry and Kabbalistic massive photon superconductivity. And
have you ever heard of psionics?
I have, yeah. I've got a few on psionics.
Okay, it's kind of touching on that a bit. A psionics box. If you've ever,
I mean, that's a tool, for sure, yeah.
Okay,
but
I just want to make sure.
More so saying that the technology that we use day to day, not some far out occult shit, that's a niche product. Like he's talking about your computer and the remote control you have in your hand and stuff. Like all this stems out of occultism, out of magic, essentially. There's basically two routes. You either go inward with magic or outward. That's the true dialectic.
Yeah, that's kind of more or less what I'm trying to explain. So I appreciate your precise definitions in terms of magic, and I will look into that later. But I'm more or less just using it to explain certain conceptions of dialectical modes of thinking, right? Like, for example, magic versus technology. In terms of how, ellul says that magic is, the manipulation of nature, that it's primitive technique, right? And then, the idea of Arthur C. Clarke, where he says that any technology that is, developed, to a point where we don't understand how it works, is indistinguishable from magic, right? So this idea where there's the concealment of information to get to a point versus so the idea of complexification of means versus the idea of manipulation of nature, right? So
if I could, TML, it is New Year's, and I would like to offer a gift to your channel. There's a particular song, the one with the biohazard, that you seem to be kind of fond of. Download that. It's yours, and I'm going to remove it from my channel so that it is proprietary to your channel then. It's your channel's piece of music now.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll make a music video for that, and I greatly appreciate that donation. And yeah, I'll reach out to you to grab that from you. Thank you so much. Blessings, sir. And I greatly appreciate you.
Not a problem.
Yeah, we'll definitely use that all the time. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's yours now, and it belongs to the channel.
Yeah, I greatly appreciate that. And to all the people who have contributed, I greatly appreciate you. You know, it means the world to me. And also the friends here that come to talk, I greatly appreciate your time. We'll move on now with some music, and then you know, we'll go to some texts that I think are pretty relevant. But yeah, so my botched definitions.
No, man, I hope I didn't offend you. I really didn't mean that.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know that you know, my definitions are botched.
No, please forgive me. What I meant was like it's more nuanced, right? Like it's
no,
than that, right?
No, I'm more interested. I'm just letting you know that I don't totally understand, you know, but I will, you know, correspond with you on figuring out, because
my only thing was the living aspect, right? Like I see where your dialectic made sense. If one is living and one is dead, that makes a cool opposition dialectic, but it isn't necessarily living that requires or that's required for geomancy.
Right, it's working with the earth, if you will, right? So on and so forth.
Yeah, inanimate matter. If we can say, since you're like a panpsychist, I guess you could say that that's living. Then that would make your definition correct. Yeah. If you want to see sand as living, and then like in the sensorial world, yeah, that makes sense. Then
I don't know
you are
if,
right.
I don't know if sand particularly is living. Like, for example, like a mushroom, right? There's many different spores that are like sort of counteracting, but they're still forming one mind. Right? So the thing with minds is that minds could act as a conglomerate of several, you know, particles, right, or whatever. And I think there is a multiplicity of minds, right?
Okay.
I don't like spirit. It's got to be like one thing for, you know, I think, right? Mm-hmm. There is spirit and mind. I don't think they're the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, I think spirit dominates over mind. For sure. So there's a lot of similarities between the way we think. I was hearing you and I'm in Twilight on NPC the game. I really like that episode. I might replay that one here, even though I wasn't on it, right? Because
there was kind of good there was some. We stayed focused. I like that.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah. So yeah, blessings. So here's some music, and we'll move on soon. This is from this is a mix that I made. It's kind of funny.
This is for all you haters.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, let them know, Rocky.
Right.
Yeah, let them know. Yeah, we got a famous clip of Rock E.
It's sign language. It's sign language.
Yeah. We're gonna produce a clip on Rock E where he points to a mountain and he says, if anybody wants to come up here, I'm gonna go to this mountain. They gotta go through me because this is my fucking mountain.
Let's go.
If anybody want to come through this mountain, they gotta come through me because this is my motherfucking mountain.
Mountain King.
My name is Rock minus E.
That's right.
Let's go.
No, minus T. Minus T. Rock E minus T is rocket.
Right.
Rocket to space.
The hands, man.
April Fools. They sent a dildo to space today.
Yo.
Rocky minus T. Rocket. What a joke. It's April Fool's Day. You know, today is really
it's a Trojan
Passover
horse.
Day. It's a full moon. It's the 14th day of the first month. It's spring. The new year. We should be celebrating the new year.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Today is my New Year's, Rocky. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you guys got to tell me more about that. But we will just move on with the Parmenides. I appreciate you guys.
It's just because it's spring, right? That's why you celebrate the new year.
Man,
This means peace.
Yeah, maybe.
This
Yeah.
means peace.
we need to set up a debate on this, me and you, Rocky, because I've studied this for a long time. I used to take astrology very seriously, and I came across these conundrums, these problems with timing, chronology, calendars. Yeah, we need to get into this. We got to hash this out.
Oh yeah,
I need to orient you.
What do you think of
then this
flamenco
is
and those
This is a
ideas?
secret.
That's some weird shit. His books are really pithy, right? There's a lot of work
like
there.
Astrotheology, right?
This is a secret number.
I think it's astropsyopathy.
It's astropsychopathy.
No, psyopathy. Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back in a little bit. Blessings.
It's the
thank you guys.
all-seeing eye.
Right. Yeah.
Those Russians, those pesky Russians.
And it
Them
talks to
pesky
you
Russians.
in your ear. It talks to you in your ear. 666, my favorite number.
Yeah.
Cover your eye. I'm in a secret order.
Yeah.
And
All right. Be
Rocky
right back,
is
homies.
really Illuminati tonight.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Confirmed. Yeah.
Confirmed.
Gotcha. You ready? Check it out now. We gonna set it on the world like this one time. Check it out, yo. And the boom. Mark. Yeah. Plex, where you at?
Yo.
Where you at, yo?
Yeah, run it back.
Again,
yo.
one more time.
Ready?
Right.
Yeah.
Check it out, yo. Incredible, remarkable marksmanship, able to hit target, get without aiming, divide, multiply, subtract the whack from remaining, like off of ashes.
We banish one flash of the fab to burnt off your eyelashes.
We get you moving, we get you grooving, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get your hands up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up, we get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get your hands up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up. And they'll say, isn't he nice? The Black Star like to leave Quali plus Cicely Tice. Pharaoh March, repeat the rhyme. Defeat competitors, then delete the grime. My spine allows me to suck my own cock. Fucking with these queens, niggas, you get stuck. The strategy of the beat is the removal of your brains. And when I slice your toes, you never felt the agony of defeat. Casually I deplete, blood cells coagulated from maggot MCs who congregated. Slash master has to blast, crush fast to crash, competition match, plus rush, stuck, bust the opposition's ass.
Come on, think fast now.
Who won it? Pharaoh March, Mr. Complex, you get confronted. We get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you violent, we get you moving, we get you amped up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up, we get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you violent, we get you moving, we get your amped up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up.
When I'm in a hot seat, I meet a greeter, treat her, eat the beat. I bring heat to the beat, I talk sweet to the beat. You sweet bitch, you belong to the beach. I reach each and every motherfucker that I'm hucking to kiss the mic. No matter who it be, you want nothing to do with me. Even if you cool me or you dislike, I don't battle a fist fight. Check my knuckles, see this one here? This is one of the fuck you up real good. Feel it, feels like wood. If I want a planet, I stand slanted and get good leverage. And you be going down like a cool beverage. Like a Bahama mama when the drum is microscopic. Like in a tall glass with little umbrellas in the tropics. Now it's tropical, it's typical. The reciprocal of flipping you is you've been flipped, not just watch your lip, but your nose is in the way. Throw your flows away, there's no shows a day. You're closed for renovation, your flows have no innovation. I can flip it in front of a crowd of cripples and still get a standing ovation. We get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get your hands up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up, we get you violent, we get you grooving, we get you wildin', we get you moving, we get your hands up, we get your ass up, we get your clothes wet, we get your hands up, 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 we get your hands up.
got my hands up. I'm not jerking off. I got my hands up.
Yeah, shit's smooth. Yeah, so I'm gonna turn my camera off because this Internet Explorer is probably, involved in some shady business out here. So we basically
You want me to
gonna
take
try
my
to.
hands? You want me to take my camera down?
Yeah, I might freeze my whole shit. So I'm just letting you guys know that. So I'm gonna attempt to open this document with the text of Greek philosophy that my homie here presented me with.
Are you using the gram?
It's been a real banger. Yeah, I'm using the Graham and the Burnett and also Miller.
Yeah, it's been a real bitch trying to find some hardcovers of that one, man. I have paperbacks, but I really want the hardcover of that. That's a gem.
What is it?
The text of early Greek philosophy, or the early Greek philosophers. Yeah, it's a banger. It's useful because it's all compiled in one book, in one text. You don't have to go by.
Because it got like giants, mythology, and the gods.
No. This is like pre-Socratic philosophy. It's just the fragments of pre-Socratic philosophers.
Yeah, that's mythology, Rocky.
Rocky, why did you tell me I was going to burn in hell the other night?
He's Christian.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
I believe so. That's why I said, why were you spazzing out the other night? I was on this panel and we were talking about
Oh, I'm just saying, I think you're from the north somewhere.
No. This was before that. So the reason I said, hey, why were you spazzing out the other night? I was on a panel somewhere else and the guy was an occultist and we were talking about occultism or magic. And there was a bunch of Orthodox Christians on the panel, right? And they were trying to shit on me and make me look stupid like they always do, right? Like the presuppositionalists or whatever. And one of the guys on the panel, his name was JS. When the panel ended, it like automatically switched over to his panel, his live stream. And I was reading the comments right before I got off and went to bed, and it was you on there. And you were like, yeah, this guy worships power. He's going to hell. He's going to burn in fucking hell and shit like that. And I was like, what?
I thought you were just from the north or something.
No. I'm saying this was the other night, though. This is not when you were asking about the north and what Hyperborea was. This was not your last night. This was like, I want to say 3 or 4 nights ago.
Yeah, sometimes I troll everybody.
Okay. That's okay. So spazzing out was correct. Okay. Well,
probably spazzing out. I confess, I come before my Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
Hide from Hyperborea.
No, don't hide from Hyperborea.
I confess my sins.
No.
Oh Lord, from Hyperborea, please forgive me.
Oh Lord, from Hyperborea.
That's how it worked there.
Yeah, no, there's no god of Hyperborea. It would be seen as like polytheism, right? There's lords, plural, gods, plural,
king,
mighty men, plural.
Kings.
No king, no kings.
You know what I've been seeing going around a lot is the giant tree conspiracy theory.
Oh, no trees on flat Earth. Uber based.
You know that one?
Have you heard about the 200 craters that they call something that but some people believe it's something that came out of the earth? 200.
They sink. They're sinkholes.
Yeah.
Over time,
some people
organic matter decomposes, and then you have like a fallout. The pressure of the surface pushes the fluids out.
200 of them, the same number as the Titans, which will be released.
Oh shit!
200 Titans. You think that happened already, or is that futuristic?
Yeah, I think it could have happened already, and it might happen again. Yeah.
So those might be the 300 titans that came out during the tribulation that everybody's still waiting on.
We might be talking about two different events.
I don't know what Rocky's talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Titanomachy. I'm talking Greek, like where the Titans fight the Olympian gods, the war of the Olympians and the Titans.
Titans.
So I think that they're real people, and I think that
yes,
if we look at it,
I think they've already been released, and the sign. Those
look at it from
200 those 200 so-called craters are where they came out. They've already came out, and that's it. Or
I don't think it has
they're
anything.
going to come out pretty soon. 200 titans will come out, or have came out sometime in the future. I don't know which one. History, and they teach you lies. So they could have came out and already been out.
Well, they're not going to do much if no one listens to them.
I think we're in Satan's little season, and
yeah, I'd say that if we've been in Satan's little season, it's been going on for like 6,000 years.
no, 200 going on. It's going on for 250 years. They celebrate 1776.
No way.
The Illuminati created in 1776.
So what? Los Alumbrados is older.
French Revolution, kill the kings.
Los Alumbrados is older, and then
Jesus
they're
was
just carrying
king of
on an older
kings.
tradition.
Jesus was the king of kings. French Revolution celebration, 1776. The Illuminati, the French Revolution gave that statue, and this French Revolution was against the kings, the king of the kings. Jesus was the king of the kings, and they went against the kings and the nobility, and they brought the republic, the same thing, the crucified Christ, the beginning of the republic, and they worship it 1776, 250 years ago.
Based in Boomerpilled.
We celebrate this year.
I hate to tell you, Rocky, but
the 250th anniversary of the Illuminati.
It's been going on for as long as there's been cities. So a lot longer than 250 years. And what is the Illuminati? The illuminated one?
They worship the old.
Why are they called the illuminated ones?
It's
because
the
they
Roman
need
Republic.
to feed off of us light beings to be illuminated.
Celebration of the resurrection.
That's the Illuminati.
Of the Roman. You could worship any god back. The Roman gods of Statue of Liberty is Lucifer, the light bearer.
Yeah. You want to talk about Parmenides? I have some questions, actually. I got some
7 rays of
yeah, go ahead with the questions.
Go for it.
So I was just playing around a bit. So Parmenides, he never uses the word signless in the way that I framed in the past. He said being is what can be thought of and it can be said, and non-being is unthinkable, unsayable. So there's a tight link between thinking and being. This suggests being is intelligible, is not beyond all signification. But this is, if you push this logic further, I think something interesting happens. So depending on some interpretations of Parmenides, being is indivisible, unchanging. It has no differentiation, no parts, no relations. It cannot be described by contrast because that would involve non-being. Signs, language, symbols require difference. So you have this versus that, subject versus predicate, may also has being versus non-being. So if all difference collapses, signification collapses too. So paradoxically, Being must be thinkable, but cannot be articulated through ordinary science. So, yeah, let me see here. And I'm gonna maybe Heideggerian and apophatic angle, So
Yeah.
first, like Heidegger interpret Greek ideas like the signless, I think, as that which does not show itself through science or withdraws from indication. Applied to Parmenides, being is not one object among others. It is prior to all marking, naming, or indicating. So
hold on. Let me put my smart glasses on.
yeah, almost done. Actually, almost done. So being is signless not because it is unknowable, but because it grounds all science without itself being a sign. So I see here. So I'm almost done. Yeah, Parmenidean being.
Yeah, it's okay. Just take your time.
Yeah, Parmenidean being is not called signless, but because it is undifferentiated, indivisible, and prior to all contrast, it can be interpreted as signless in the sense of exceeding all symbolic reference, while grounding the possibility of thought itself. So there is but the question of the one versus many, that's different though. That's I know there's some different interpretations about that, but yeah, I wanted to read that though. Yeah.
Yeah, being itself is one. It's paradoxical. The being itself is one and undifferentiated and indivisible. Being, right? Just if you look at it itself, that doesn't disclude. It's just like what you were sending me earlier. How Taoism is very paradoxical. It's never. It's in Buddhism in some senses. It's never like what you sent me. It's separate, but it's not separate. It's not separate and not separate. It's how these things work. With the higher you go in truth or in reality, the more paradoxical things become.
Oh yeah,
like I said, Zeno.
I think actually that might be a line actually straight up from the Tao Te Ching where it says the truth seems paradoxical.
Yes, but they are resolvable. If you think long and hard about it and carefully and methodically, you will figure out that the paradox is resolvable. That's why they don't call it oxymoronic. Paradoxes don't mean things are not true. The two words are different. They mean different things. So I think paradoxes, especially this one that you're mentioning, it's a true paradox. The being is one, but the many are also in being. The only reason the many exist is due to being. That's their ground.
Kind of like a chain smoker.
Yeah, but isn't because in the Pali Canon, the Buddha said the summit of perception is both one and many.
Yeah.
So isn't that kind of close to the way you describe origin in the sense that it is both one and many, but in the material realm you cannot have that. You just have many. That's it. Or am I misremembering?
It's in the material realm. That's not even there, right? Like the many, it's not there. That's an illusion. The origin is the only thing that is actually real. Both exist, but the many are to be found in the origin. So yes, it's one and many in the origin, but it's one of those funny things that, like, if you have many and you are a part of that many and your existence is a part of the many, then you are not one, right? So the only real true thing is the many. The one thing is you can't grasp it. As soon as you try to grasp the one, it's like water. It squishes out of your hand or whatever. It's elusive. You can't grab and contain the one. But the one thing we know that is contained is ourselves, plural. The many is confirmable. The one, we know it by what is it? It's a presup. We know it has to be the case because it's our ground for existence. So in a way, many is more real than one, but we know the one is real.
We can't really know the one because it's too big, but
it's not about size.
The one.
It's not about magnitude or size, but continue.
Well, it kind of is about size and magnitude, because if we look at the one as a ground you're standing on, and you exist as this individual amongst many within this ground, you exist within a limited ground of existence, and that means that you can't actually comprehend all the ground of existence because you're not experiencing it because it's too much to experience. So it is about magnitude.
The reason it's not though, because we know it's limitless. So that you explained exactly why it's not about magnitude, and it's not temporal. It has nothing to do with extension or emanation or or some progenitor. This has to do about essence. It's an essence issue. It's a substantial issue.
Well, time is just space in and of itself.
Yeah, they simultaneously exist. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much like the block universe. But the block universe, I don't think they seem to understand that it's not just the past, present, and future. It's everything else that could have occurred as well. And this is where the true potential of being is. It's everything that could have been existing in one moment. This is why I say it's too big, because we can only experience our life or our experiences within it. But outside of our experiences exist other experiences that could have happened. Like, for example, all of us chose to get on this panel, but we could have done anything else. And all these different possibilities exist right now in this moment. We're just not aligned or tuned to them.
Yeah, no, I get your position. The difference in our position is, and you might not believe this wholly, but right now, the way you're speaking, you're smashing being and becoming together. The way you speak, I'm saying you are eternal. I'm saying you exist in the origin right now. That's your true existence. So it has nothing to do with space, time, or magnitude, or extension, or measurement, or anything like that.
There is only being. I mean, you're right. It's not about measurement, but this is just the only way we can grasp it, because we can't.
Like when you say events, or to decide to do this, or we're on this panel right now, that language assumes that being and becoming are entangled. I'm saying if you separate the two, coming from my position, they're separated. In the eternal, this is an essence issue. It has nothing to do with magnitude. It's not about big or small, because the one can contract infinitely into a point that's indiscernible, and it can also expand to where you can never find its boundary.
I don't think that there is becoming. I only think that there's being, and I think that becoming is a choice that we make in our lives, where we try to force being to become something that it's not, or to try and force some possibility.
Yeah, reification. Yeah, reification.
And this is impossible, because everything exists.
What number on Parmenides are you on, TML?
19.
19. Damn, let me back up. All right, let's get it.
It's on page here. What does it say?
I found it.
It doesn't say the page number. It's where it starts with Hippolytus refutation. Right? Yeah, so it says here, Parmenides also supposes that the totality is one, eternal, ungenerated, and spherical. So that goes to the heart of a lot of things that we were just talking about, right?
Yes.
So there's agreements and disagreements, I think. But not even he escapes the opinion of many when he says that fire and earth are the sources of the totality. Earth as matter and fire as cause and agent. He said that the world perishes, but in what way he did not say. The same said the totality is eternal, not generated, spherical, all alike, but having no place in itself, motionless and limited.
Yes,
so I think he's pointing to exactly what we were talking about. There's contradictions.
It's dualism.
Pointing to the paradox.
It's a paradox, not a contradiction. But this is the dualism aspect. This is the fire, the spirit, and the matter dualism that I mentioned about Parmenides. You notice that he says the totality is one. It's because he's already proven, right, that nothing doesn't exist. The only thing we're dealing with is something, which is existence. So that's the totality, which is one. But because we are participants, obviously, right, he never steps away from actual experience. That's why he includes the thinker or the thinking. So if there are many thinkers, then obviously we are.
Well, he says that thinking and being are the same thing.
Yeah, but there's a reason why he meant that. There's a reason that he adds thinking into being. It's because of many.
Yeah, but I don't think like you said, I don't think that means that he's saying there's only one mind. I don't think that Parmenides is positing a universal mind.
Not at all. Exactly. He's just saying there's one.
Exactly.
Totality. Really,
exactly,
it's literally what he's saying. The totality
yeah.
is one. He doesn't even say that the substance is one. Because the substances are separate. They're differentiated. He says fire and earth. They are the sources of that totality. Both of these things are eternal.
Yeah, I think fire, you could think of that as basically just like spirit, in my opinion. You know, it's like this ungenerated substance. You know,
spirit
that's
and matter.
Definitely not matter. Matter is an illusion, so on and so forth.
Earth would be matter. Fire would be spirit.
Right, but
that's how I see it.
Yeah, but as he said, Earth perishes eventually. So it's that's what I mean by illusion. You know, the thing that's ungenerated, eternal. He means to say not illusion.
But on the
no. He says the world. Hold on. He says the world perishes. That's not.
Yeah, I know. Earth. Yeah, the Earth. Yeah.
No. The world is the cosmos. When you look at like a medieval cosmological map. These definitions are very peculiar to pre-Socratic philosophy. Earth and fire they represent elements. The world is not an element.
I think the cosmos is to say like to say the world and to say the cosmos is in a lot of cases the same thing, right?
It is the same thing. That's what I'm saying. It's the sense.
Yeah, right. No, yeah. It's the same idea.
It's
the same concept. Yeah.
When you look up and you see the stars at night, Parmenides is including that in the term world.
Yeah.
But the earth word that he's using here to differentiate the sources, that is not the world. Those are two different concepts. He's meaning the element earth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah, they're talking about the four elements.
So the earth does not perish, but
that's kind of always the case. In the pre-Socratics, is they're talking about the four elements, and of course, when we get to Empedocles, he's going to start talking about the four elements.
Yes. But as long as we all understand that earth and fire here do not perish.
I get what he's saying. Okay. Yeah, by earth. He's talking about the four elements, just as Heraclitus. Also I think Anaximenes was talking about the four elements, how they change into each other. But the fact is that they change into one another in the pre-Socratics, so they're not like really differentiated.
Well, Parmenides does. Empedocles doesn't. No. They have different views on this.
Well, I think they both differentiate them, but I mean they're saying that they change into each other.
Well, no, they don't. They don't. Not in Parmenides' view. You got to remember, Empedocles comes after Parmenides. We haven't even got to the four elements postulate yet.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
No, okay, I'm going in a sequential order.
Of course, yeah. No, I just wanted to remind you, right?
Yeah,
I just wanted to remind you that Empedocles isn't even in the thought realm right now of Parmenides. That idea hasn't even hit him yet.
What do you mean? Because he's before him?
Well, no, it's the idea of the four elements, right? They used to see the elements as separate and distinct. They didn't see them as some interchangeable, transmutable. That's Empedocles.
No, I'm saying that basically I think of Anaximenes. He already stated those things. So no, that's not. So you're wrong about that. I believe.
Well, no, because he claims that one is superior. When Empedocles comes along, he says, no, all four are there together simultaneously and they interchange. These guys before Empedocles were saying they were making distinctions between the elements and raising.
Let me find my Anaximenes and I'll show you. Here, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're basically it seems like they're substance, you know, in terms of like they're called here the monists, right? So you know, because they say that the archy or the ruling principle is one underlying substance, most of
Air,
it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm saying, so in and of that, they are saying that all of the elements come out of the air. Yes or no? Right? Yes. Right.
I see what you mean. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm trying to explain.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. So
but
so
there's
for
still a
Anaximenes,
distinction. I'm saying that Empedocles is different than Anaximenes. That's the fact. That's a fact.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, totally. But I'm saying they have a similar, you know, conception of the four elements in that way, right?
I would say Parmenides does not agree with Anaximenes, though. I would say that he's obviously.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Because
he's saying that two things are the source, not one thing.
Yeah, because he's saying there's no ontological transcendence at all, like the way that Heraclitus is saying. So I think Heraclitus and you know, Parmenides sort of steer away from what these other guys are saying, because they're saying, you know, that there's one.
Like by 19, he's not a monist. Parmenides is not a monist by reading 19.
Are you sure about that?
He literally says fire and earth are the sources. That sounds like dualism to me, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's continue.
Well,
and there's argument for that.
Well, the beginning of it says Parmenides also supposes that the totality is one.
No, but monism has to do with the source, though. It has to do with the source. That he's saying the totality is one, but the source is dualistic.
Yeah, but look, it says here, earth as matter and fire as cause and agent, and the world perishes. So there's only one there.
Well, no, I mean, they don't perish, though. That's the trick. That's why this is so nuanced. The fire and earth do not perish. So you could say that. I think the cause and effect issue here just has to do by which one has precedent before the other. Because we're talking in terms of temporality, while we're in the world, we have to speak in terms of temporality. But if fire and earth are the sources of totality, which are eternal, then obviously the cause and effect thing goes out of the window.
But temporality causes multiplicity, because temporality is synonymous with change. Change is an illusion, and in the totality, things are eternal and ungenerated. So I think to say that, you know, he's talking about oneness in terms of time being an illusion.
Well, no, I would disagree with the idea that
he says it's one moment.
Many doesn't rely on temporality. That's where we disagree. The many is there; it already exists.
Doesn't change rely on motion?
Well, it change does, yes, but not the many. The many doesn't necessarily imply change. They're already there. They're eternal. They already exist. The one and the many are inseparable, even in the eternal. That's the claim.
Right, but that's is that Parmenides or is that Hyperborean wisdom?
No, well, it goes from Parmenides. The Hyperborean wisdom is getting this from Parmenides. Right. That's what I'm saying.
Well, are you sure about that? Because does Nimrod ever comment on the Eleatic philosophers?
So, no, he does. He absolutely does. He mentions Parmenides.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, no, he walks through the whole thing. So right here at the very end, it says, so the same right here, he said the world perishes, but in what way he did not say. The same said the totality is eternal, not generated, spherical, all alike, motionless, and limited. So he's saying that the totality, which has two sources, is motionless.
Right. And limited.
That's why we say that matter is eternal as well. The world is not, but because the world changes forms.
Yeah, I think matter is an illusion, right? For sure.
Yeah, I would say the forms are an illusion.
Yeah, the forms are an illusion, but so is matter, for sure.
Yeah. Let's keep riding it out, because I think later, even this text,
the forms are there to explain how matter emanated. So of course the forms are an illusion.
Yeah.
But
yeah, let's keep writing it out. Good stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, way better than on a certain show you went on. I recorded.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, I recorded that entire interaction that you had with those people. Oh my god, dude. So I got 3 hours of that. Hilarious.
I'm sorry that you had to witness that. It's bad.
Yeah, some of it was really bad.
Yeah,
especially when the certain performers online showed up, and
it did feel a little weird at times.
Yeah. So maybe we'll review that. I have an episode of Made by Machine Bob planned. It's going to be called "A Jew, a Dorkadox, and a Hostile Hyperborean." Walking to a bar.
Walking to a bar. Yeah, that's good.
So we're gonna review that one day. So I've saved that for future.
I wanted to say about the fire and the earth. I don't think I heard this mentioned. Is the way I see it is if these are the two sources, then they would have to be existing simultaneously with none preceding the other.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But he's saying earth as matter and fire as cause and agent here is being able to relay to you in words temporally how things work.
Yeah, I think like the agent is all that exists. Like I don't think causes exist. I think it's just effects like all the way down. Right.
You got it. Yes.
So, yeah.
And I don't think Parmenides would argue with that. I don't think he would argue with that
claim.
Right.
Oh yeah. We'd have an interesting discussion about that one for sure.
It is, and a disclaimer here. These fragments, like this one in particular, is Hippolytus. So it's not Parmenides, it's Hippolytus.
Exactly. Right? Oh yeah, of course.
So we're getting glimpses
that
into
bears mentioning. Right. Yeah. And of course they want Parmenides to speak for them. Right, like Aristotle wants Parmenides to speak for him. It's pretty clear how when you read his writings and when
it
you
is
read.
Very clear. It is very clear. Yes,
because it's like so they're
because his opinion changes depending on who the fragment's from. There's a contradictory point, and then
doesn't that happen today? Right?
It absolutely does.
I've stated on the show there's as many philosophies as there are philosophers.
You got it.
And basically like. Each one will twist what the other one said.
Commentary is shit for that reason. Unless you can tell that the guy is not biased and he's like constantly making a disclaimer. That's why I kind of like Rudolf Steiner, not to go on a tangent, but Steiner, when he's mentioning other people's works, he's like, this is him. This is not me. I'm trying my hardest not to interject my mind into this guy's teaching. Like I wish people would do that more.
Yeah, something. This is actually related. I recently watched The Northman, and I'm going to relate it to Parmenides. At the end of the film where the two are fighting, and I think it was in that volcano. I think they call it Hell's Gate, if I remember it correctly.
Yeah.
And he like drove the sword into his heart, and then he died. And then the Valkyrie like took his spear or something and was going to look like the origin in some sense. Do you think the film metaphorically conveyed the heroic death and the transcendence to like the origin and the Parmenidean being, at least like
in part? Yeah, there were some accidental scenes that did that. Yeah, for the most part though, I think they tried to tuck the truth, and that happens, but there were some scenes in there that were very, very based. Like the meeting with the shaman was very based, where the death head speaks. The end is very based.
Well, it's obviously produced by a certain group of people.
Yep. And that's why there's a lot of it that's like nails on chalkboard. It's super cringe, but like, but there are scenes, and I would say so. I would agree with you, Avian, that scene does it. It gets you there for that moment.
Yeah, it was pretty. It has some intense scenes. I agree that those two scenes you mentioned are very intense and profound.
Yeah. The berserker scene where they're out there doing, turning into wolves, turning into the bear skinned. Yeah, that's good stuff.
It seems that throughout the movie, there are like signs, like the ravens that helped him escape when he was tied to the ropes.
Yep.
And then there were other ones like there's like this the whole world is like enriched or with their mythological landscape, like Odin and all of them are like side by side with the people. It's kind of interesting. It makes you wonder, like the power in science, basically. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, in the fundamentals, when you get into the idea of uncreated runes, uncreated letters, essentially, that you get that sense that like the signs can be filled with the life of the gods or the lords or whatever. This is a thing I think paganism.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep picturing like the letters from Sesame Street. You know what I'm saying? Where they're talking.
The letter of the day is
Yeah, I don't know why. Like every time you say uncreated runes, I think of those guys like just like floating around. Yeah, like hey, like we're here.
Actually, one more thing to say though. Actually, you know, I highly recommend you do this if you have time. Play Elden Ring because it also has uncreated runes and a great shattering with polytheistic gods that leads to the world. You can actually have multiple endings in the game based on what you want to do. I think one of the endings actually you can destroy the whole world or something. But it's kind of weird. It's kind of strange. The lore, it does seem like it could have been influenced by.
Yeah, it's weird. I get that sense sometimes when seeing some art out there. I'm like, did he read this book? Because the book is super niche and exclusive. So there's some elements that in this book that I've not found in any other. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Anyway, yeah, let's get into this 20 though.
Yeah, for sure. So it says, but since all things are called light and night, and the names according to their powers are applied to these things, and those all is full at once of light and dark night, both equal, since neither has no share in it. That's very Taoist, pretty much.
Very.
It's like incredibly Taoist statement there. And let me see where this is from. Simplicius, sorry, physics. So yeah, so interesting. Aristotle's Metaphysics, is, it is what it is.
Yeah, he's on timeout.
Yeah,
we got to put him in the corner. Nose first in the corner.
Yeah. Yeah, so he says Parmenides seems to speak more circumspectly at times than Xenophanes and Melissus. Yeah, I mean, those guys are interesting. They have some differences with Parmenides.
Yeah.
Right? Like Melissus seems to bring in this thing called the infinite instead of the eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then Xenophanes, he seems to bring this God business into it. So I don't know if people want that with their Parmenides. You want a little bit of God with your Parmenides, right? Most people would just have it just be him just talking about, because if you go to Zeno, there's no need for any of that, right? So yeah, so you definitely don't need that with Zeno and Parmenides. If you're going to take Zeno and Parmenides as a group, you don't have to really mention anything about God. Just like talk about the way we observe things, pretty much, right? So he goes on to say, for considering that beside what is not is nothing, he concludes that it follows by necessity there is one thing that is, namely what is and nothing else. But being compelled to follow appearances and supposing that what is one according to theory is many according to sensation, he goes on to posit two things as the causes and the sources, calling them both calling them hot and cold. In other words, fire and earth. Okay, so there's another thing, a reference for that fire and earth stuff, of which he classified hot as what is, the other as what is not. Is this also? Here, hold on. Oh shit! I went way far up. Whoops. Okay, give me a second, folks.
Man, it answers our question perfectly in 22. The question we had earlier about, the Empedocles issue. It's just like.
How do you mean?
Just how you brought up Anaximenes, how he postulates air. That's how I see it. So that's where we were in disagreement. But
I never read that, by the way. Yeah, that goes. So you might want to hold up. I'm just kidding. But I don't.
No, you're right. You're right.
But yeah, let me see. Wait,
See, I do think that it's separate, matter and spirit, or if you want to call it fire and earth. But there has to be some sort of force connecting them that basically makes them one.
Yes.
And without this force, you're going to devolve into the Heraclitean existence is at war with itself.
It doesn't make them one. We have to be very nuanced here. It doesn't make them one. It makes the totality one.
But see, that's where I'm getting, because see, even Aristotle here, he's saying that those elements would be part of the seeming, right?
Well, yeah, he's Aristotle.
Yeah, but he's saying there's many according to sensation.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, he has it wrong about the hot is what is, but it's whatever.
Yeah, he's going crazy. But yeah,
he is, because the temporal world, the heat is in the world. The fire is the cold fire.
Right, he's mixing things up, right?
He's mixing things up, yeah.
Because then he says those who make the elements two from the outset. So now he's saying that, as Parmenides, fire and earth make the intermediate elements, such as air and water, mixtures of them. Now, let me read the Anaximenes.
Yes.
Because this is close to what I was...
It's the same thing, except he's putting air. He's putting a monist slant on it. That all is the air.
Well, the air, or I'm just going to call it the force between dualism, is what gives everything life.
I got the fire.
Yeah, it's almost like there's two groups. Like there's a fire and earth group and an air and water group. And also the air and water group is totally fake and gay. All right. That's what I'm saying. But, yeah, I'm on team fire and earth.
That's so good.
I got some matches. Sulfur.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, light it up.
Okay, I light the one match, makes a fire, and I continue the fire in my cigarette.
Right.
So
I need a cigarette too.
Where's the fire originated? Matches into
Majestica, blessings. I appreciate you.
So the
Aquarius.
four.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah.
The 4 into 1. So your 4 fingers into 1 finger means shh, be quiet, Rocky. You're giving too many secrets out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just initiated the whole fucking panel. That's crazy.
Rocky is the rock.
The 4 into 1. It's the 4 fingers secret club.
The 4 fingers secret club.
So it's not as bad as I thought, honestly. It just says here the Anaximenes said the principle is unlimited, boundless air out of which come to be things that are coming to be, things that have come to be, and things that will be. Right. So see, there's all different categories for types of becoming here. Right.
Yeah.
And God's and divine things, even, right? Even these things come to be. Can you imagine that, right? Good Lord. The rest, the rest come to be out of the products of this. The form of air is the following: when it is most even, it is invisible, but it is revealed by cold and hot, and the wet and movement. It is always moving, for all things undergo change. Would not change unless we're moving. For when it becomes condensed and finer, it appears different. For when it dissolved into what is finer, it comes to be fire. And on the other hand, air comes to be winds, and it becomes condensed. Cloud results from air through felting, and water, when it happens to a greater degree. When condensed still more, it becomes earth. And when it reaches the absolutely densest state, it becomes stones, Hippolytus.
Yeah.
My
Motion
fire
is
becomes
just
smoke.
perception.
And this is why he places air, because his ultimate principle is arche. So he's trying to pick the element closest that closest represents arche. So yeah, that would make sense if you believe that arche is the pinnacle. But I think Parmenides is more correct. You just start with being. Like, why do all the gay shit? Why are you like, these guys are scientists. These guys are physicists. Parmenides, I don't think he's more of an idealist. Like, he's a metaphysician. He's the first metaphysician. These other guys couldn't get there. They were like, they didn't have, I don't think they truly understood it. That's the weird thing.
You're talking about Thales?
No, Anaximenes.
Anax.
He's a
Thales
student
is
of.
the one saying is water.
No,
Yeah, it seemed like he's a
Anaximenes
student
is
of that
air.
guy.
Yeah.
Well, it's arche, but it's when he picks an element, it's air. And there's a lot of good argument that what TML just said sounds very appealing. There's New Agers that talk about this.
Well, air, to me, air is one of the fundamental factors of, I mean, there's oxygen in water. It takes oxygen for fire, even oxygen to sustain the earth as far as vegetation and any type of...
Yeah, the Hebrews think this too. I think the Jews preferred this over everything because it was like the breath that gave rise to all the other layers of the subtle body and even the elements. It's like the mediator between the fire and the water.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they use, the ideal of the adversary as the prince of the air.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, and not to go too far on a tangent, but it also deals with the vectors. So like water and earth have downward vectors, and they're restricted to downward vectors. But the air and the fire have omnidirectional vectors. That's why when you read grimoires, the spirits are never water spirits or earth spirits. They're either infernal or they're aerial. And that's because those two elements reside. Those are what fill up the sublunary realm. But yeah. Let's continue because 22 is pretty on point. It's even Aristotle claims it right there, or at least he has the balls enough to step up and say it correctly when it comes to Parmenides. Yeah. Those who make two from the outset. Period.
Yeah. I read it already.
Yeah.
Here's to water.
Yeah.
Here's to water. Cheers.
What about physicists that support block universe or like the block time? Have you heard of block time?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I just mentioned it, right?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, you did? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it was that's a good.
Yeah, it gets pretty crazy. Like, because he starts talking about the ether and all this stuff.
Here's to fresh water. Always seeks level in a flat container. Here's to water.
I don't adhere to block universe because it's smashing being and becoming together.
Can never spin a ball. Can never spin a ball. Can never spin a ball.
I mean, you say that a lot, Hyperborean, but I don't understand because your model separates them. But by separating them and saying that being and becoming exists simultaneously, that's smashing them together. Because I'd say becoming is ultimately a choice that we make where we're trying to make being become something that it's not, which is impossible.
The thinker, though, what I'm saying is you do not exist as matter. Matter exists.
I agree.
But you are not matter. You are spiritual. And you can take your pick. If you take your material, that's fine or whatever, right? But I'm saying you can't be both.
Drink clean water from your own well.
Well, I think
you can exist in
being is just the terms of frequencies, and where is your perception lying in being?
No, that comes later though. Frequency comes later. That's motion, extension, emanation. That's all movement in the temporal realm. We're talking
frequency.
frequency.
Coordinates within being.
Coordinates, I like that word better than frequency, at least.
Well, that's what a frequency is. It's just a coordinate within being, just like time, just like
No, a
space.
frequency is not just a coordinate.
No, it has wavelengths and measurement.
Yeah, it's measurement.
Variables.
It's how frequent something arises. This has
But
nothing
it
to do with
relies
that.
on time.
Yeah, I'm saying this has nothing to do with that. That's why I said frequency is
Because it
just wrong.
relies on time. It exists within coordinates.
Being does not rely on time. Not
No,
even
I'm saying
close.
frequencies do.
Yeah, that's why I'm separating frequency from true being, which is the eternal. The eternal has nothing to do with time.
Okay, the only way I really can describe time is like a movie that's made up of frames or a book that's made up of pages. And the only way that we can read it or watch the movie is to go by it page by page or word by word or frame by frame. But at the end of it, it's one story or one motion picture. So frequencies are just frames within that motion picture. That's why I call them coordinates.
Well, you're getting down to Planck measurement then, if you're looking at it in frames.
Imagine if these frames were transparent to a certain degree and not fully transparent, but opaque enough, right, to where one looks like one. And then beneath that frame, you can see through it and you see another frame, and then the other, and then the other, and then the other for an infinite amount of frames. And you don't do anything. You don't move any of them, but you just use your awareness, right? Your gaze. You look into the frames. They don't move, but they're there, and they're not even spatially separate. It's so hard to explain movement in eternity because that's the wrong word. Modal even fails. Analog fails. You can only intuit what this movement is in the eternal, and you got to really, really think deep about it. You can come up with analogies for it to help people, intuit it themselves, but no, it's not a movie reel. It's not that.
Well, I'm saying it's like a movie reel. That's just my frame of reference for it that makes it easier to understand as an analogy.
Yeah.
But of course, it's beyond that. It's
You're not
anything
moving
that
like a
our
reel.
language can use.
No, velocity too is I use instead of time space. I follow the secular nature of things, but velocity to me is the perimeter, like the velocity is the speed of light. That sets up a kind of a relevancy to understanding the motion of frame by frame or Planck scale word confined within a velocity.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like a photon going at the speed of light, you're just at a different perception of things. If you're that, but that's really all it comes down to. And I think Hyperborean was saying it a little bit. Is all it is aligning your perception within being, and this is what movements is. It's not really movement. It's just sensing something else.
Yeah, it's like it's static, but you can gaze on multiple static things.
Yeah, and this is what I mean by being is big, because it's literally endless and limitless possibilities, so many that we can't even really fathom them.
Yes.
Fathom the
Yeah,
amount.
Dogen argues that kind of stuff. Like, it's just static things you can gaze, like that's what he sees as time being. But, there's a lot of debate about that because it's hard to interpret, but there are some interpretations where Dogen is arguing it's like static things you can gaze on or something. Like, ties to non-arising, the idea of non-arising.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the only other alternative I can think of would be arising, would be where each second or each moment is different from each other moment, and it's trying to become something that it wasn't. And basically, there would just be no basis in anything because it would just be something else each second of its existence. And this is why Heraclitus would describe it as war, because it's ultimately just trying to change itself to no end. Because the moment it stops, the moment it becoming, if it was all becoming, if the ontological truth was becoming, if it did reach its end, that would be it for everything.
Yeah, that sounds like Mainlander. You know, you go,
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Mindlander, Philip Mindlander.
Yeah.
That's what he thinks.
Well, in a way, yeah. It's like extinction eventually through. Well, he tries the shortcut to it, but yeah, that's how he would see the cosmos, that it's racing towards that. And you can just accept that and actually speed up the process.
Yeah, this is where you get stuff like Frankism and accelerationism.
I think Mindlander is less moral about it, though. It's more like honorable suicide or something like that. I don't know.
I think Mindlander will promote sadism and, you know, stuff like that, like the Frankists or Sabbateans. I don't think he would do that.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to burn myself, right, pretty much with this chicken here. So it is what it is.
Are you eating right now? Do you want me to read 23?
Oh yeah, that would be excellent.
Yeah. Before you do, gentlemen, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. Always, TML panelists, you guys are great. I appreciate being here with you, and I bid you a first day of the new year pass. So enjoy.
You too, man.
Yeah, peace, Access. Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right, 23, y'all.
Is Kem there? Does he want to say something first, maybe? I don't know.
No, I was just jumping in when I had a little bit. One of the other loser drama panels has decided to make me the focus, and instead of going up there and making them money, I thought I'd come over here and hang out with you.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was curious, and this is off topic, I was curious if you guys, just because of the space launch today and all that, if anyone was interested in discussing so one of the things I never get here brought up is the inverse square law. And you guys seem, some of you guys around here seem intelligent enough. And CT's panel was talking about this stuff today, and I almost jumped up there, but I just didn't feel like drama. But any of you guys have any thoughts on that and the communications from the moon?
It's done on April Fools. What else? What more do you need?
Oh no, I'm good on that one today. I'm kind of talking about they were talking about like the moon landing in general and the radio communications of that event. And most people would stay away from the inverse square law, which I dealt with a lot with light.
Yeah.
And that's what transferred over when I started investigating stuff, and I'm like, wait, radio communications live at that time? And, you know, I don't necessarily believe I don't believe the mainstream narrative of almost anything, including that. So, but that being said, it's just, so if you guys weren't having, or even if you talked about it before, so I didn't want to derail anything. I was just like, it's just kind of, I knew maybe some of you guys had at least brains enough to give some input.
Of course. Yeah, no, it's old within that flat earth community. It's like, I found out about the inverse square applying to the electromagnetic spectrum in like 2013. Yes, you're right. It does apply. That is a thing. Yep. No matter what the frequency is, the inverse law applies. So
when you look at the mileage and just start asking for technology at the time and this and that, and again, it goes both ways. I believe there's evidence to damn near at this point in my life prove whatever angle you want to take in things. Unfortunately, but yeah.
You don't even need to take it that far because there's footage of cameras recording the astronauts on set, like behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, no, I'm hip to all of it. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a question. It's really just that one specific part. If there was any opposing side, I'm more curious what the people that try to explain it away would say is, I guess, what I'm specifically asking. I'm
yeah,
100.
no, I never have heard an explanation for how to explain it away ever. Nope.
And I don't hear any of the big brains, even talk about it, and then I don't hear them get questioned on it. So it's like, it's kind of anywhere I see, and just because today being what it is, I was like, it was kind of on everyone's mind. So I was like, man, it's kind of one of those things I'd like to get. The
only way you could get around it is if you increase the intensity, right? So that variable of intensity,
like a laser beam, but that has its.
But we know the technology that they had, and there's no,
right.
There's no point made about how the intensity differs from any other technological device or how it's some magnificent technological feat,
Right. And even, I heard big, super big brain dude talking about it, and he actually got into, cause he, like a lot of these guys that are into, shortwave or I'm spacing it, but the one everyone does, ham radio. A lot of, they're super hip on, broadcast distance and frequency and balancing, just whatever's available. Like they're pretty hip, power of an antenna and anyway, that being said, he got into, even if the best technology were available, the amount of power that it would take just to send a transmission for that long, he was like, you would need battery banks, even with the most advanced batteries now. He's like, you would need more batteries than that thing could even hold, even if you didn't have people. That's where it got deep, where I was like, oh wow, like I didn't even think about that. Even if the technology to broadcast is there, okay, you can use a power station on Earth, but how are you broadcasting? And so that's. I'm glad you guys are at least. It's cool to have people that are at least hip to it.
Yeah, you would need like terahertz time, powered 10 times the power, -17 or something like that. It would be the number is crazy that you would need, and there's no devices like that, not that I know of or whatever.
Yeah, and to have a two-way communication, all that. We're on the same page. It's just one of many things that don't add up when you start doing the real math that like everyone tells you, oh, just trust it. And it's like, okay, but then you eventually get older and start checking stuff, and it's like, wait, how come none of the math actually maths when you get down to these?
Yeah, that's funny
Math
because
ain't mathing.
Math ain't mathing, bro.
I think Peter Levenda has good work on what was actually going on during the space race, and he points to an alliance of German scientists from World War II,
the Unholy Alliance,
various Americans and other astrophysicists, dudes like Jack Parsons, and they basically got
Parsons is a wild one.
Yeah, he's a nut job. But they basically got together and they made these rockets for dual purposes.
Right.
To go to space and to make nuclear weapons or ICBMs. And neither of these, I think, are real. They have rockets, but they're just for show. I'm fairly confident. Because if the people are coming together and they're making these things, and then they got like the same people working in the US connected to people in the USSR and connected to people in China, and they're all making the space race and the nuclear weapons at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, what's really going on here?
Yeah, no, it's a psyop for sure.
Yeah.
You guys want to get back into Parmenides, or do we
want
to keep riffing on the
I appreciate the brief digression. Good.
Well, it's funny
And we
because
can
he's
keep
going to get
going
into his ideas of cosmology and his primitive, the primitive cosmology of Plato is far superior and much more advanced than basically Newton, because they understood like energy exists like even in like empty space and so on and so forth. So they understood fundamental things, right? Like that fire was like they understood space is basically fire, which is much more closer to what it really is.
Yeah.
I would say it's all electricity, magnetism, and dielectricity.
Yeah, you're getting
So
more
I guess
like the plasma.
I'm curious. Can you elaborate why you say space or they say space is fire? I just because my inherent thought was always that it would be water.
Well, because it's infinitely dense, right? There's a nature abhors a vacuum, and you can't just have things floating in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I thought
It's a
water.
plenum. It's not a vacuum. Yeah,
exactly.
It's full. It's not empty in any space. There's no space. Space is the misnomer. Using the word space is what
I agree.
I think it's more like a bloodstream is what I think it's like. And then planets are like cells within a bloodstream.
Think of the Van in terms for you, Kim, if you're on the the flat earth or the space isn't real tip, think of like the Van Allen belts or something. You have real scientists who come into an issue after they pass low Earth orbit, LEO. They come across a heat, an intense heat, but not just heat, radioactivity.
So you're basically equating high radioactivity with fire, kind of?
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, but then it goes even more subtle than that. Yeah. There's something in the magical traditions called the hidden fire or the secret fire mentioned in alchemical texts.
So ether, is that equivalent to what would be the word just to describe it? Is it like ether?
Yeah, you could say ether. Yeah, I'm not saying I don't necessarily agree that it's as accurate as it can be, but that's a good one to start with. Yeah.
They also pretty much, if you go to like a lot of texts and sources, they pretty much say like there's ethereal spirits that are just basically composed of a smokeless fire, and there's also man, and he's composed of clay, which is fire and earth. Right.
Yes.
So that's basically just say.
Yeah. No, I get that.
That's the infernal. If you look at medieval cosmological maps, it's usually like this image of concentric circles, kind of, or like a Russian nesting doll. You got circles that go up on circles outward to wider diameters. You'll notice that most of them mark the elements right in the center. They start in the order.
Really?
Yeah, so you'll see Earth, and it's labeled with the sign of Earth or whatever, the alchemical sign of Earth. And then you'll have water, which rests on the Earth.
Yeah, no, I definitely have tripped on just the concept of ether, and yeah, like it's a good enough way to describe what I would say. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I say it thins out and gets more or thick, depending on how you perceive it. Like TML said, dense, right? It gets more subtle. So like ether, it even goes beyond that. Well,
I'm using it. It's this primitive word too, because I've tripped hard on electromagnetism.
Yeah, most magicians will say that ether is the ground, right? They stop there. They'll say all the elements arise out of the ether, but I think it goes further than that.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, no, I believe like people can, not that I believe it's good to do, but people can control the elements. Like I've been convinced.
It's a main part of magical curriculum.
Right. It's it's not just a euphemism.
Yeah, so I have recovered from this hot sauce or whatever. So I'm just gonna go ahead and read.
Oh, that's why you said that. I was wondering. I was like, why is he gonna?
Oh yeah,
just let it cool down if it's that hot.
crazy ghost peppers and whatnot.
Oh,
Crazy
okay,
stuff,
okay,
yeah.
that's
Insanity.
why. Got it.
The insanity sauce, yeah, and whatnot. So where are we here?
23.
You're about to
23.
read
Yeah. Yeah. For since it is natural, and he's gonna mention the ether, I believe, right? For since it is natural, as they say, for the hot to separate and the cold to combine things, and for each of the other, each of the others either to act or to be acted upon, they conclude that from and through them, everything else comes to be and perishes. Okay, so so let's go to this. Yeah. So you want to say something on that?
Yeah, no, it's pretty straightforward. He's just elaborating on the idea that that was mentioned before about the fire and the earth being hot and cold, and through these two things, things change their form. Like whether you heat something up and it melts, or you freeze something into a solid.
Yeah.
One also moves vectors. That's an interesting concept. When I first started alchemy, that was one of the first newbie realizations that I had through the process, was observing how heat makes water rise. And it's basic physics shit or whatever, but these guys were way ahead of their time. So this is kind of a brilliant in the past, this far in the past.
Right. Yeah. So cosmology and astronomy, it says, you shall know the ethereal nature of and all the signs in aether. So check that out. And the unseen works. Yeah. Yeah. And the unseen works of the pure torch of the blazing sun. Whence they came to be, you shall learn the revolving works and the round-eyed moon and her nature. And you shall know surrounding heaven whence it grew and how necessity led it in shackles to keep the limits of the stars. So I think that it's interesting that the naming, right? Because as Buddha explained earlier, the naming and the signs are part of this whole schema, right? They're part of like an ontological separation, right? Between what is and what is not, right? Or I mean, what comes to be, right? Because he says, once they came to be, right?
Yeah.
The stars were real. They came from above.
Yeah, but also, like, though things come to be, there's also this idea where necessity holds it in shackles or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what's interesting is that most
as above, so below.
Most semiotics start from Aristotelian assumptions, but that doesn't have to be the case. I think one would make a more Parmenidean semiotics. So, though I do think maybe Nimrod pretty much does that himself, but I think one could make different. One could be influenced by or make different kinds. But yeah, it's interesting though. But like Jesper Hoffmeyer and all those people, they start from Aristotelian assumptions, but that doesn't have to be the case. Because that. Because that's philosophy. Because philosophy does underpin how people frame and interpret scientific findings. You see what I'm trying to do?
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. It's the top thing that does it, and it's also hijacked a lot of religious stuff. So it's kind of weird. It's crept in.
Yeah. So necessity here. This is, I think, a very important point in Parmenidean cosmology. Necessity, and this is also Clement reminder. Right. So, but still, I think he's right. Because let me take this slowly here. Parmenides says the eternal is limited. And that's true. This is where Xenophanes fucked up. It's because it's hard to perceive why that's
because he says he says it's kind of like
it's
unbound, like
Milesis,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, which reduces it to a monism too. By the way, these
so,
guys.
So you like that better?
No, I'm about to explain why this is
No,
not.
I know.
That.
No, I know. I know you like the other one better, right? Is what I'm trying to say. Right?
Oh, out of Xenophanes and Milesis?
No, I'm saying that you reject Xenophanes and Milesis, and you accept Parmenides' limitation, right?
Yes, and this is exactly why. Right here is because the eternal has a limitation, and the limitation is that it can't be not eternal, right? It can't be temporal. It can't be impermanent. That's its only limitation. Now, listen, the word necessity here, it's used more so in a philosophical sense. We're talking about like necessity and contingency.
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah. They've capitalized it, but I'm wondering if but see, that's anachronistic, is it not? Because because they're throwing Avicenna into Parmenides. I don't know.
Well, Avicenna would be influenced by Aristotle, right? Clement would be influenced by Aristotle.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like they're for them to put necessity in there with a capital N, that's word concept fallacy they're committing, right?
Well, I mean, let's ignore that, right? Let's just talk about. I know the capital thing.
You know what I'm saying, though, right?
I do, and you can see it that way. That's why Clement is retarded. That's why anyone after Aristotle is retarded, and I think me and you both get this. But the necessity contingency issue boils down to eternal and temporal, because contingency relies on a cause. This does not. This is something that's bound by eternity, which is causeless. So it's out of necessity. Hopefully that makes sense. But the limitation thing. Hopefully that makes sense.
I don't know if it makes sense or not.
If the eternal was infinite, then it could be not eternal. So that's a problem.
Went right over my head.
Right. Probably 90% of people. It's like me and Hospital are talking to like 3 people right now, pretty much. That's the way the show works.
So basically, the necessity versus contingency. So Parmenides says the eternal is limited. The eternal has a limitation, and the limitation is it cannot be eternal. It can't be temporal. So contingency relies on a cause. Being does not bound to eternity and causeless. So,
this is why.
Like Buddha nature.
Well, I would say we are part of being, and being has separated itself in a finite expression known as us. So through us, being does experience temporality.
No,
you're claiming to be being.
You're saying that. The problem is you're saying it's derivative.
Not through us. It just is split. It's not through you.
I said within us.
You're not
like
matter.
A fractal contains the whole. No,
you're not matter. You belong to one side.
You are the consciousness within matter that
not your
brings
consciousness.
The body to life.
You're not your consciousness. You're not your mind.
You are the thing that animates the body, basically, and this is your soul.
You're not your soul. We can keep trying, though.
What are you? What are
You're
you?
just
then?
awareness. You're just pure, unadulterated awareness. We can call that. We can identify that activity with spirit. You are not matter.
You're 3 in 1.
So it's not within
body,
you, right? With the real you, there's one thing,
soul,
and it's spirit.
Spirit, body, soul, and spirit. You're 3 in 1.
But it's the fire. You
soul,
are not. Your real self is not Earth.
Like the Trinity.
Look, the spirit is.
We'll get to that later, though.
In the image
of God. I have a quick question.
Let's not spurg out.
Yeah, I have a quick question for Hyperborean.
I think that's right.
Have you studied the Vedanta figures like Shankara and like Ramanuja and the other guys?
I have not.
Yeah. I think you would love them, really, because they basically argue what you just said.
Yeah, they make similar points. Yeah,
drop them in my in the DM on the Discord, please.
Yeah.
Prabhupada is like some sort of Neoplatonist. It's weird. Right?
Yeah,
he's escaped, into some weirdness. But
one book with many chapters, 3 chapters, one book, the 3 in 1, body, soul, and spirit. You are 3 in 1. You have a body, soul, and a spirit. You're made in the image of God. You have a body, soul.
Yeah.
Jesus is the soul. The Father is the soul. Jesus is the body. And the Spirit is the Holy Spirit. So you have the 3 in 1 Father.
So the Christians don't even posit that.
They don't understand that.
Of course, but I would say that that's wrong too, though. But even the Christians won't even agree with that.
I would say Rocky's onto something. I would say the spirit is basically God or the magnetism which flows through all electricity and dielectricity.
There's a tripartite soul in Plato, right?
It's the Trinity. We're made in the image of God.
The soul
Father,
is the
Father,
individual
nobody sees the
expression
soul.
of the soul.
Nobody has seen the soul.
Or of the
That's
spirit.
Father. Nobody has seen the soul. That's the Father. The Son
Except
is
Moses.
the embodiment. The Son, the manifest. The Son is the body. Our body. That's the manifestation of our soul and our spirit. The Spirit is the Holy Spirit. So you have your body, which is the Son of Jesus came in the flesh. You have the body. Then you have the soul, which is the Father, who's no one's ever seen the Father. And then you have the power of the Holy Spirit. That's the Spirit, part of the body and the soul, and it's all one. Just like you're one. You're a body, soul, and spirit. You're one. Yet 3. Like a book has many, the Bible has many books. It's one, but it's many books.
There's so many problems with this, but I'm not going to spurg out. I'm gonna remain focused here. Stay strong.
And all right, yeah, it gets kind of interesting here. I'll only read like a few more of these, and then I'll move on to Shang Tzu. All right,
the one.
So we'll see what it is.
Simplicius.
This motherfucker.
This motherfucker.
Simplicius. Yeah, it's such a like weird I don't know if it's Simplicius or
Simplicius. Yeah, Simplicius.
Yeah, that's the simplest way I could say it. The simplest.
But I've always heard people say Damascus, so I don't know.
Yeah.
He's a simp for somebody.
I could probably put it simpler, Rocky.
Simp.
The spirit is God, the soul is the individual expression of God, and then the body is you now, which your soul is in.
That's Synarchic Wisdom 101.
Well, I go the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. The Father is the soul.
You know, why not call the spirit what it is? The mother.
The Son is the body, and the Spirit is
the mother.
You can't have
lives in
the father, the mother, the child.
Yeah, I think Twilight would agree with that, maybe. Right?
You
Yeah,
can't have the mother in the Trinity.
Yeah. Heretic.
Can't have, actual 1-1 correspondence.
Sometimes the Spirit is called Spirit of Wisdom, and sometimes wisdom is called a feminine pronoun.
It's feminine.
The Holy Spirit would have to be feminine then.
Seek wisdom. Seek her at the gates. Seek her at the gates. Seek wisdom. Seek understanding. And then you can mess with the knowledge shit later.
Yeah, there's 3 here. It says Parmenides says he is beginning to speak about sensible things, how earth, sun, and moon, common ether, the milk of heaven, uttermost Olympus, and the hot might of the stars were set in motion to come into being. So yeah, and earlier we discussed how he wrote the poem in the same way that Homer wrote his poetry. So he's mentioning Olympus here. Also,
are you talking about hexameter or whatever?
Yeah,
or?
hexameter. Yeah, and also yeah, it's like dialectic or something, hexameter or some shit like that. But yeah, and also it's interesting that Heraclitus says that the fire that he's talking about is actually just Zeus. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, that's pretty weird. But yeah, so then it says, and he gives birth of things that comes to be and perish down to the parts of living things, for the narrower rings are full of unmixed fire. Those over with night and portions of flame follows after. In the midst of these is the deity who steers all things. Interesting wording, because I think Anaximander uses the same wording, and so does Heraclitus, this idea of steering all things, right? Which steering, the word for steering is Kuberneticos. Do you remember that one? Right, like steering or governing is Kubernetics.
Yeah.
So that's where they get cybernetics from. Isn't that weird?
Or government, right?
Yeah.
Goober, because K and G or C and
right,
G.
Goober. Yeah, exactly. Goober. Yeah, so that's where the word comes from, incidentally. It's the same word as cyber.
You're right. You're right.
So that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
The C and the S become interchangeable.
I always change the word government to gooberment.
Yeah, exactly.
Goober.
Yeah, that's closer to the OG, but yeah.
Continue.
So for she rules over frightful childbirth and copulation of all things, sending the female to mingle with the male, and again contrariwise the male to mingle with the female. Holy smokes. So I guess he's it's as we were saying before, the birth of humans is determined by these elements, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Now there's
this specifically refers to the night, the day and the night dichotomy.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
he mentions that's part of Parmenides' cosmology.
Yeah, no, this ATLANTIS. Okay, let's check this out. This is a huge one. We'll read two of these, and then we'll go to the next text that we have, which is the Shangzu. Yeah, go ahead. Whoever was trying to say.
I was just gonna try to get in for you. Got another one talking about. Man, I used to trip that stars were like the archetype projection of all creatures. Like each individual star was a different archetype projector.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, I think that might be Hyperborean's thing. Aren't they like giants or something, right?
Not the constellations per se, but like literally each star, and then potentially like the sun and the moon are then like the projectors for humans.
Well, no, all of them would be. Steiner gave a really good analogy for this. He says how subtle the effects work are similar to, he said, imagine putting yourself in the center of a round table, and you have just the zodiac, for instance. You have 12 different individuals sitting at a round table on the encompassing the circumference of a round table, and you're in the center. Now slowly turn and gaze at each one of these individuals, and you'll notice subtly different sensations, intuitions of who these people might be. It's kind of like getting a sense of people when you walk into a room but you haven't met people. Is this making sense, or is this too far out?
No, I think I'm tracking.
Yeah, so it's subtle. It's not like they're actually speaking to you, right? It's not like they're opening their mouth and saying, do this behavior, be this way. But instead, it's something that really subtle that you don't even need to be there. There doesn't even necessarily need to be communication between the two. It's like noticing. Think of animal magnetism or something. Like in school, have you ever had the experience of like turning around and somebody staring at you, and the reason you turned around is because you felt some kind of something was looking at you? Think of it that way. It's like the gazes of these individuals, these spirits who have unique character amongst themselves, and none are alike, impart that, through a gaze, through this relationship of like between you and it.
Right. The gaze is like the projection that I was saying.
Yeah, like
is that?
Yeah, like the eyes of an individual looking at another. Yeah.
Yeah, I think of the stars not as projections, but as reflections. So this gaze would be like looking in the mirror to see someone who is in a different area. But it's not really looking at the thing for what it is. It's looking at a reflection of the person.
I see.
Yeah, that's another
Ancient astrology and cosmology would posit what you're claiming, Kim, that most of these spirits, especially pagans, most of these stars, this isn't Jungian. This isn't like reflections of the self. The ancients would say that they are living entities. They're beings.
Yeah, like on some level. This is definitely more a thing I've thought, not a belief I have, just to be like it's something that could be proven to me, but is not something I could even believe that I have enough proof for. It's just like, wow, I kind of had this discernment, like if I'm going to think outside the given cosmology we have, like what the hell is going on?
Yeah, you can look at a constellation like another analogy would be like a government in the world, right? In another country somewhere, and it affects your government. That's how subtle it would work. Like this government has certain principles and behaviors, that it exerts.
Yeah, it's like the base fundamental piece of it, but it doesn't dictate like any of the ongoings of the daily survival.
Well, it's
does. Literally like the projection, almost like in my thought, the projection of the essence of the being, but not the spirit. Like God's spirit still, creates the life here, the energy, but the kind of like the containment of each thing is kind of, I'm losing it, but you know what I'm saying. I think you do, at least. Like the star is just the essence of it, not the root. And even it's not like we're talking about holograms or anything.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now we're on the same page. I get what you're saying. You mean substance wise, like it's actual makeup, physical makeup, whatever that may be.
It's projecting an essence, not like one big theater.
If we're on the same page, you are right. Yeah, it's not projecting its spirit per se. That thing is immaterial, but it's the essence, it's the light, the electromagnetic spectrum that actually makes it. It's the rays, right? That's why all these occult traditions always talk about the importance of rays and the angles of rays. That's really important in astrology.
Yeah, I mean, like on some level, I do see it where it's like, just how light radiates from a source in pretty much all directions. And, I mean, I don't know how much this would play into it for what, as far as from your perspective, but like, as far as like just even how we explain the physics, I went down and I still am kind of here, where like there are no particles or waves. It's more induction
or perturbation. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like field perturbation, right? Exactly.
Yeah, that's a that's a wild spur nerd tangent. I think
total. I know. I'm sorry, but
no,
yeah.
don't apologize. I'm just saying this could derail and take some minutes for sure.
Yeah,
but,
no, we don't even need to get into it. We could like just the fact you would know. We talk about it later, but like, yeah, just when I think about how things actually work, and when I talked about electromagnetism, it all plays like together, kind of, as far as just how I interpret and how when I hear other people giving their interpretation, it's like, oh, okay, how does that, how do things work? How could they see it from that way and me see it from this way, even if it's like totally different? Just because, once the brainwashing fades away, it's like interesting how you can accept so many other different concepts, even if you don't have to like believe them. All right, I'm done with my nerd.
No, man, appreciate the insight. Yeah, we can get into that more later too.
Some of these things too, it's kind of like been on my mind. I don't jump up very often, so there's not many people I can even bring it up with that understand the vocabulary enough to like, not even, I don't, it's not like I have something to prove. It's like, hey, fuck, can you add or take away from this? Because I got to a point where now no one around me can even talk about it. So yeah, that's kind of where I think part of it comes from for me too.
I don't know how frequent you are on this panel or to this channel, but this would be a place where you can
more, but yeah,
he's watched since the very beginning of the channel.
Yeah, I was around a lot in the beginning, and then life has just kind of taken me away from the internet a little bit. But when I am around, I usually at least pop in. Even though honestly, I don't comment. Even I probably should, but a lot of times I just pop in and listen a little bit, and then I get busy, do whatever. But TML is definitely one of the few real ones that I still consider on here.
Yeah,
like that I would actually meet in real life and not be fucking skeptical. I would just, like he's been real from the beginning, and it's a breath of fresh air, even though he's around.
You know better than me that this would be the channel to actually build on those ideas, right?
No, 100%. I haven't even brought it up to anyone other than here. That's why I think I spurred a little bit, because it's just like, oh fuck, and there's a few people up here. Like a lot of times it's just a couple of people, and so it's really didn't even feel comfortable. Like, and sometimes he does a little more of an open panel too, so I didn't know so many people. That's what it was. To be fair, didn't. I just kind of hit asked for the link once I got here, but no, you guys are always so welcoming too. TML's, I mean, bro, honestly, this is so focused and contained, even if with a derail, considering how it used to go. It used to be like him giving a presentation like this, and then a 2-hour fucking drama argument derail was how it started.
Yeah, I think that still happens.
Oh, does it? Fuck, I need to skim through.
There's days I allowed to happen. There's days where then I stopped dropping the link for a while. And,
that's what I noticed. Stopped it. And I remember I kind of peripherally saw that you were getting attacked or something too. So I was like,
if we get,
always keeping an eye.
Yeah, if we get backed up, we like the attacks, but if we get backed up, then that seems to be a problem, because then I'll have to just close the the panel down and just move to just giving the just me talking, right? So that'll happen for hours and hours, and I don't actually lose viewers if I do that. So there's no worries. I think Avian's been trying to come into something. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I found something interesting from Steiner just now. Looking on the website, I'll just read this quickly. At that time, in Zoroaster's time, completely different signs were needed, a completely different writing to make sense of this. This ancient writing was in the heavenly bodies. Zoroaster attributed both contradictions to something higher. He needed symbols. During the day, the sun passes through part of the zodiac. The day sun is Ormas. The night sun is Ahriman. Ormas is associated with one half of the zodiacal signs, and Ahriman with the other. There is a common basis for good and evil. In an ever-widening arc, the circle becomes flatter and flatter, finally becoming a straight line, infinity. A circle with an infinite diameter is a representation of the infinite passage of time. The past holds back. The future is for progress, uplifting. So you can see how he's kind of a synarchist here, but the entire zodiac is actually a line imagined as a minimized circle. So I don't know, Akran, I think the serpent Akran is the image of infinite time. But yeah, I just wanted to read that paragraph because if I was interested in it.
Yeah, there's some synarchic elements I could see within Nietzsche and Steiner for sure sometimes, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Steiner is as much as I love the guy and I used to be a Rosicrucian, like full blown, it's full blown synarchy tardism. It's it's bad. It's like,
yeah, Nietzsche basically says like Parmenides is retarded for no reason. You know,
how
it's
dare
like,
him, heretic.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like, what's your deal, bro?
Yeah, Steiner's like, progress, bro. It's real. We're good. Everyone will get there. We're all gonna make it, man.
But about Schopenhauer, though, because I don't know. I've read a bit of Schopenhauer, but for Schopenhauer, the will in itself is aspatial, atemporal. I gotta double check that again. So wouldn't Schopenhauer be closer to Parmenides or not? Something compared to
Closer than Nietzsche and Steiner, yeah, for sure.
But he thinks like the will devours itself.
Yeah, there's a problem there.
Yeah, Nietzsche's right, except for he's not right that like a will that's basically in conflict to all other wills that affirms itself. All right, there's agreement between wills that affirm themselves. Sometimes I don't know. So I think Nietzsche's being a little bit too. Obviously, he's relying too much on Heraclitus there, right? But the fact is like, Schopenhauer. He's right about Schopenhauer, right? A pessimist doesn't play the flute, and so on and so forth.
What do you mean the will consumes itself?
Like, I'm like basically like Schopenhauer said, like there's a bug where if you tear its two parts, like you tear the bug in half, the two parts will start fighting each other. And he said everybody's like that. Man, it's kind of fucked up. Man. It's kind of a fucked up way to look at yourself. But yeah.
You tear the bug in half, both parts.
But okay, I guess
think of it this way. He basically says when the will chases itself, it inevitably has to eat itself.
That's what I guess I'm trying to.
The term is hungry.
Understand is the will chasing itself. I guess I'm not
because the self is self-referential. It's when the will tries to figure out what it is, it eats itself. But this is coming from TML.
When the will tries to figure out what.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with it. Yeah, that's right.
It's not a.
I'm really just trying to follow. So when the will is trying to
water. When you're talking so much, drink some water.
Well, Schopenhauer was influenced by Spinoza.
Can I just get this because you guys are pretty high level, and I want to see if I'm keeping up. So the will, as opposed to trying to affect the world, turns and tries to understand itself, and that would be the point at which it would devour itself.
Well, he just says deny the will. Like he just
says the will is unintelligible.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had such this is very interesting. I had a philosophy professor that, basically the main one I had in college that used to always say he didn't think anyone under 30 should even take philosophy or read it, just because without life experience. And I'm just saying it because now that I'm 50, it's like even the concept of will, 10, 20 years ago, what I would have thought of and how I lived and, was very driven by it, and how I would conceive of will now in my life and how it's like almost gone. So it's a very interesting concept. Just when you bring up, I'm like, oh, this, like,
it's like this. It's like will and action precede like mind and thought, but they also encompass them, pretty much.
Totally.
Yeah. You can say that the will and the action is the mechanism by which it eats the mind's thoughts.
Right.
It like projects outward as things that are to be consumed.
And so then does it reverse where the thoughts then eat the will?
No, his ultimate end is to deny it. He's saying to escape the self-eating. Because then when you do that, you realize that it's nothing matters. Then that's where real peace lies, is in the fact that it's all empty.
And you don't agree with this, TML?
I kind of
agree. I agree with some of his, explanation of what's going on, but I don't agree with his solution to what he's saying is going on. All right.
And can you give me like the what his solution is again?
All there is left to do is nothing at all.
Deny will.
Deny will. Exactly. Yeah.
And so it's basically a nihilist.
Yeah, it's kind of like Buddhist. Well, they call it pessimism in in philosophy. It's kind of like before nihilism. Like nihilism kind of goes like more hard than pessimism. But
yeah, pessimism still has an inkling of meaning, which is in that absolute peace, which is in that nothingness or whatever.
Yeah, nihilism is like after postmodernism, after they've like lost that meaning. Like,
I feel like we're describing my current state perfectly.
Well, read some pessimism, and then maybe you can depress yourself out of it. I don't know.
I like Schopenhauer's will. I just think that he conflates an unbalanced ego with the higher will, and this is the problem. But if you deny your earthly desires or things that are going to make you stray from a spiritual path, those are the things that you should deny, because this is the false will. But once you do that, then it opens yourself up to receive something else, which is the real will. Because once you deny it, there's going to be a
Can I ask
hole.
you a question? Can I ask you a question? You said this is a false realm. Sorry, I have food in my mouth. You said this is a false realm, which means that the creator that created this realm created it to be a false realm.
I said false will.
Will.
Oh, I thought you said realm. My bad.
Bro, I'm going to have to catch one with Austin already, but we'll save that for later.
Well, my thing is lately is trying to figure out if I'm living my will or the creator's will, and it's kind of huh?
Rut-row.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of my things. I like to drone on and talk about that being a problem.
Okay. What do you say about it?
Man, I don't want to. I hate to do this every time, and I don't want to. I want to just get to 27. I'm gonna mute my mic, bro.
No, it's cool. No, it's cool. You know what? Let's do this. I'll get to 27 here. I started looking at Beyond Good and Evil pretty much for no reason to try to find that pessimist quote. But,
that would have been
tight. But I'm gonna leave that alone and actually move towards 27. I'm gonna read this real quick. For no reason, pretty much, because it has nothing to do with our previous discussion at this point. But we have been on this for 2 hours, so I want to move on to the Shang Zhu. But before we do that, we're gonna engage Austin Murphy with his questions and all that stuff. So we're gonna engage with Austin Murphy after this music break and after I read 27. So thank you, Austin. And your question is valid, so we'll move on with that. But yeah, 27. Parmenides says there are rings interwoven, one around another, one from the thin, one from the dense, and others mixed from light and dark lie between them. What surrounds them all is solid in a manner of a wall under which there's a fiery ring. I honestly believe this is more true. It's like, Dante's Inferno or some shit, right?
Yep.
It makes
medieval cosmology.
Yeah. The medieval cosmology is way cooler. In the very middle of them all is a solid around which there is a further fiery ring. Of the mixed rings, the one in the very middle is the source and the cause of motion and coming to be. which being the governing divinity and keeper of the keys, he calls justice and necessity. And air is a secretion from the earth, which vaporizes upon the violent felting of earth, and sun and the Milky Way are the exaltation of fire. It's pretty insane that they talked about the fucking Milky Way. Like, where in God's name did they learn about that thing? But yeah, the moon, you know what I'm saying? The moon is a mixture of both.
They should have been able to seen it because there wouldn't have been as many city lights. So I mean, on a regular night.
Oh, bro, I can't even tell you how the stars have just disappeared. The Milky Way used to be incredible. Like I would see it even when we would go camping, but yeah, I miss
That's
that. I
wild.
mean, it was a literal fucking belt across the sky.
But
yeah, holographic projection.
No, dude, it was, I mean, well, I guess anything could be on some level, but not like human derived. No, it was, I mean, you can still see it in some parts of the planet. Probably I'm sure in Alaska and things like that. Like traveling around, like some parts of the Midwest and things like, I mean, but yeah, around where you are, I mean, you're in
Hey,
the
Kim, can I
middle
ask
of
you
the
a quick
city.
question?
Yeah.
Planet. So the word planet, if you take the letter T off of it, what word do you have?
Plane.
What does a plane mean? What is the definition of plane?
Bro, y'all are on the same page.
Flat. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, y'all are on the
So
same
it's in
page.
the word. It's literally in the word.
I'll go one step further and say where the fucking word planet even come from. Like, I believe that the planets are just the Kabbalistic fucking tree of life projected. Like, I don't even believe in planets, bro.
Me neither. I know
I
they're
mean, I
not
believe
real.
there are things
Not that
out
I
there that
believe.
are
I
bigger
know
and
they're not
brighter
real.
and move different, but like, yeah, the whole solar system thing, to me, is Kabbalistic.
Planet minus T is plane.
Yes.
We just went over this, Rocky.
Thank you, Rocky. Thank you. Appreciate that, Rocky.
Well, I wanted to mention that he was describing the dot and then rings around the dot that make up existence. That sounds like geomancy, what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Or the highest levels of geomancy, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
I'll
would be
just
like
start.
cosmomancy.
Yeah. I'll pretty much start with 27 next time. We'll go over this again, but yeah, I'm gonna step away for a minute and play some music here, and then we'll just have like some open discussions and dialogue because it seems like people are just willing to talk and stuff. We have a lot of people on the panel, so we did like 2 hours here where we're been focused on the Parmenides. So I think I would just like to move forward. I think at the end I will go into Shangzu, read 2 sections from the Shangzu, and then I'll go into some ideas of Mumford on the Mega Machine and also some ideas of ellul. But that will be towards the ending of the show. So that'll be either in 3 or 4 hours from now or something like that. And of course, all these sections will basically just be cut out of this show. Okay, at some point, I don't have time to do it right now, but eventually I will. Right. At some point when I'm more satisfied with what I have, on the table, because I'm composing a second book here. So we'll compose this book, and we'll put out tons of clips from the presentations, right? So here is another little mix I made, and we'll be right back with some with just with the people you see here. See a blessing soon. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I attempted to close that document and then I just like sort of froze up over here. So yeah, so give me a second. Blessings.
Thank you. Cameras or guns, one of y'all's gonna shoot me to death. Know that shit. Feel like this? Yeah. I take it easy. That's how we doing this. I like that. Come on, I take it easy. It's a New York thing. Y'all say that shit. I take it easy. Yeah. Where we going with this? I take it easy. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Here we go. Come on. Upside down. I pick wigs for Beatles. Pry them out and pin them to the polar or the seesaw. Sofa cobra, shimmy out crater. Cradle my weight in double wishbone suspension. Verse ham clock radio bangers. Downside up in crippled acres. And still the fountainhead spittle snicklets. Cricket and quidditch seekers snatch golden snitches. You could be a part of it. Just park your bark at 20 paces. Hold this target. I'ma call this bitch a partnership. The city bred the brittle cheapo little Lego people. Squeezing little Lego Polaroid and keyhole. Media breather, needy burrow to hide all. While your friends and neighbors prep stethoscopes to the drywall. Curl a worm tongue tight. Bitten behind a vamp chopper foaming. Lamp choppy sock puppet fear and loathing. Need phoners ASAP to build careers out of misquoting. So I read ASAP interviews and get schooled on my own motives. It's pockets full of nickels. Like cool hair Luke decapitating parking meters. When the pigs blew the whistles like windmills. I went to jail overnight putting a sticker on a phone. Now when the time y'all did that paperwork, how many the rapists smirk? Panicky banished the super surf over the wobbles. Where the potholes be the ulcer in the stomach of the god show. You blinded by the light, you might just plummet through the cosmos. Be the hollow Sandman function before the whore hit the high notes. The ice is thinning in the valley of the and when the freaks come out a hugger somehow I channel zero benders left bliss, repeat with a twist. When every Martian in the market holler the old city of penny and spigot. You learn more when your mouthpiece is bliss. Now listen to this. Oh, okay. All day, every day. Oh, alright. All night, every night. Who's Capitan gonna spew stale venom? Not mine. I hung my hammock in the bedroom. And when the potentially lucrative racehorse gets deaded, I'll wake up for a second and help the betters count their blessings. But I cannot ratchet clutch the Ebenezer limbs much longer. Classic flimsy songbirds. Dizzy wrong turns for the long term. Got a dragon all achy. Torn between the lending of a helping five knuckles and a chart of your own escape. Now it's like suffering succotash buckle. Ducks in a chuckle patch. 10-4 on that stinger operation. Wingman, double back. Fuck, let him roam to the home of the mange-ridden, emaciated slave pancake children gang. Not all players feel the same. Learn it, or don't learn shit. My radio is on regardless. I tune out pardons and tune in starlets. Carbon and pre-David Goliath, live Paleolithic bias. Who walks on all fours, dragging the cadaver of King Midas. Now it's sword, dwarf, warhammers. Elven bow and aberwavers. Documentation of the rate at which narrow tapers. Hermit crab, honest cat. Trying to raise the roof in my own TV room and still get the security deposit back. Call Ripley Skippy, Motorhead dope fixture on some go-to-bed, no dinner. Hold your head, cold winter. Ease up out of the gas, dessert dozer click. Stranded on cloud 8, proud of their pogo sticks. I stay left. Along came a spider, sprung an alert. I stay deaf. Makes records with his tongue in the dirt. Suffer the dirty earth crisis with a license to flirt. Buffer the mighty tidy sequence with a price on the merch. Covert, Mr. Blizzard shoulder. He always acts so pissy. Plus your friend said I was an asshole when he met me. No bad moods allowed when you're in the public eye. Kill it, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Take it easy. The ice is thinning in the valley of the but when the freaks come out a hugger somehow I channel zero benders less. Is bliss, repeat with a twist. When every Martian in the market holler the old city of penny and spigot. You learn more when your mouthpiece is bliss. Now listen a sip. Yeah. Sip one. Let's bring it home now. Oh, okay. All day, every day. Oh, alright. All night, every night. Yeah. Muteo, Merce, like that. LP, Mr. Left, Dap Jux, DJ Sip One, NASA. Come on. Come on.
Okay.
Coming back home back. Stupid.
Can I read something
Of course.
that I made? It's from one of my presentations. It's a slide I called the intelligent will. The intelligent will is God or the internal spirit. I call it the intelligent will because it has the desire to express itself. It is the will, as Schopenhauer describes it, the will to live. In order to truly live, it must wear these masks, which are individual expressions of free will. And in order to truly wear the mask, it must give the expression of free will the same sovereignty that itself has, just as a more limited expression. The reason I call it intelligent is because the will bridges duality together into sacred union. The word intelligent, when broken in half phonetically, implies duality, and when put together is a harmony of duality. The first half of the word intel or intellect implies the logical or structured order of things. In the macrocosm, this is natural law. And gent, the generative component of things, represents the potential of chaos of being. It is the macrocosm. This is what is possible. Therefore, when I am referring to the intelligent will, I am referring to that which bridges together duality in the macrocosm. And we human beings here in the microcosm walk the path between order and chaos, making the ultimate choice as to whether or not we are going to balance these forces in the same way the intelligent will does, or in a similar way at least. And that's what I wrote.
What you just said was so fucking profound. I'd have to break that down. That's good shit.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I will say that I have more certainty that the signless, non-abiding awareness is atemporal. That is, without beginning or end, is ungenerated, is unborn, and imperishable. The signless, non-abiding awareness. I prefer saying that instead of being, but I mean, but they refer to the same thing, signless awareness. But I still need to work out the one and many relationship that I am more. I need to work out that one. I need more. I don't have certainty with that one yet, but yeah, I would say that. Yeah. So yeah, but Schopenhauer, the will in itself is atemporal, aspatial. So there's that. So yeah, the workout. So that's interesting. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think Austin earlier mentioned his problem with figuring out the difference between his own will or the will of another.
Right. So so recently, so I'm a fucking alcoholic, right? I go to AA every day, and I learned that I don't have the strength to do my own will. Therefore I seek to a higher power And so that's just what I'm going through right now. That's all.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like I'm pretty much an alcoholic too, but I don't ever drink. So I just don't drink, right? So
Yeah,
you know that works fine for me.
I'm a more of a.
Not when
I don't think I'm
a real alcoholic can just not drink. They can't just not drink.
More of a
Yeah, at one point it was impossible for me to do that. Just wake up and drink again, but yeah, I took a lot of LSD and then I could just quit drinking.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I could see that. I've thought about recently doing like a hero dose of mushrooms.
Oh yeah, that's definitely. I would definitely recommend that, and then plan to like do it when you usually drink, and replace the drinking with the mushrooms, so on and so forth. Right, that's the best way to do it.
I think microdosing would help more, though. But you know,
I don't know. I kind of hate microdosing. I kind of hate the concept. I think it would. I feel like it might destroy your serotonergic nervous system over time. I don't know. I would kind of like more recommend high doses, because the high doses give you the profound experience, but then you can't really go outside because you're catatonic, right? So you should not move around, right? You should not get behind the wheel. Or,
You see, I don't want to say this. The strand of shroom I took was called Penis Envy. That one is very strong. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, that's a great brand. Yeah.
Hey TML, you know Sovereign Soul and Chain Mind?
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
That's how he quit alcohol.
Yeah.
He did a hero dose of mushrooms.
That's how I did it too. Yeah. Definitely. Mushrooms and LSD had a lot to do with how I quit. But yeah, I was drinking every day. I was drinking almost every day.
Recommend hero dosing, Penis Envy. That stuff is very intense. Like I didn't like.
Yeah. What you have to do is basically take a smaller dose and then take a medium-sized dose and then take a large dose. The way I recommended it to you, but you did not do that. You just went straight to the large dose. So. So that's the wrong way to do it for sure.
Who did that?
Avian.
I could talk about my trip again a little bit, but actually in my trip, I was becoming like different. In the beginning, I saw some weird, satanic signs and imagery. I got up, I was going crazy. I sat in Zazen, and it helped, center me, and then. And when I was sitting in Zazen, I was transforming into, or like becoming different people. Like I was becoming like Japanese monks, or like throughout the ages. Like my room looked like a Japanese hut, or like in a hut. And I was like talking to my wife, and I thought she was someone else, and I thought I was someone else. It was weird, and I was experiencing lifetime suffering in earthquakes. Earthquake. Because and like I kept seeing people die from earthquakes and other stuff, and it could be pretty intense, and
when you say you experience lifetimes, like how long did it feel for you?
Well, it kind of looked like reels, like transparent reels, and and then it just would go through there, and I could constantly see people die, and so it felt like very intense, but it felt short. Like it's hard to experience. Like there were temporal distortions. Like my sense of time was really distorting from taking all those through. And that was the most intense part of my experience, I think so. But yeah, that part. Yeah, my cat actually helped me break out of the bad trip. He came in, and it was kind of crazy. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. You can see some in the beginning. I actually saw very transgressive, disturbed imagery, but when I was sat in meditative posture, that went away. But the disturbed imagery was more like I saw Baphomet. I saw Rakshas. Rakshas. I actually felt like, actually during the trip, I actually thought that history is a lie, and that in ancient times we were fighting demons or something like that, because the demons.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, like they look like. I can show you the picture. They look like Rakshas are, man-eating demons and
Rakshasas.
Yeah, Rakshasas. Yeah, those guys. Yeah, I saw them. They were pretty fucking creepy.
Did you know? Did you have any knowledge of any of those things before you did the drugs?
Of course he did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is why Avian, we had the conversation before. I'm not going to go there again, but you think it was Zazen that did it. And there's a reason for that, right? Is because all you did was a sort of archimonic technique similar to the Hyperborean wisdom, but instead you ended with the pleasurable light. You thought the pleasurable light was what sustained you through the Zazen. Sustained you meaning you didn't break through the trip. You avoided the bad trip, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy, you know. I mean, it wasn't like 100% control or something. Like, it's not like it wasn't like I knew consciously 100% what to do. I was just doing it. So like something.
Yeah,
it's pretty intense. I mean, you know, I think I took like, because my scale was off, you know. So my first trip, I took around 4 grams of penis envy.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's crazy, you know. And so like, you know, actually during my trip, I also saw Indra's net, you know. I saw fractals. Like everything was like becoming fractals. And, you know, when I went outside, I looked at trees and the leaves. It felt like my vision zoomed into the leaves. And then the dewdrop, it became like tons of people throughout all of life's history, you know, dying or whatever. It was like crazy. Like, it just, like, the whole thing felt, you know, didn't feel good, you know. Like, it felt more demented. It was a bad trip, but, you know, what helped me was
that's another thing with mushrooms. It's not really a pleasurable experience, or at least from most of the times that you know, especially like part of the experience is going to basically be like frightening and so on and so forth. So you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to talk to too many people. Right. And so on and so forth. That's highly recommended that you don't like move around a lot, and you have preset like music or something that you could just do while you do nothing. Right. Because there's not a lot of stuff you want to engage in while you're in this state. So while I recommend it for drug addiction, I would not recommend doing illegal things in terms of breaking the law. And also, I don't recommend, you know, getting into too much while you're doing it, or starting off taking a huge dose, like 4 grams of penis envy. That's way not recommended, right? You should most likely take like one, like if you have penis envy, you should have like 1 or 2 grams, and then maybe take an 1/8 later. But yeah, so there's like that type of thing. And of course there's a cross tolerance between LSD and mushrooms. So if you take LSD, then mushrooms won't work as well, you know, and so on and so forth, because they both work on a serotonergic nervous system. I don't recommend LSD because it's created in a lab. Right? Mushrooms are not created in a lab. So you pretty much know exactly what they are. So, you know, once you obtain them, you know, you don't really know what's in that. Yeah.
I swear I've had some dirty Sid.
Yeah, we've had some dirty LSD. There's all sorts of knockoff stuff. Like,
watch out for Mickeys when you're smoking with friends. They might lace your weed with angel dust.
So Austin, let's get into the nitty gritty real quick. Earlier, you were talking about creation, right? You were talking about, you thought he said false realm. Is that what you said? Or false world?
Sorry. Is somebody addressing me? I just got back here.
Yeah, he said false realm.
Yeah, I was taking care of my dogs.
Yeah, the dog was super cute, man. So earlier you said something about false realm or false world is what you thought Set Scale said?
Yeah, I misheard what he was saying.
I noticed that your reaction, you started to say something about creation, right? And you said something about, so the creator created a false world?
It seems to be that this world is full of deception. It seems that everything is upside down and backwards, and it's not exactly as it is perceived to be, in my personal opinion, from my life experience.
So you think there's the demiurge or something similar, Austin? Or
I'm not too educated on what exactly that entails.
Yeah, so the demiurge is basically in the Gnostic tradition, the false creator god who has overtaken this realm, or he created this realm to begin with to trap souls.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of it. If I had to put a label on it, that sounds about right.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, you might agree with Hyperborean.
Yeah, so what's funny
I'm just
is
talking from my own fucking experience, man. That's all.
no, rut-rows are good. Rut-rows are like you're onto something, Raggy.
Yeah,
So
the more I go about my life, the more I realize everything is it's kind of like the movie Idiocracy. It's all just it's fucking insane the further I go on.
yeah, because you coupled this idea right after you mentioned creation and the false realm. You went into you made the statement that, I've been having trouble with realizing if I even have my own will, or if it's the will of
because
some other.
I don't know, because there is a strong possibility that this is all pre-written, it's all prescribed, and we're just living out a fucking character in a movie, and that's why we get deja vu, and that's why we get Mandela effects, because there's a programmer behind the scenes programming everything and making changes along the way, and that's why there's thousands and thousands of people that all experience the same Mandela effects and things of that nature.
All right, so look,
sounds like
I got a little weird cough in my throat, man. Forgive me. So I'm gonna give you a remedy, right? You can take it or leave it. You can try it. You don't have to or not. I'm just gonna throw it out there, right?
Have faith in God.
No, fuck that. So what it should be here is you're right. Okay, let me back up. You're right. What you're experiencing is true.
Yeah.
Right? There is this
much.
pre-written thing, right? I'm going to use a fancy Greek word, right?
Yeah.
Intellect.
Well, we could use the word universe, which means one script.
Let's not get too.
The word universe. This is the universe. The word universe means one script.
It's you and I together in this moment.
I wish you could have jumped in on the Parmenidean thing, and there probably would have been more intuition or gleanings from that. But let's not go too far, right? Let's not go cosmological, not yet, right? Let's just say you are right, okay? There is a script.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tell you the remedy is a potential remedy, is realizing that you can separate yourself from the script. And the reason that you feel that your will isn't your own is because you're identifying yourself with the script. Okay? So try to imagine.
So try to ignore what is real and pretend. So play a pretend game and pretend that I'm not a part of the script.
No, you need to understand that
Well, here's the thing.
Is the pretend. What you
Well,
think
here's the thing.
is real.
If I could enter. Yeah, go ahead, Hyperborean. Sorry.
No. I know you got to get this off. Get it in there.
Well, I'm just saying, in terms of there is a script, but the script exists in the past. It doesn't exist in what's going to happen, because literally, like, nothing is going to happen, and you can't change what has happened, right? Like, for example, it says that if you don't know where you came from, right, you don't know where you're going, right?
See,
so I
think it appears that way. I think it appears that way, but there's something that we're not capable of seeing. And that's why we get deja vu, where you experience the same fucking thing that you've experienced.
That's a spell.
It's undescribable. I mean, the only way to describe it is by saying that we lived this life before. And it is all a script.
You're under a spell.
But we can't see it. The programmer that programmed this simulation, it made it capable for us not to be able to see it.
No,
That's what seems most likely to me.
Yes, and I'm saying that there are keys, there are explanations that will help you understand that he can be seen.
Yeah, deja vu seems 100% in the past, right? Because it's like, oh, I saw something that was back there.
Yes.
So there's no future involved. But
Yeah. No, that is the case.
Yeah, but you had to have repeated it. So that it
not always. Sometimes they're false sense memory. You can classify.
I don't think that. I don't believe that though. I've heard that so many hundreds of times. I've heard that same thing. It's a false memory. We have false memory. Same thing with the Mandela effect. Everybody blames it on a false memory. I'm not saying it's not a false memory. I remember the Monopoly man having a fucking monocle.
You can literally.
It's not a false memory.
I'm not saying that, brother. Listen, I'm saying that that's one of many categorizations underneath the phrase deja vu. Okay? There's a handful. Esotericists have been talking about deja vu for hundreds of years, right? And
No,
it's
they
not
have it. Oh, okay. Deja vu. Sorry. Yes. Deja vu. Not the Mandela effect.
Yeah, no. Well, the Mandela effect, there's only one person that I know of that has addressed that exclusively, and that's Nimrod de Rosario. But we'll get into that.
Everybody's in the simulation.
We'll get into that, and it's not even a simulation, right? Like that's a poor word to use to explain.
It appears to be a holographic simulation to me.
Holographic, yeah, that's a good word to explain what's going on. Simulation, not.
Simulation would imply that it's happened before, which is probably the wrong word for it, but I believe it. I believe this is some sort of fucking computer program, and we're a part of it, and we can't see it. And I mean, that's just what I think, bro.
The word holographic implies some sort of spiritual or holy projection. So I really don't think it's technological. I think this is nonsense. I think it's closer to biology.
So
Austin, because I don't think it. I think the whole biology thing is all a lie.
You're correct. Austin, me and you actually agree, right? But I'm trying to be very careful. Okay.
All right.
We agree. We do not have disagreements right now. At this point, up to this point,
I respect it, man. I don't look for disagreements. I just come on to say what I fucking experience in my life and what I believe. And if you disagree, you disagree. We fight, whatever. That's what it is.
This isn't a fight. I see somebody who has a predisposition and who is primed to awaken, right? That's how I see this instant, right? So like let's back up. Let's back up to the creation thing, okay?
Yeah.
Tell me how that works. Explain to me, right?
I have absolutely no idea how the creator created itself.
No. How are you created? That's my question.
But how am I created? So the word created is past tense for a creator, right? So that would presume that there's a creator that created me, but what created the creator is just a fucking never-ending loop.
No, let's cut off the loop, right? Let's say
how do you cut it off? I've been trying to figure out how to cut it off for 31 years.
We'll get there, man. And wow, 31 years. Well, welcome. We're about to dispel that.
Let me just interject. What he's talking about is called infinite regress.
I just said that. Okay, look, infinite regress, you can end it, right? You end it by saying God is eternal. Okay, we're going to take this gradually, step by step. Okay, God doesn't have a beginning and an end. Okay.
You know how many times I've heard that?
It's true.
I went to church. I went to fucking church my whole life, bro. I've heard that thousands of times.
You just said that in 31 years.
It doesn't logically. It doesn't logic. God is logic.
No,
in my opinion, God's logic.
Logic comes from God.
Let's back up.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. God and logic are two of the same.
Let's take it step by step. Okay. So we made it to the point to where you said, okay, I don't know what created God. Let's like all the other theologians for 1,000+ years.
But I don't have to have an answer. That's the thing. I don't have to make my belief in a way that I have to have an answer to everything. I can accept that I don't have the answer because I didn't create myself.
Well, okay, no, that's fair. Then you probably won't be able to answer the question of why you can't tell the difference between your will and another's. So we probably won't be able to make it there tonight.
I'm open-minded. I'm willing, open-minded, and honest.
Well, it hinges upon the creation idea, right? So like we're going gradually, step by step. So my response to your claim that God is the infinite regress claim, right, or postulate, the rebuttal would be God is eternal, right? So let's keep moving forward. If God is eternal,
but I can't accept that because I have no evidence of it. I can't just accept.
Let me give you the
I
evidence.
can't accept that statement. I can't prove that statement to be valid at all. There's no validity to that statement at all.
There is. We'll refer to.
But you can't prove it. You can't.
We absolutely can, and I'm going to run you through it. Okay.
Go ahead.
So Parmenides, right? We'll go back. We'll refer to Parmenides. Is there a such thing as nothing?
No.
No, right? So if there's a creator postulate, then he must be eternal. He must be something and has always been, because there's no nothing. You can't have creatio ex nihilo. If you don't believe there's nothing, then your claim should be there has been something always.
So I just can't wrap my mind around it.
No, you can. You just got to slow down and think about what I'm saying. There's no such thing as
Brother,
nothing.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I don't want to argue with you. I'm trying.
No, I'm trying to give you the key to figuring out how to differentiate your will from another's, right? And we're doing it methodically, step by step.
Yeah.
So the idea here is that if there is no such thing as nothing, and you're here, right? You're something. Do you agree that you're something?
Yeah.
Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
so you just said two things. You said, no, there's nothing does not exist, and you are something. So you don't come from nothing. You've always existed. Does this make sense? You don't come from
kind of like
non-existence. You've always existed.
Kind of like putting a DVD player inside of a fucking it's kind of like putting a DVD inside of a DVD player, letting the DVD run and saying the DVD always existed. Because we're looking at it from the inside to the outside.
No, it's not, because you just said there's no such thing as nothing. We're skipping the DVD player. We're skipping the DVD. We're way deeper than the DVD player and the DVD right now. We're at the fundamentals. We're at the first principles. We're talking about nothing and something.
Right.
Yes.
Right. We're going to go rent the video.
Yeah. So you get it. Intuitionally, you had the right answers. You literally answered, no, there's no such thing as nothing, because that's absurd.
I've had all these thoughts, man. I've been thinking for a long time.
You intuitionally get it. You just haven't figured out how to piece it together. Right? So now let's use that claim, the two claims that we just made. There's no nothing. There's only something. That something has always had to exist because there's no such thing as non-existence, right? So that's how you solve the problem of the infinite regress. That's how theologians did it, at least. That's why they say God has always existed, because there's no such thing as nothing. There's no creator needed for God. He is the creator. I'm not saying that. I'm just let's slow down here. I'm just saying what theologians say. Now we can go into the next stage, okay? Remember, we're taking this step by step. Now, if the creator has always existed, right? What makes you think that you haven't always existed? Why do you need to separate yourself from eternity?
Because one day the creator decided to create a DVD and put the DVD inside of the DVD player.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
But maybe the creator has a bunch of DVDs and can play all those DVDs, and we're just in one of those DVDs.
Yes, this is the crux of. There's a fork in the road that we've met now. Okay, The fork in the road is this. You either believe that you come from nothing, right? Creatio ex nihilo, which requires a eternal being that we call God to create you out of nothing. He's making a DVD, he's putting it in the world and playing that DVD, your life in the world, playing the DVD in the DVD player. That means that your will emanates from the will of that God. Okay?
Yeah.
Are we on the same page?
Yes, I get that. I've understood that for a long time.
Now, this is the way out of it, though. Right? If you want individual agency, it's real easy. You just circumvent that. You take a shortcut and you acknowledge and accept the fact that you come from that eternal place. You also are a spirit. You are uncreated. Start realizing that you are uncreated. You're eternal. Now we can start to orient ourselves in the eternal.
That's
See
how
what
you
I'm saying?
change. That's how you, yeah.
You don't need a creator, right? And this doesn't mean you have to be an immoral piece of shit. I'm
Yeah, I
not
love
saying
you,
be a
bro. I
Satanist.
love you. These words, I needed these words, bro. I love you. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I love you.
Bro, I'm just a hostile Hyperborean. That's all, bro. That's all, right? And after this, you can forget me. Just throw me in the trash.
No,
You
I'm
can
not
take
gonna
this.
forget. I'm not gonna forget. I'm not gonna forget this. This is something I can't forget.
It's just a potential remedy, right? I'm letting you know that.
Dude, I've been
it's something that
searching
helped me.
far, long, and wide for fucking some kind of something I haven't heard yet. I've heard everything, bro, and it's like
31 years, bro. 31 years. Sometimes it takes 31 years. Others it takes 60 years. Others it takes 18 years. And that's not a problem. The good thing is that we get there and then we can start the repair. We can start the return, which is the orientation on the spirit. You are a spirit. You are not Austin Murphy.
So do you think that God has an overall good intention for our future, or that's just like it's all up to us? What we do is, our decision. Or do you think that it's like a loving God that guides us in a certain way, or
No, I don't think that. Yeah. So it goes back to the fork in the road thing, right? As soon as you choose the option of individual agency, you're accountable. It's in your hands now, right? But if you choose the other option at the fork, if you say that you're created by a created God or a creator.
yeah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you a Freemason?
I am.
Okay, that makes sense.
But it doesn't make sense because Freemasons got it wrong.
He doesn't really agree with them. So he's like,
what do you mean you don't agree with them?
Like he used to, like I guess like you used to be one, right, Hostile? Right?
No, I'm currently a Freemason. I am a past master of my lodge. I'm very involved.
You're active, you pay your dues
but
and everything.
But what I'm trying to say is that you used to be a part of different groups, but now you follow Hyperborean wisdom.
Yeah, exactly.
Rather than the Masonic order, or
I told you he was a LARPer.
There was other things like Hermetic order or something like that, right?
Yeah, Golden Dawn, Anthroposophy.
Golden Dawn, right? Exactly. So he was part of different groups, but he doesn't.
I could tell by how he's talking. He's a Freemason.
Yeah,
right.
I want to say my own views though. So I would say that the way you identify yourself is a set of signs, a collection of signs. We all use signs, but when you cease grasping or craving further signs or proliferating further signs, then it all drops away. It cannot happen with intentions or volitions. Like it requires like meditation or something. And then when it drops away, there's the signless awareness, which is beyond all description and beyond all time. It's like atemporal or something like that. Yeah, I would keep it like that. But I don't know how to say what is or what is not, because you see I don't know. That's stuff. I don't know. I guess that's very basic what I said though. Yeah, but I mean, the signless or what.
That's something a genius would say.
If I could talk about Austin's
That's true.
question about God's plan and our plan, I would say that they're interconnected because as far as I can tell, God, which is just basically the will flowing through all things, wants to express itself as many ways as it possibly can within the infinite potential of being. And I would think it does this pretty much. I would think that it's experiencing all things simultaneously. But
do you think that in order to see the signs of God that you have to open yourself up to the possibility of God? That's the only way that you can see. That's the only way that you can see God is to be willing to be open that there's a possibility that God exists.
Well, I think you have to be willing to see God within you, and this goes to the second part of what I was going to say about, you know, God's plan is to express itself. So what does that leave for us? Well, if God is expressing itself the way it wants to, we have to have that same ability too. We must be able to express ourselves the way we can, or we must have free will, but we exist within this realm of limitation that the greater will doesn't. So basically, the greater will wants us limited expressions of itself to express ourselves the best way that we possibly can.
No,
No, he's saying we're all gods.
No, he's saying he's not even saying that. He's saying that
he just said we're all gods.
Absolutely all gods.
He just said we're all gods.
No, but he
all are God.
He doesn't even understand his own claims, though, is what I'm saying. He's literally saying that the will of God flows through everything.
Yes.
That means that you are one thing. You are a part of the one. You're not even an individual. You're just God's will, LARPing as Austin Murphy.
Of the one.
Set, you are admitting that his will is not his own. It's God expressing his will through forms.
It's your own because God's will is its own, and because you come from God, you have that same freedom.
That doesn't make sense, brother.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't, though.
It absolutely does. God has freedom. You come from God. You have the same freedom.
The problem in your analogy.
I think it actually does make sense.
Okay, explain to me the difference.
Because what you're doing is you're basically breaking a piece off of God, and that's what we are. We're just a broken piece off of God. And so we have the ability to create just as well as God does.
No, listen, even your claim, you're still supporting my answer. So listen, if you're a broken piece of God, right? A shattered shard, or like the Kabbalistic view, right? Like shells of a shattered Sephira. What if you're a broken piece? How do you get to completeness?
I mean, I wouldn't call it broken.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Dom.
We're children. We're children. In that sense, if you look at it from that way, we're children, just as the same way that my dogs are my kids or whatever.
That's what I was going to mention about Dom's example, right? The problem is he's thinking of God as like a parent in the human world. And the problem with that is that God doesn't procreate, right? He doesn't have a kid who already is an eternal spirit. The reason it looks like we have free will in the world, and you can use that analogy for God, is because we are uncreated. We're eternal spirits. That's why we have free will when we come from that's why we have a self. When
all right, can we go down that path real quick? Can we go down that eternal spirit path?
We are
no, I genuinely
spirit.
Okay, an eternal spirit. So what does that mean? I don't.
I've
heard it a million times and I don't know what it means. I mean, to me, it means I die and I go some magical place.
No, not if you don't understand this. You don't. You come back here. You come back to the world.
So deja vu. So everything I just said, deja vu and Mandela effect. It's a repeat simulation.
If you don't realize you're an eternal spirit, if you don't escape, right?
Man. You just contradicted everything though.
Explain how I did.
Because you just said that we reincarnate, we come back here. You
Yeah,
just
if
said.
you fail to remember,
I just made
if
the
you
argument
fail
that
to remember.
deja vu and the Mandela effect are real because we come back and repeat this loop.
I agreed with that
And
claim.
you said no.
Yeah, only if you fail to remember.
No, if you fail to realize that what I said was specifically is that you are identifying yourself with the world. You think that you are Austin Murphy. You think that you are 70 years of a lifespan.
Okay,
And
what
that's
am
it.
I? What am I?
You're an eternal spirit. You're uncreated.
I don't
You're
remember
beyond
anything.
Austin Murphy.
I don't remember anything before being here. So how does that make
Yes,
me
and that's
eternal? I
and-
would have
and
a memory, right? What happened to that?
no, you suffer from amnesia.
Oh,
right?
we
And that's
have
a part of
amnesia
it.
now. Oh fuck, I got amnesia. I
It's a
suffer
part
from
of the.
amnesia.
So you've already admitted that it seems like there's a bunch of deception going on in the world, right?
So God created me born with amnesia? That's fascinating. What a
You are
loving
not
God.
created.
So
You're not created.
So when did I come into existence?
You are an eternal spirit that has chosen to leave eternity to be in a
Dude,
human
this
body.
is some cult-like fucking shit right here.
Yeah, don't listen to these guys.
No, I know this is some cult-like shit because none of it is logically sound. None of it is logically
I would
sound.
say
You can't prove any of those concepts.
So we
stuff
just went
makes
through it,
sense.
and you
Yeah,
agreed
like-
with it.
Science.
You agreed with the concepts.
I
So
don't
far-
agree. I don't agree that I'm eternal. I don't have any memory. And then you claim amnesia and you put all these other factors inside of it to make it fit your paradigm. You're adding different things to make it fit your narrative. And it's not
No, listen, you did agree
Show
to
me
eternity.
show me where we all are born
Okay,
with
wait.
amnesia. Where do we have amnesia?
Once again, you're getting way ahead of yourself. Let's stop and back up, right? Because now you're changing your position.
You should be a
agreed
cult
with
leader.
eternity.
You'd be good at this.
You agreed with eternity. Just 10 minutes ago, you were like,
I agree.
Damn,
I
love
agree.
you, man.
No. This is what I agreed to. I agreed that in my mind, it's impossible for me to understand nothing because nothing is something. And so that's what I agreed to. And I could be wrong because that's
then-
always possible.
Then yeah, if you think you could be wrong, then you truly don't understand the claim. Then yeah, then
No,
that's
no.
fair.
What's going on is you're in your ego and you have to have an answer to everything. And sometimes there is no fucking
Whoa.
answer.
Whoa. Well, that was a bipolar reaction for sure. But
No, okay. So
no, it's fair though, right? Like I get it. It's complex. It's not something you get in 5 minutes. We can drop my angle. I'm not trying to proselytize you. You told me that you had a problem with differentiating your will and another's. It sounds like you're lost. I was giving you a
why do Freemasons believe in an ankle toe?
Yeah, I mean,
An
yeah,
ankle
I'm
toe.
gonna say this.
Are you wait? An ankle toe. What is that?
Mason.
What is an ankle toe?
You don't have an ankle toe?
No.
Here, hold on.
What is an ankle toe?
I'm just asking. That's coming from Freemasons.
It's
know a
not.
lot of
I've
them.
never heard of it. I'm a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, a Knight Templar, and a
Yeah, is that like a-
master. What
Yeah,
is
is
an
that like
ankle
blue
toe?
stuff?
Why aren't you 33 degrees?
Okay, where?
Here, hold
But I know what
Rocky, what
33rd
the
degree
fuck
is.
going on
No,
here?
I'm not.
What
I'm
is an
just
ankle
wondering.
toe?
I'm wondering why aren't you 33 degrees? Why are you 32?
33rd degree is an honorary degree and it takes service. But the 33rd degree is you can read it.
What
Hey,
kind
real
of
quick,
service?
guys,
What kind of service?
Yeah, real quick, guys.
EDS service for the devil or what?
Yeah, Dom's trying to come into the convo here. For a
Yeah,
minute,
yeah,
and I
let's
think
let
Avian's
Dom.
also trying to come in. So let's
Yeah.
get Dom and Avian in here. Go ahead, guys.
All right, I'll be quiet.
I was just kind of making sarcastic Reddington-like comments. That's what I was doing.
I see. Well, I don't think we were hearing them. So if you want to make them again,
I don't remember. I hate to say, but if Avian wants to say something, he can go.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say that he's not a Freemason, but the thing is, you know, there's a lot of similarities with his belief. I did read one book of Nimrod. I do plan to read the others, which are more important, but the Nimrod de Rosario. But the point I wanted to make is that when I think about what I know about Freemasonry, kind of sounds like a lot of it does overlap with Vedanta, a lot of it. But the thing with the Freemasons is they believe in one supreme principle. Actually, what Dom said just a moment ago is very close to Freemasons. That's what they believe. They believe in the Great Will. They believe in one supreme principle. That's what they believe, the Freemasons from it. But the thing about Hyperborean is no, he doesn't agree with that, because the origin has a multiplicity of spirits that gaze to the center. And then you have one of them escaped through a perforation, and the spirit spear inverted, and the demiurge came in, and then he plasmated and shaped forms. And so there's a kind of dualism to him. There's a dualism in his view.
Bravo.
The problem with the Freemasons, they're deists, and I don't agree with deism because it basically makes God this distant thing, and that's not what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
They don't.
Yeah,
They don't believe that.
But that's the thing
believe
is
in
like
exactly what you said, Dom, about the great will. I know that because I looked into it. They believe.
Dom would make a great Freemason. He would fall in line real quick.
Yeah,
no, I wouldn't, because they ascribe to a lodge system, hierarchy, which is based in worldly authority, which is what I'm against.
Somewhere down the line on my dad's side of the family, I think like 4 grandmas down on my dad's side, she was the first Eastern Star in the United States.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So she was like brushing shoulders with McCoy, like the people who wrote the ritual. She had to have been if she was there during the inception.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And I have a long line of Freemasons in my family. My great grandpa, he was a world famous professional boxer, high Freemason.
What is an ankle toe? Here, I'm not going to badger you anymore. I think what you're trying to say is cable toe. Is that what you mean?
No, ankle toe.
What is
that's
that?
even worse.
When you go through your first phase and you get initiated, don't they tie something around your
That's called a
ankle?
cable toe. It's called a cable toe. And it's around your it's around certain part. No, I know it's right. I'm telling you it's right.
Okay. All right.
Cable toe, right? And it gets wrapped around you a certain amount of times depending on the degree. And it gets wrapped around a certain part of your body depending on the degree.
What's the significance? What does it represent?
Because you're blindfolded and you need to be guided through the darkness. And if you don't align with
both eyes or just one?
Both eyes.
Mm.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's called a hoodwink. And the cable toe is so that you're, when you're being conducted by the senior and junior steward, they can pull you out of the lodge if at any time you don't want to be in the lodge.
Yeah, my sponsors, he's been a Freemason for a long time.
Yeah, I'm
a lot of my friends are Freemasons, and I've seen too many videos that expose them for what it actually is at the higher levels, for what it really is.
Explain
because 99.9% of the people in the lower levels have no idea what it's really about, and secretly they're basically foot soldiers that work directly for Satan.
Okay, so listen.
People don't. They work for the fallen one.
Right?
That's the one that's running this place. They work directly for that one, but everyone in the program doesn't. They think it's okay. We're just good men trying to create better men, right? That's all we're doing. We're just good men trying to create
the guy
better
who's
men.
not a Freemason knows all about it, right?
Hey, he's got a point. I saw that they came out recently in France. They're prosecuting the Masons for running a mafia hitman squad.
Well, no, that's happened in the past too. Yeah,
they're doing it. Well, they haven't stopped. They haven't stopped.
But
it's just like anything, right? McDonald's can have a manager that embezzles money from McDonald's.
Not at the highest of the highest level.
What I'm saying is the doctrine of Masonry. is absolutely synarchic and is not immoral, right?
Why are all the pedophile presidents Freemasons?
I don't disagree that it's
There's nothing in Masonic
why are all
doctrine
the
that
sex
says-
traffickers? Why are all the sex traffickers Freemasons? Let's
show me a
let's
sex.
get down
Show
to
me,
logic.
show me a convicted sex trafficker who's a Mason.
That's not even the problem.
Every
with
president ever,
That's just-
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Listen, I'm not saying that there
husband,
aren't.
all the fucking. Yeah,
I'm not saying that there
What
aren't.
the fuck?
I'm not saying that there aren't cases of that, right? But what I'm saying is
They're all
you don't know what
connected.
you're talking about.
Look,
I'm trying.
All of the
telling you.
highest level Freemasons are involved in child trafficking.
I'm just trying to get you to Dom. Hold on,
And
hold
that's
on.
not a conspiracy theory. That's just what I've seen.
I'm trying to get you
everywhere.
to reflect on your own self when I ask you that question, and so that you realize you actually don't know what you're talking about, right? So, like, name one.
Great subliminal messaging, Rocky. Keep it up. Psyop the masses.
Name one. Are you saying Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell?
Donald Trump is a Freemason. Okay, I'll go to the most recent Freemason.
What lodge did Donald Trump?
Charlie Kirk's wife wore that ring, that Freemason ring, on her when she touched her fake husband. That was actually a fucking dummy. It wasn't even a human being. And when national media showed that all over everywhere with her Freemason ring, pretending to touch a dead person that wasn't even dead, it was a dummy.
No, she
and
didn't
they're all
have a
involved in
Freemason ring
child
on.
sex trafficking with Ghislaine Maxwell. What the fuck are we talking about here,
You've
dude?
been-
At the highest level of Freemasonry, they're all definitely involved, without a doubt.
So first of all,
Okay,
Erica
here
Kirk
we
did
go.
not have a
Walk back
Freemason
everything
ring
I
on.
walk back everything I just said. Go ahead.
Yeah. For Erica Kirk was not wearing a Freemasonic ring. And you've been QAnon
Well, I
killed.
know
QAnon killed. You don't. I don't think you know what you're talking about, honestly. But
okay.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you for a
Hey,
fact.
brother, this is how I look at it, right? I was in the military and I got indoctrinated and brainwashed. And when I got out of the military, that's when I was able to see that I was indoctrinated and brainwashed, because I couldn't see it while I was in it. And that's where you're at.
Do you know that people outside of the military know that? They see from the outside and they understand that you've been brainwashed. It's the same thing.
That's what
with
I'm telling
Masons.
you. That's what I'm telling you.
No,
From the
you're not.
outside.
You're saying
I'm coming
you're
in
not
from the
saying
outside
that.
of Freemasonry. You're in the
Austin.
inside of Freemasonry, and I'm telling you from the
Austin,
outside.
You're not saying
I'm
that.
observing from the outside.
Austin, you're not saying that. You're saying that I'm in the inside and I can't see it.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
You can't see it while you're in it.
I'm
That's the
saying
beauty
that
of
I
it.
understand
That's the beauty
Freemasonry
of
from
it.
the outside, is what I'm saying, right? I'm letting you know that the difference between being an individual and being brainwashed by the military and Freemasonry and its doctrine is wide. That gap is wide.
Not really.
The
No,
doctrine
not at
of
all.
Freemasonry
Not at all.
is the
Not at all. It's actually pretty much
It's actually
exactly the same.
pointless.
There's a
It's pointless to
hierarchy, there's levels, you rank up, you can
It's
get
pointless
fucking
to go
kicked
through
out.
this
It's
with you.
pretty much the same thing, actually.
It's pointless to go through this
There's
with
more in
you.
common than there is different.
You don't have a clue what Freemasonry is. So it's pointless. Military doctrine, we actually have information on that. We know how your ranking system works. You have absolutely
Exactly.
zero
Everyone
clue.
knows how Freemasonry works.
You don't, though. You're proving
Lately,
it by how
because
you're
of the
talking.
internet. So within the past 20 years, because of the internet, the entire world knows all Freemason
So
secrets. It's
explain
been
it to me.
completely
Then. Let me ask
exposed.
you a
There's
question.
been
Right?
hundreds of videos that have put. There's been hundreds of videos on the internet of people that have put on fucking spy cams and gone into Freemason lodges and meetings
There's
and
not been
completely
hundreds of videos.
exposed.
There's not. There's been a few.
Completely
But listen,
exposed the entire fucking thing. Showed all the rituals. Showed exactly what you guys do.
Austin.
It's just a boring ritual after a boring ritual after a
Austin.
boring ritual. It's the same thing over and over. You're just worshiping fucking old death gods. That's all you're doing. It's sick.
I don't think you. So
This guy needs to come to a party on an island and see where the real
we're talking
Freemasons
to
rock.
each other, and you don't understand that there are some things that I agree with, and then there are some things that I don't. You don't understand the nuance. That's simply all that I'm saying, right?
Also, let me say something. You know what the
Nuance is a
Freemasons
liberal
do
word.
ritualistically. It shouldn't matter because we're talking about metaphysics. You know, we're talking
Yes.
about metaphysics. So, what are
Yes.
the metaphysics of Freemasons? It just comes down to like one supreme great will or force or God, and then it's just influencing.
It's like every other
together.
cult. It's like every other cult.
Yeah.
It's like all of them.
Yeah. So you must have missed the part in the very beginning where people were like, yeah, Hyperborean doesn't agree with Freemasonry. He's a Freemason. I said that myself too, self-proclaimed. You don't understand what I'm saying. You're talking through me. But like I said, you're outside of Freemasonry, and I don't blame you for not understanding. And I'm
I don't
trying to
wanna
help
worship
you
the devil.
understand how complex it is.
I don't like
But I
evil.
worship the
I
devil.
like good, not
What are
evil.
you talking about?
No, you don't, because you don't know what you're in. You have no
Okay,
idea.
what degree says that you worship the devil? Tell me that.
At the highest level,
What's
they
the
have
highest
they
level
have
of
all of you
masonry?
duped.
What's the highest level of masonry?
How come
Tell me
every
that.
single president of the United States is a fucking Freemason?
They weren't.
Why are they
What are you
all
talking
involved in
about?
child? You want to bet? You want to bet? You want to bet?
Look it up right now.
You do not
Look
get
it
to
up
that.
right now. Stop.
You do
Stop.
not get to that high level of
Stop
power without
talking.
being a Freemason.
Stop talking and look
Even
it up right now.
CEOs of companies are all Freemasons.
You have to be. You
They're a
have to have.
CEO of the United States Corporation. Of
You
course,
have
they're
to
a
be
fucking
spanked.
Freemason.
At some point, you have to be bent over and spanked, right? And that spanking is this right now. Google it. Google how many Mason presidents were Freemasons. Google it.
Hey, did you know that all presidents except for one have been related by blood? Did you know that there was a study done, right? And all presidents except for one president have been related by blood.
No, they haven't been.
Tell me
They haven't been.
that you're voting, you fucking
So
hypocrites.
wait a second, guys. I want everyone to use this as an example. This is bad. Okay, listen.
It's called being realistic.
Well, you don't even know what you're talking about, right? So
You asked the question.
I'm telling you what I'm talking about. Go on YouTube.
Shut up.
No, Austin, I want a
14.
direct answer from you,
Shut
right?
up.
Because I know what you're
Shut
talking
up.
about.
Based on historical records, 14 to 15 U.S. presidents have been identified as Freemasons.
There you go. He said
What
all
are the fucking
presidents are
chances of that?
Freemasons.
Okay, let's use that
Now listen.
percentage, right? Let's use that percentage.
Stop. You
and
said
let's
all.
equivalate.
Stop.
Let's equivalate that percentage to common people and the whole population. So 14 out of what? 70.
47.
Yeah. Okay, so we're talking like 25%, damn near.
Oh, it's about.
Okay, so
25%.
wait a second. It went from all to a quarter.
So a quarter of all dictators of this country, pedophile, fucking child sex traffickers, have been Freemasons. The top level ones. Wow, what
Okay,
a fucking coincidence!
so now
what an astronomical fucking coincidence that is.
A quarter is astronomical,
dude.
Okay,
25%. Are you fucking kidding me? 25%? Not 25% of the of human population is a Freemason.
You're claiming, first of all, it's not about being a quarter or not, right?
25% of human population is a Freemason.
You're going to keep talking because I know it's embarrassing, right?
Statistics and logic.
You're not, though, because your claim was that all. No, I'm saying you don't know what you're talking about. You literally said that all presidents are Freemasons. Now it's a quarter.
Yes.
Now
well,
let's back.
I don't trust your Google stuff.
Okay, well, anyway.
I think they all are.
Some presidents were assassinated because they weren't in the club. You know,
I don't trust your regulated technology that gives you.
Man, you did. You know. It's hard to talk to you. I'm going to leave it on this last one, and I'll quit because it's funny to me. You said that there was research, right? A study conducted that all presidents were related. Who did it?
Rocky, what's her name? What's that girl's name? She was 14. Her name's
exactly. No, it wasn't a 14-year-old.
No, look
It
it
was
up,
an
bro. It's on
elementary
YouTube.
student, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Look it up on YouTube.
Cynthia.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm telling you that
Oregon,
you are relying
Oregon,
on a study
whatever.
that isn't actually a study.
But that's not the only person I've heard that from. I've heard that from multiple
No, it
sources.
is the only person that you've heard that from.
Actually, no.
Okay.
Skull and Bones.
Well, it was fun, guys.
Oh yeah, Skull and Bones. That's a good one too. What's his name? Clinton. He's a Skull and Bone guy. So is Hillary.
No, they're
Skull and
not.
Bones.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, George.
Let's see.
Bro,
So
quit
you have
talking.
to be
Quit
German.
talking.
You have to be German. You have to go to Yale. You have to go to Yale. You have to join the secret society at Yale. Tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
So Bill Clinton went to Yale?
No,
Mute your
you
mic.
don't have to go to Yale. Majority of Skull and Bones do go to Yale. You don't have to go to Yale.
They were Rhodes
Majority of
scholars.
them, they're German death cult worshippers. Yes, I've studied this for fucking over a decade. Don't tell me. Don't tell
You
me, bro.
studied it for a decade, but you don't know that Bill Clinton isn't a Skull and Bones member. Bro, you're full of
No,
shit.
he
Shut
is.
the
He
fuck
is.
up and mute your
Him and
mic.
Hillary are
Have
definitely both Skull and
sexual
Bones.
relations with a computer.
Him and Hillary are definitely both Skull and Bones.
Rhodes scholars. The Clintons.
When I lived down in LA, I had this Uber driver, and he admitted to me he was Skull and Bones, and he told me to read this book. It was The Law of Attraction. It was a blue book, and it said Law of Attraction on it. And he said, you have to fucking read this book. And he was a Skull and Bones member. Only Skull and Bones member I've ever met in my life. Uber driver down in LA.
Skull and Bones is just a fraternity for rich people to help them stay rich.
Yeah, it's a death
And
cult
even
worship.
then,
Have you
there's
seen that
only,
video
like,
where
a
they're all
small
screaming?
portion of them. There's only a small portion of them that are active, really.
Yeah,
And
have
then
you
the
seen
rest
that?
of
Have you
them
seen that video of the Skull and Bones where they're having that meeting and they're all screaming like they're dying and in pain and they're like worshiping fucking death and it sounds like people are dying and being tortured and all that. Have you
This
seen
is
that?
why I
No,
mentioned
you
Boomer
haven't.
Pill.
Yeah,
This is why
I've
I
been on the
mentioned the
internet
Boomer Pill,
longer than
bro.
you guys.
The Boomer Pill, right? It's a real thing.
I don't know.
The Boomer
That
Pill
kind of
is a
sounds kind of
serious
cringe.
problem. Okay, the Boomer Pill is the
So far,
the
I know what I'm
definition-
talking about.
You have no fucking clue. You don't even know
Because
where
nobody's
you're at
proven
right
me
now.
really
Funny
wrong
to say,
about
though.
much.
Yeah, I want to say this. I want to say that I'm not trying to get involved in your racial elements, but if I was of Germanic descent right now, I would personally want to hail Odin over Christ, just personally speaking. And the thing about Hyperborean that I respect a lot is that he has gone deep into Norse mythology, like very deep.
Well, I got bad news for you. They don't have they don't have Thor at the middle of that. It's Christos Lucifer. So,
yeah, but the thing about Lucifer is he was Venus.
It's Odin.
Lucifer was associated with Venus.
Yeah,
And
no,
you're saying it's the same thing as Odin?
No, they're not. You haven't read it enough to understand the nuances. But yeah, Wotan is the chieftain of the.
I wasn't saying they're the same though. I was just saying
they're not.
It's not like
Christos Lucifer is just one of the lords of Venus, and there's multiple. So you got to keep reading to understand that there's a many. There's not. This isn't. What do they call it? Perennialism. This isn't like the unification or the what do they say? Comparative religion. We're not saying that all gods are the same. They're not. If we say a god, if we use a name in Hyperborean wisdom for a god, that is distinct. And if we say another name, they do not relate, and they're not the same thing.
Yeah, I wasn't saying they're the same thing.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that Machine said that the centrality of the Hyperborean wisdom is Christos Lucifer.
I'm saying that that there is still Christian elements there that they haven't totally abandoned that because it's part of the Western occult.
Can I ask you guys what
No, I don't think I am. Because here's the idea. It's Christo-paganism, right? So you have agreed that it's Christo-paganism, right?
What the fuck?
Well, this is the word Christos is pre-Christian. So if you want to make that claim, we would agree. We would have the same claim. But if you are thinking that Christos Lucifer has anything to do with Christ from the New Testament, then I would not agree. We're saying that Christ from the New Testament is a hijacking. It's something that comes way later.
But it's still in dialectic. But it's still in a dialectic with something called Jehovah. So
and that's clearly stated in the fundamentals of Hyperborean wisdom that the name only adheres to the time. So Jehovah is the name we use now because the Abrahamic religion is the predominant religion of the world. If later Vedanta overtips it and it's 7 billion adherents of Vedanta and they call it Brahma, we're going to call it Brahma, whatever the adversary is for Brahma.
I'm not fully convinced, but I have to look into it more. But
it's 3,000 pages you got to read.
Drawing from the Western occult, they don't draw on anything from Pico della Mirandola onwards.
No, this is not humanism. No, this is not strictly Western occultism. This is an amalgamation of Eastern and Western occultism, only used as an analogy, right? Because none of it is right. He's literally saying that Western and Eastern occultism is synarchic.
Do they talk about the Kabbalah?
No, well, he does, but he says it's trash. He says that it's a hijacking, just like Christ.
But haven't you and Twilight ruminated about the Kabbalah on the panel for several hours?
I've done it. Coming from synarchic traditions, yes. I used Kabbalism as the crux of ceremonial magic. That's what Western mystery traditions teach. It hinges upon Kabbalism. But after Hyperborean wisdom, I realized that you can abandon all that. It's trash. It's synarchy. It's material cosmos.
Yes.
It's all trash. So we use a different sort of magic called the archimonic technique, and it uses nothing about the planets, astrological signs, alchemical symbols. All that is thrown in the garbage.
Good, because none of it exists.
Well, it exists. It's just not real.
Yeah. I mean, here's another problem, and this might be because you have said previously that your understanding is a real understanding of Christianity. So you have stated this, right? So
yes, I'm saying that what people are trying to find in the Christian New Testament is something that is a reflection or a poor imitation of something that's pre-existent. They use, like, I would say 5% of the New Testament is accurate, maybe 5 to 10%. The rest is Judaic mental construction or mind control.
What a bunch of hooey.
How can you prove that? How can you prove that 5 or 10?
Well, it's not exact. I'm just giving a
I have a quick question for Hyperborean. One thing I noticed about Freemasons, at least from my research, is they don't care about polytheistic traditions. They don't. Yeah, so
they don't. I've had people in my lodge actually remove people from their lodge after they admitted they were pagans. Yeah, it's that bad.
Fuck your lodge.
I actually had a friend who was German. He read someone else, a very, very obscure German thinker. I can show you his name, but there are some parallels with him and Nimrod, but not 1-to-1. I'm just saying some parallels because they so I understand where you're coming from because I can't see.
Who's this, Avian?
Yeah, I have to get his name again. It's like Connor Reddidian. It's an old German I had. And I lost.
Hyperborean wisdom is very nuanced. If you read a paragraph or even like 30 pages, I'm telling you right now, you don't get it. Like you have to.
In one sentence, can you explain it?
No,
because it's like 500. It's like
in one paragraph.
500-page books. So it's not going to be.
Yeah, you got about 5 books that are 500 or over pages. So we're talking around 3,000 pages worth of text. And even then,
who wrote it?
So even then, right, there are people who create websites and create blogs and stuff and try to talk about it, and they don't even get it right.
Hyperborea was the uberment of the northern tribes?
No.
So a place was the people of a northern tribe? I'm confused.
The uberment, the
Thinks
government.
Hyperborea is like in the North Pole, a civilization from there.
Yeah, I find the guy I'm talking about, but he doesn't map to Nimrod 1-1, but there are some similarities.
What's his name?
Hey,
Together.
sorry guys. Hostile. I have a question.
If it's
Hostile.
earnest, yeah, please, yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. Do you think that your life is better now that you're a Freemason than it was before?
It's kind of indifferent. It didn't. I mean, it improved things as far as like my courage to be a leader in certain situations. Like my dad didn't teach me certain things that Masonry did, like how to, command a room and speak to a group of men who come from different professions. I never was able to be in a position like that because my dad wasn't some successful person who, had that kind of opportunity. So there are some opportunities that help me refine my character in like the workplace and the social realm.
So overall, it's positive.
I would say, yeah, overall it was positive. Could I do without it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You don't need to be a Freemason to be a better person. You can do it without Freemasonry.
The problem I have with Freemasonry is that it's a hierarchical lodge system.
It's not, though. It's seemingly that way. But every Mason knows that once you're a third degree, which is a Master Mason, you are on the level. It does not matter if you're a 32nd or a 30th or a 29th, or most people are 32nd. You just get automatically elevated to that in a weekend. 32nd degree doesn't take time.
Does it matter if you're like some sort of donator?
Well, give me an application.
You can buy a what's her name bought a fucking doctorate's degree. Who's the last president we had? Joe Biden's wife. She was a high level Freemason and she got a doctorate degree without even going to school.
Did you just say Jill Biden was a Freemason?
She has a doctorate and
I'm done, bro.
Well, I know she's a female, I get it. But she somehow she bought a doctorate degree. She didn't go through school. She literally bought a doctorate through a secret society.
Anyone can apply to MIT and go for some like 8 or 12 week online course and get a certificate.
Yeah, I don't agree with this man on everything, but the reason I'm sharing him is because he.
Are you sure she's a female?
He also.
Yeah, that's also a good question, Rocky.
Talk about stuff like
I don't think Michelle is
the polytheism versus the
that Baphomet will get you thinking.
The point I'm trying to make is that there is European intellectuals, some of them, they're a kind of small group. I've met a few of them. They prefer polytheism over monotheism and stuff. So that's why I was sharing that. And they also think about the heroism in a more transcendent sense, but though some of them take a more cynical route, while other ones are more they're more let me think, Platonic, or I would say some of them are more Platonic, but other ones are less Platonic, stuff like that. But the reason why I mentioned that is because I see that as being opposed to Freemasonry, because Freemasonry is ultimately about, I see it as a grand historical messianic narrative that unites the whole world under one supreme principle. At least that's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Am I correct about that?
It's in every small town everywhere.
Self-expression. That's the one principle that matters. Is every living being has the ability to express themselves in this world, and they should be left alone to do so. But my problem with paganism is mainly twofold. Number one is that it gets people anthropomorphizing nature and neutral forces like the planets and attributing human-like qualities, which like Mars is war and all this other stuff. But really, the planet itself is neutral. And I think that this has been pretty bad for humans, mostly. And there
What do
was
you mean
another.
the planet is new? What do you mean? Can you break that down? The
Yeah,
planet
yeah.
is neutral.
Are you going to tell me that the Earth doesn't create natural defenses to attack humans? You know, like, you know.
No, you said the planet is neutral. What does that mean? I really don't understand that.
Well, I mean, like anything in nature, like the wind blowing or the water flowing, it has no intention like a human being does. And you can ascribe this to any natural object or natural force there is.
I got
They're
you.
not.
Okay.
It's not human.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Dang,
I would probably disagree. I would probably disagree with that.
With what? Water flowing down the stream doesn't have an intention.
I don't know.
As far as not like a human being. I mean, it might to some degree.
Yes, Dom or Set or whatever I'm supposed to call you. Yes, I've always believed that wind is supernatural. That, you know, yeah, there's something supernatural to it.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not like a human being.
You guys want to hear my dilemma?
No. No, I don't.
I'll make it quick. I know you guys are probably tired of my fucking ass. So if weather is supernatural, that would mean that you cannot predict it. You can't predict the future. That would mean that all weather is completely invalid. The only way that the weather exists, that we could look at a week into the weather and see what's going to happen, is because it has to be.
Sir. You know how many times they told me to prepare for rain and it was nice and sunny?
It has to be generated.
Or they told me that it was going to be cold.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be supernatural.
But I guess that's what happens when Freemasons like Bill Gates do things allegedly, right?
It wouldn't be supernatural.
It doesn't matter.
It would be natural.
They have technology that controls the weather.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I know that. I know all that.
They control the weather.
Yeah, weather manipulation.
Now they got TARS.
Yeah, just like the Truman Show. It's just one big fucking Truman Show.
Live under a dome.
One big Truman Show. That's all it
Live under a
is.
dome.
I know we do. I found that out in 2017, November to be exact.
Dome above, dome below. We have a dome above, dome below, and we're a little bubble in water. But the Earth is in the middle, does not move.
That's the best way to control a fucking
like my bowel
population.
movement.
Tell them that there's infinite space when there's actually not.
As above, so below.
Hey, whatever created this, I give them credit because they did a brilliant job
at fucking it up. Yes.
Yeah.
In the bubble sphere.
Yeah, I think humans did that when they decided to try and tame nature.
Oh, so God just gets to plead the fifth, and you know,
as was described in the Enuma Elish, when the Anunnaki established their rulership over the earth by slaying Tiamats and establishing humans to bear the yoke of the gods. That's where humanity messed up, was when they went along with these gods.
That's the pre-flood.
We'll see if that Bible verse gets Mandela affected one day in this computer simulation that we're in.
We don't live in a computer simulation.
Yeah, well, that would explain the Mandela effect. That's actually impossible to fucking deny at this point.
No.
I mean, I deny it because I have yet to ever experience deja vu or a Mandela effect. So,
the Mandela effect is a giant AI controlled computer It's the
Because
largest
like
computer in the
Bierstein, I
world.
mean, how do you say it? You know, growing up my entire life, people just said
Oh,
it
you
differently.
know it.
Know it. Fruit
Berenstain.
of the Loom. Fruit of the Loom. Did it have the thing or did it not?
Cornucopia. Yep.
I mean, I remember growing up and
Everyone
seeing
remembers
people's
the
underwear. Yeah,
cornucopia.
that's right.
We all remember the cornucopia, and now
That's
it
right.
no longer
How do you cause?
exists ever in history.
Shut up.
That
It's
means
called.
we live in a computer
You
simulation,
create
buddy.
mental patience. You create mass psychosis. You make people think one thing happened when in reality it happened. We deal with people like you who claim to be Freemasons.
No, I don't claim to be a Freemason
Oh, I'm
at
sorry.
all.
Related to them. Yes.
Oh, actually, I am, and I can prove that. I don't bullshit about that. And I can prove that.
I never say you did. I'm not trying to take away your penis size, sir.
Yeah,
Austin,
so
you're flopping
the
up the
Mandela
panel.
effect. So the millions of people around your globe that are experiencing the same Mandela effects all at the same exact time, the same ones, right? They're all experiencing the same thing. So how do you fucking explain any of that?
Constructed.
If this
Wow,
isn't
look,
a
case
computer
closed.
simulation,
I can explain that because
see, you go into denial because what it does,
It's called constructed.
what it does is
It's
it
called constructed.
destroys
Do you
your
want me to
entire.
respond to your question, or are you just gonna talk?
No, it
over?
doesn't. I don't
It
care if the
destroys your
Monopoly guy
entire
had a
perception
monocle or
of
not,
reality.
because I never liked Monopoly anyway.
It destroys your perception of
Austin,
reality. You can't wrap
bro,
your mind around
Austin,
it.
bro, do you want me to respond to your question or just
Go
talk
ahead.
over me about
Go
how it
ahead.
destroys
Go
my
ahead. Go ahead.
reality?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so everything, I mean, actually, here, I could read another slide because I have a slide explaining this.
That way, just put a thing across here.
Let's see here.
Lao Tzu, anybody?
What are the newest Mandela effects? We see new ones every day. So what are the newest ones?
Yeah, here, I'm going to read my slide here. So it's.
I mean, millions of people are all seeing the same
Here,
Mandela
Austin, I'm going
effects.
to answer your question, bro.
It's not a memory
Parmenides
game.
is essentially describing a 4D block.
It has
universe.
nothing to do with
However,
memory.
there are multiple spatial dimensions, each of which
Time
more
travel.
than likely exists or experiences time differently. Being is everything that's ever happened, everything currently happening, everything that will happen, and every possibility that
Good
can
cop out.
possibly
Good
happen.
cop out answer.
existing
That's
in
another
one-
cop out.
Are you
No evidence.
interrupting?
There's no evidence of that. That's just a cop out answer. There's
No, it's
zero.
not.
There's zero
Actually,
evidence
this
of
is
what you just said.
No, this is actually science, bro. This is
No, you
scientific.
can label
theory.
anything science just to try
Maybe
and
you
prove
should
a
look
point.
it up. It's called the block universe.
I
It is
can look up outer space. Doesn't
You
mean it's
just
real.
did the Breaking Bad
I
meme.
can
You
go
went
on
science, bro.
I can go on Google. I can go on Google right now and ask if outer space is
why
real,
don't
and
you
it will
go
tell
on
me yeah, but it's not real. So I don't care about
Yes,
your
it is.
Google
What
internet
do you
shit.
mean it's not real.
Time
It's
machine
there.
is real.
That's right. We live in a
You
toilet
guys have a
bowl. Toilet
lot to
bowl
learn,
Earth.
man. You have a lot to learn, bro.
Yeah, we're just dumb, I guess. I don't know.
No, you're
why
not
don't you-
dumb. You're not dumb. You're actually smart, and I'm smart too. And I started thinking for myself. I went to college.
you're
I'm
not smart.
fucking retarded.
You're
yes,
not
I am.
smart.
I
No.
took all my astronomy shit in college. I got a B plus in my last
Bro.
astronomy class. B
You got
plus.
booty brain. You got booty brain.
and it turns out my professor in college told me that all the pictures on the wall, they're all artist renditions. None of them are real. How come?
Wow,
How come there's
congratulations.
zero?
I figured
How
that
come
out in a
there's
high school
zero?
textbook.
How come there's zero real pictures of outer space if it's so real?
Bro,
Fucking
you
slave. Bunch of brainwashed slaves.
Bro, you've taken the boomer pill. It's bad.
No, I started thinking for myself. I broke out of my brainwashing. I broke out of the mass hypnosis that you people are in.
You're
I
not
don't know.
thinking
It
for
sounds like
yourself.
you
You're
listened
watching
to like a
videos.
No, I'm the only
Facebook
one
truth or
thinking for
video
myself, and I think
a few years
Rocky
ago.
agrees too.
You're
Hey,
just
Rocky,
watching videos.
Hey, Rocky, is outer
Oh.
space completely fake and there's zero evidence of it?
No, I agree with that claim, but I'm
Okay.
telling you, I
Yeah,
know
it's
that
all
all
fake.
you're doing right now is watching videos, and then you're like,
No, I'm not
"Bro,
watching videos.
have
That's
you
not what I'm
seen this
doing.
video?"
I'm actually involved in the highest group community that there is as far as flat Earth goes.
What is that community?
That thanks to your Freemason.
I mean, I can give you names. I can
Give me
you
a name
Karen
right
B.
now.
I can give you Karen B. I can give you Jeranism. I can give you
Oh, my
Austin.
God.
Wait,
Wait.
I can give you all the names.
Should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
I've been involved in this shit for over a decade.
Everyone be quiet.
I've been involved in all these channels for over a fucking decade. I've seen it all.
Austin, check out the channel. JT follows JC.
Just wait, though, real quick.
Or even
Did you just say Jeranism is a flat earther?
JT follows
No, he's a paid actor.
Flat earther.
Okay, so we know that much. Why did you mention Jeranism?
Right.
Because
why did you mention
because
that,
I'm saying popular names that only people like you would recognize.
What?
I can say other names that you would not recognize, but I knew
Okay.
how you are, so I said those
You
names. so that
already
you could recognize
disclosed.
it.
You already
I'm
disclosed that you come
smarter than you
across.
fucking thing, buddy.
No, listen. You've already disclosed that you figured this out in 2017, bro. I'm saying we're all new.
Jaren,
No,
they
no,
have
no.
dirt on Jaren. Jaren,
Listen, stop talking.
They have dirt on Jaren. Jaren's been an actor
stop
for over a
talking,
decade.
Stop talking
cannot
for
stop
5
talking.
seconds. Okay, when you say shit that's dumb as fuck, you got to get put in your place.
Can you tell me one thing I've said that was dumb as fuck?
Almost everything that you've said so far is dumb as
Specifically,
fuck.
tell me one. Specifically, tell me one.
That, oh man, did you know there was a study in this video where like all the presidents are related, bro? Bro,
That exists. That wasn't dumb. That exists.
Everything you said.
You can prove that exists.
Prove it.
You can prove that exists. So how is that dumb? Now give me one form of evidence that I said something stupid.
No.
Go ahead.
You have the burden of proof.
Go.
You have the burden of proof, dumbass. You made the claim.
We got one of those debaters. Oh, we're getting in a debate now. Oh,
You're dumb.
You have the burden of proof.
You went from loving me. You went from loving me.
I've dealt with thousands of you. You're nothing new. I've dealt with thousands of you.
Yeah, man, I love you, man. I love you, man.
Hyperborean butt plug.
It's the same thing over and over, Rocky. We come across the same personalities.
That's what it
We
is.
come across the same personalities over and over. It's all the same.
Hyperborean butt plug is like top tier, dude. That was nice.
There's nothing different.
That's what your symbol looks like.
He set up butt plug. No, that's good shit, dude.
Yeah, that would be kind of painful, I think.
Rocky, why? How do you know what a butt plug looks like? I thought you was a man of God.
Yeah, unless you're like a fish on a hook. I don't see how that
just
would be
found out
pleasurable.
about them recently. I didn't know they existed before. Yours looks homemade.
Anyways, Austin, for real though, I mean, like on a level head, we'd probably be cool. But like when you start talking about
in
knowledge,
the same room together, we wouldn't be talking like this.
no, I know we'd probably fight each other. We'd probably get in a fist fight, but it's okay. But look, when you start talking about knowledge and wisdom and philosophy and things like that, I'm just saying you might want to just sit back and listen a little more, right? Like AV and Buddha, people like TML.
I'll do my best.
These people are spitting the fire, right? These people are talking about high level shit.
There's a reason. Ooh, I just got paid. There's a reason I'm here because I understand that TML has a lot of fucking knowledge, and
Bingo.
I've been around all the blocks of YouTube, bro. And there's like a top 10 I have, and I would say TML as far as knowledge goes, he has a lot of that, and so that's why I come around here.
Clip that. Now, a
Yeah,
little
we got 100
Lao
clips of that. I could make a compilation. And,
a little Lao Tzu.
But there's
What are we
still not
doing?
like a lot of it's all lip service and so on and so forth. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
No, I mean,
That's right.
No. Because I've actually thought that for a lot of years. This isn't my first time I'm saying it now, but I've actually thought that for about 3 years. TML, I learn new words every time I come here. So
Oh,
I made a few of them up. I think. But,
Well,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, blessings. So
Yeah, yeah.
That's called when you canonize a word.
Neologism.
When you canonize.
No, but for real though, I mean, there's only like a handful of channels you can go to and like actually discuss new ideas that you haven't heard everywhere else.
Yeah, yeah. And going around and like saying, you know, calling those people that give you that kind of knowledge, Freemasonic Satanists and stuff, that's probably not productive. There's probably, you could probably like spend
You're
better,
probably right. You're probably right about
you can
that.
spend your time better on like like asking questions, right? Like you can ask deep questions and we can have a philosophical conversation. But that's the problem with the boomer pill, man. I'm not talking shit right now. I'm being serious. The boomer pill is like when you watch a bunch of YouTube videos or BitChute videos or whatever platform you're using, and then you like
basically
you like regurgitate the video to somebody and like take a hard stance or whatever.
I don't
It's
see.
like,
I don't think I do that. Because I've seen. I don't just stick to one thing, bro. I've been watching YouTube since it was founded, and most people haven't done that. Most people stuck to their TV cable shit, and I fucking just went all around YouTube for years, and I heard everything, and somehow I found myself into this little corner of YouTube.
no, we relate more than you know. I'm the same way. And the problem is when you watch these videos, we don't, most people, they don't spend the time to actually go further beyond the video. Any particular video, take your pick. Go a little further and research it. Dig to the depth of it and try to confirm the claims in the video. You can trash like, you know, a large percentage of the videos you watch after that, you know?
I do that, man. I'm not a dummy, bro. I do that.
I'm
I do
saying,
my
like,
deeper
reading the
research.
books, source
Especially with
material.
like First
Yeah.
Amendment and like the whole freedom thing and legal, lawful, all that shit. Like I actually do my research. And I look into actual, you know, legislation and shit like that, and fucking I do my research. I don't follow blindly anyone. I'm actually pretty fucking hard and stubborn headed, so it's hard for me to fucking follow people blindly.
Yeah, yeah, I respect that.
Yeah. Sorry to take over your show, TMO.
no, it's fine. It's an open panel. I said you know, this is a time for open discussion. You know, maybe like in 20 minutes or so. I mean, no,
Can we
because I
clip
kind of
Austin
said like,
saying I love you?
What do you say?
Yeah, sorry, what's that?
Can we clip Austin saying he loved me?
Yeah, for sure.
I love you, brother.
Yeah, we'll get a bunch of clips like that going. But yeah, the thing is that you know, like I said, I'll go like 2 hours with the discussion, and then we'll move on to Shangzu and Mumford and Ellul. So yeah, I mean, like in like 20 minutes or so, I'll play some music and I'll move on with that. You know, we'll kind of conclude the panel discussion, and I'll move on with a sort of the concluding part of the show, as I said, and that will consist of those main items. So so if you guys have been paying attention to the opening portion of the show, right, and all that type of stuff, you know, I've like hundreds of hours of explanations, you know, on history of transhumanism and stuff. It's never been done before, really, right? And it, like, I mean, along the lines of how I'm presenting it. So, you know, eventually those things will be clipped up. But yeah, so so these discussions, you know, yeah, we'll somehow produce clips from these discussions too, like, you know, like funny stuff. So.
I have a good question. I just thought up in my mind. So I can ask it.
Yeah, hold on a second. I think Dom's gonna say something, and then Austin, go ahead, Dom.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say that transhumanism is of becoming because it's trying to force life to become something that it's not by merging with technology in a way that is essentially perverse. And it is perverse because transhumanism takes away from the resources on the earth which actually sustain all other life. and doesn't give anything back. As far as I can tell, I'm pretty sure that, you know, the like the LLM farms or whatever, these data farms, all they do is suck up water, suck up sunlight, take all this land and produce all this ungodly noise.
Absolutely.
Like, what is it doing for the life around it? It's trying to force it to become something that it isn't. And this is why transhumanism is ultimately bad.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that, Don. Yeah, go ahead, Austin.
Oh fuck! I forgot what I was gonna ask now.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
He made me think. He made me think that most people are never gonna get along with the idea of natural living and living off the earth. And the way that I got into it, to be honest with you, was through psychedelics, doing acid and stuff like that. I came in touch with a reality, I guess you could say. But
Well,
yeah,
I
I don't think
remember-
most people will get along with that idea.
I remember TML said in his opening, I think, that for most of human history, that's how humans lived, in balance and harmony with nature. And it wasn't until recently that we started going on this other path.
Yeah, that's yeah, just to be fair, I'm using an internal critique of the position of the anthropologists and the scientists, right? Because they are saying that most of human history we lived under low-tech conditions. So so basically Uncle Teddy and Skrbina are turning that against them and saying, well, if we evolved under low-tech conditions, shouldn't we continue that condition, right? So we could not create an evolutionary cul-de-sac, basically, right?
Yeah, I would say that for most of history, you know, the harmony you speak of, it's not really true. You have such diversity in different groups of people. A low-tech condition prevented people from making their environments uninhabitable and stuff, or inhospitable. But that doesn't mean that they were like, you know, like kumbaya harmony and stuff.
Yeah, harmony and balance, definitely not the right word. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's more like cooperation with or something.
No.
They were egalitarian in the sense that they answered to nature and the survival of the group, and that meant that they had to do things due to their low-tech conditions that we would perceive as coercive or unfair, but really it was
actually now that you mentioned that, there's something. Have you read Bachofen? Bachofen? I don't agree with him, but there is some truth to him. Bachofen, he argued that, you know, Minoans, they were matriarchal and they were egalitarian the way Dom is saying, but they aren't the only group in the past. You know, you had steppe people who were more warlike and more honorable, and you had different groups of people. So I would say you're overgeneralizing, Dom. There were different groups of people.
Avian, the thing is, like,
yeah, Bachofen is
you always seem to think I'm talking about civilization, and I'm talking about before civilization.
Yeah.
Like the Minoans are like 1500 BC.
You're calling
I can't prove anything before I existed. That's the thing.
You're calling. We have the same position on that. You're
Yeah,
calling
no,
the step a
talk about
civilization.
Yeah, Bachofen.
No, they would have been more migrants or nomads in the mountains.
I can only prove my observation. I can't prove
So-
anything else.
You notice how the step weren't though. That's kind of the point of Avian's. That he's talking about how nuanced it is, right? So you have somebody who is an example of pre-civilization, quote unquote, who aren't egalitarian.
If you're talking about the Yamnaya, then yeah, I would say that they're probably a component of the genetic bottleneck, which is
Yeah, this is like,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, this is just part and parcel of a general point that Mumford and a bunch of other people are making, even Ellul, right? Because see, Ellul is kind of like an anarchist, right? I mean, and Mumford, right? Like, he's like I would say he's like from modern perspective, he's kind of like a lefty or something like that, or like maybe even like a communist or some shit. I'm not really sure like where Mumford was, but he definitely might be involved in like some sort of synarchic movement or something like that. But the fact is that these guys were thinking of and because see, they're thinking of like prehistory to now, that like that there was cavemen or something like that. So they're thinking that like if people are in smaller groups, then they can't really fuck with other smaller groups as much as when they get into huge groups of people. Then you could really take over these smaller groups and fuck with them, right? So that's all they're trying to say is that smaller groups are more egalitarian, and that is on the whole more true, just because it takes less people to make a decision to come to unanimous decision in a small group, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a practical factor of, but that works antithetical to the claims of democracy, right? Because democracy, it's like if you involve more people into the decision-making process, more people would, agree, but that's not how it works, right? It gets worse that way, right?
Yes.
Yeah, unless the smaller group, group has better technology than the big.
Is that why in Fallout they have an overseer to oversee the dummies in the vault?
My computer's been hijacked.
Yeah, but this Bachofen influenced Julius Evola and Ludwig Klages. Bachofen argued that there were like a lot of like matriarchal groups like the Minoans in Southern Europe, but they were invaded by the Aryans, the Indo-Europeans, who brought more of a martial culture, more of a warrior aristocracy. You can see here that he proposes 4 phases of cultural evolution which absorbed each other. I don't know if I agree. I do not agree with him entirely, but it is interesting. But he said heterism, a wild nomadic Tillerian, Kufunic or earth-centered phase, characterized by him as a communistic and polyamorous, whose dominant deity he believed to have been an earthy proto-Aphrodite. Das Motors, a matriarchal lunar phase based on agriculture, characterized by him by the emergence of Kufunic mystery cults and laws. Its dominant deity was Demeter. And Dionysian, a transitional phase when earlier traditions were masculinized, as patriarchy began to emerge. Its dominant deity was the original Dionysus, and then the Apollonian, which is the patriarchal solar phase, in which all traces of the matriarchal and Dionysian past was eradicated and modern civilization emerged.
Well, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but me and Dom went over Mumford, and this is exactly what Mumford said. He says this comprises the move from polytechnics to monotechnics, from the god that had a female consort to one that was just the sun god that was all alone without a female consort.
But ultimately, though, the issue I have with people like Klages is that there is more matriarchal. I actually like Evola more in this regard personally, because Evola, he says that he calls it the lunar. He calls it, like he said, Telluric and stuff. But when the Aryan invasions happened, it didn't lead to
sounds like a lunatic
technological growth that much. I don't know. This is an important question though, because he does figure in a lot of occult thinkers. Bachofen.
Never read that book. Don't plan on reading that book. Never read that book.
Yeah, this guy is Swiss.
Don't want to read the book.
Anybody could have wrote any of these words. This is Wikipedia.
Yeah, that comports a lot with Mumford's ideas. In Man in the Nature of Technics, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah, he was highly influential. Bachofen.
It's Technics in the Nature of Man, I believe.
Yeah, he probably influenced Mumford also, and probably I wouldn't be surprised. He influenced a lot of thinkers around that time. But the reason I mentioned him is because the matriarchal egalitarian cults. I don't like that.
Real.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to go back to it.
I think I'm frozen. Frozen.
You're here, Rocky.
Yeah,
Someone's hacked my computer. I can't close any of my tabs. I can't do nothing.
Somebody hacked your computer, is what you're claiming?
YouTube or something.
Rocky, what the fuck are you doing?
YouTube or some entity has hijacked.
You got hijacked by aliens. The aliens
It's probably
are
artificial
after you, bro?
intelligence.
I'm scrolling over. I'm
The fourth
scrolling
kind.
over.
This is crazy, y'all. This is wild.
Rocky's on a spaceship somewhere.
The amount of hand movement that he's put up during this stream is crazy. If you could just like cut, TMO, if you could just clip Rocky from this whole panel,
You two don't like the truth.
it would be wild if you just made a video of just Rocky in this whole session.
Bro, I've known Rocky for like almost 4 years. The man he surprises me all the time. He shows, like, he'll just randomly show like family pictures or just shit. He just shows everything he has. It's fascinating.
I live off grid. We're getting the garden ready now. Gonna plant some sunflower seeds.
You have a wife, Rocky?
Yeah, my wife. She's
Is she alive or?
It's the best decision I ever made. She just.
What freezer did you put her in?
God dang.
She's a good cook.
Rocky's a Christian man, Austin. I mean, come on.
Yeah, those are the best ones.
Look, man, I'm gonna
Dude,
take.
I've known you for 4 years and I've never seen a woman walk by you ever.
She don't like being on.
It's because he is a woman.
I've never seen her walk in your background or nothing ever in 4 years.
Bro, do you not see his shoulders? Do you not see the jawline?
People
Look at
have
the Adam's
seen her
apple.
before. People have seen her before.
Exactly. 2026.
Yeah, but let me say something though. I didn't mention this before a long time ago, but there do seem to be two currents to the well, of course there are more currents to the Western occult tradition. Like one of them is more like Evola and like Nimrod, the kind of stuff you talk about, Hyperborean. But the other one is like lunar matriarchy cults.
Well,
like
there's they place it in the
Oh,
more.
yeah. Yeah, look at the title. It's Atlantis versus Shambhala.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. You can't.
I have
attribute- you can't attribute the feminine with the lunar because Sin Nana, the god, not a goddess, was the first moon god.
Everybody knew time was once determined by the phases of the moon. And if you remember that, if you remember that, then they call you a lunatic. And they put you.
But there was more though. There's layers to this. It's not just the moon. There's solar, lunar, and stellar. They used to use the stars are stellar, so the turning of the firmament. But there's even so like most magical occult texts that talk about the archaic tradition, they'll mention sex worship as like a foundational beginning. They'll say like the phallic, the animists were into the male and the female, and without acknowledging astrological, right?
Upside down.
Had the power.
So it goes.
I like this guy. This guy's fucking smart.
It goes phallic, vaginal.
You like him again?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where you found this guy at. He's smart.
It goes phallic, vaginal, stellar, lunar, solar is the typical order that you see them put in. So Avian, he's right about that. That like there's, and that's just within the Western mystery tradition. I'm sure that maybe somewhere else, and even in the Western, there's some unacknowledged stuff previous to that.
Damn.
There's a well-known Rosicrucian author. His name is give me a second. I gotta pull it out.
What happened?
Hargrave Jennings is his name, and he wrote a good like 20 books.
Yeah, it looked like his device turned off. Yeah.
He got hacked, bro.
Yeah, he was saying for a while he was about to dip. But
yeah. Hargrave Jennings has a good theory on this, though. The arc or the timeline, the story arc is what I mean. The timeline of, you know, the chronology of the worship and how the worship was focused. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Like the domes and the towers today are remnants of this concept of the phallic and the vaginal. But then we turn upwards because we start to realize that nature and that the earth and the heavens are actually symbiotic. They work together.
Hey, can I ask you a question? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of life?
I would say that life is an illusion. It's a false dichotomy. You don't want to ask me that question. You need to ask somebody else that question.
I think the purpose of life is to be of service to your fellow person.
Yeah, honor. Yeah, I would say honor, but more specifically, not your just any person, right? It's got to be somebody within. This is hard to define, right? You could say within the clique, or the race, or the community, or whatever. Like it's got to be somebody that deserves your honor.
That wants it, yeah.
Or that deserves it, right? So there's the enemy, and this is the person you absolutely do not need to honor at all or serve. You know, that's another problem with that whole New Testament Christian doctrine.
Can I read this thing I wrote about the purpose?
What if you say, sorry, I'm sorry, I have to get this out. What if you say a couple words to that enemy that you think is going to be your enemy for the rest of your life, and you say a couple words to that person, and it sticks 30 years down the road, and all of a sudden they come out a new person?
Yeah, that's possible, right? Yeah, but it does not benefit you or the race or the community.
I think it does benefit me because I just benefited another person or family or generation.
Well,
I think you got to ask yourself, why are they the enemy to begin with?
This goes back to the idea of believing.
I can name a lot of people that were my enemy that I'm good with now. I mean,
this goes back to the idea of believing in actual individual agency and accountability for yourself, and between that and the idea of you being created and, you know, we all being one, and there's this big unity and a future utopia.
But I mean, you can't disprove that though.
I can, yeah. I mean,
no, that's very much a possibility, as it is anything else, as it is to be a hell realm. It's possible. I mean, the possibility is fucking endless, really.
Yeah, it's possible to convert somebody who's in between, right? We could say a lost Virya. We could say somebody who's a confused spirit who is on the fence. That makes sense. But the enemy is somebody that's immovable, unswayable.
My thing is, you seem to have a definite perspective.
Why you hate me so much?
No, I don't hate you. I'm trying to, dude. I'll be your friend, bro. I'm just trying to.
That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what, like, everything. You seem to have a definite perspective on what reality is. Yeah. And I think that everyone that has a definite perspective on what reality is just
lost.
They want to have an answer, and in reality, I think there is no answer.
Yeah, and that's fine, right? You can rest there. You can.
Boy, that sure does suck for you.
You can stop there. You can.
No, I mean, I want to. I'm a realist. I don't have to pretend to myself that there's like. I mean, maybe we're ants on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not gonna fucking understand.
Boy, that sure does sound like NASA indoctrination. I am a worm.
We could pretend. We could pretend and join all these religions and cults and act like we know what created us. But none of us.
Okay, have the Caesar. Answer. We'll go out there and fuck Bright Eyes. Make some more Caesar babies.
This is the problem with the first principles that we already discussed. They're so hard to.
This is where you get into indoctrination.
No,
and I've been in many of them.
You've already agreed with the eternity and the uncreated thing.
But I also made an amendment, and I said I could be wrong.
But you can't, right? Because you know.
No, I can.
Okay. Then you didn't understand that the whole dialectic.
You don't have to understand.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's where we differ, right? I am sure of myself, and you're not. That's the difference. I mean, I don't know how you want me to explain that.
Ego. You're sure.
Sure.
You're sure
However
of
you
yourself
want to
because it
define
makes
me.
you feel comfortable inside.
However you want to define me.
But you don't have a knowing, you have a belief.
Austin, bro, I think it's your ego that you're conflating with Hyperboreans.
But I think he has a belief. I don't think he has a knowing.
For 5 seconds.
All
Because
right,
you're talking about how you're a realist and how you just got to be honest and you can't possibly know anything. And then you're saying that because Hyperborean does have a firm grasp on what he thinks reality is, that's ego. But I think that
what is Hyperborean? What's Hyperborean?
Ego is thinking that a human being can't possibly know where they come from.
I accept your words. I accept your words.
Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I think he might have missed.
You told me that I think that Hyperborean. That I reject that, and I really don't know what Hyperborean is.
It's not important what Hyperborean is because that doesn't
exactly. That's the final point that you made in that whole rant that you just did.
Like I said earlier, throw me in the trash, bro. It's not about I love you, bro.
I'm not throwing you in the trash. No, because I want to learn. No.
It's not about me.
I said that it's egoic to think that a human being cannot possibly ever know where they come from. That's the ego trap. Because you absolutely can. It's literally
okay. How do you do that process?
You have to look within you. That's literally the foundation of every spiritual teachings. You have to look within knowledge of the self.
You know what? I found that out through meditation. The last time that I got out of a 3-day detox from having seizures from trying to get out of alcohol, because I got fucking problems, and I did meditation for the first time since I was, I don't know how old, but I meditated there for an hour, and I sat in my friend's house in his chair, and I just sat there quietly, and literally when I did that, bro, I had a spiritual experience that told me that God is inside of me. God's already within. It's not out there. You don't have to look out there. It's already within you. And so I had that experience, and it was a knowing, not a belief. And so I do agree with you to an extent. I agree.
Yeah. I think back to the whole point though, right? Like claiming what other people think and what they think, what, how you feel about a person. Once again, it's just an unproductive way to have a conversation if you're truly trying to learn something. It doesn't matter what I know. It doesn't matter what I claim to know, right? Just listen to the context and take it or leave it. It's that simple. Wade through it.
I want to say something too. I want to add something. There are many people here with different visions and backgrounds, and I feel like if something moves you about that person's vision, you should probably read a couple of books they suggest and stuff, and then you talk about those books, because it's not easy to learn a lot, because I've been reading a lot actually, but I got kind of burned out the last 2 or 3 weeks ago. But like it's good to read Parmenides, read the fragments, and then probably read some other thinkers that, Jacques Ellul is good to read, because this channel does deal with Jacques Ellul a lot. It's good to read, is what I'm saying.
Do you think that you can gain more knowledge by reading a book than watching a movie?
Yes, I think reading is superior to watching a movie. Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yes. It's
I've never been a big reader. I've always I don't know, man. Since I was a kid, I played sports, and I was always fucking ADD, as you guys
think
probably
about
tell.
Well, think about it this way. Yeah, think about it this way. The movie originally started out as a book.
Yes.
Like it's a screenplay that, so you need
Dang,
the book.
you beat me to it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will also say that you know, it's good to have like, I don't know, like a Goodreads or Excel sheet and like write like, I don't know, summaries of the books or notes, you know, because I think that helps me organize my mind. But other people are different though. You know, there are people out there who have read like thousands of books. I'm not that kind of person. I've read only like 190 books, but you know, I have a lot more on my backlog and I plan to read more. But the point I'm trying to make is don't beat yourself up, you know, start off small and, you know, keep notes. It's better, you know, to like read, you know, 5 good books in your life than, I don't know, 1,000 crappy books. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. So true.
Well, I'm gonna get off because it's getting late. But
I appreciate you, man.
I'm just gonna say before I get off is that even though you say I might sound like a Mason in my ontology,
Yeah, I caught you from the
not
beginning, buddy.
ascribe to the Masons because they are ultimately a hierarchical lodge system, and I know Hyperborean talked about how once you reach the 3rd degree, they're all equal. As an outsider, I find that hard to believe because, you know, actually Austin brought up good points about how they can get kicked out and they have to go through these rituals to progress through the systems or the ranks rather. But anyway, yeah, that's it. Agape to all, and I'll see you guys again.
Yeah, peace on
Have a good night, Dom.
Likewise. Good night, Dom.
Thanks for joining. Yeah.
Peace.
Blessings, brother.
Yeah, these are a couple books I have.
Yeah, cool.
Kite Runner.
Uh-oh. This is when the brown kid gets graped. Good lord.
Uh-oh. That how coincidental.
I got this one in my first rehab I went to. Bible. I went to a fucking Christian rehab on a ranch out in the middle of nowhere in Colorado. And they made me study every fucking word of that shit.
Nice.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, so so I think I'll move on to the Shangzhou here. You know, play some music and you know, do the thing. So
Man, on that note, I guess I should split. I'd hate to leave early, but damn it.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool, man. Yeah, check it out tomorrow. You know, you might have to go to sleep. I mean, it is 3 a.m. where I am. But yeah, so
I'm like, damn, work tomorrow's
yeah, it's dreadfully late. Yeah, so check it out tomorrow. The people that gotta leave. You know, so I really appreciate you guys.
Likewise,
yeah,
man.
I gotta do it. I gotta do it too.
Have a good night.
Yeah. In that case, you know, do you guys want to do like some closing words? You know, we'll go around.
Yeah, I'll say some goodbyes, man. Avian, it's good to see you again. I've missed you.
It was a blast. It was a blast on me, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Avian has been, you know, such a strong presence in the Discord and on this panel for some time. And, you know, your absence was really felt. That's how I feel, at least.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Lord, keep it up. You make me laugh all the time, so keep it up. TML, I enjoyed the Parmenides session. As always, even though we only got through like 3 points, that's kind of how it worked.
Yeah, it was classic still, though. You know, classic.
Yeah, it is. It always is. Yeah, and like I said, I'm going to say it again to Austin. All the LARP channels and all the bullshit drama channels, they don't compare to this one. This is the one where people can actually grow and grow fast because they're given a space to people on this panel. Or TML allows them the space to discuss whatever is on their mind. And usually with the other people on the panel, it's focused and funneled into a highly productive conversation. So, yeah, these are the places you want to be, man. Screw those other places. And I would just recommend listening more and being less judgmental. unless it's critiquing someone's ideas, not the person, right? That's fair. That's how we grow. But other than that, man, that's all I got. Good night, guys. I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks, homie.
Yeah,
It
good
was a
night.
great pleasure. Yeah. Yeah, talk to you soon. All right. You know. Yeah, let's go with Austin. You know, let's see who's cammed up here.
I appreciate the critique. I needed it. Yeah, I don't have much else to say. You have a good group of fucking people here, so smart people. So good job.
Yeah, I appreciate you, homie. Yeah, thanks
Yep.
for coming by again. You know?
Later, bro.
Yeah, peace, homie. Blessings. All right, the incredible, indubitable Lorp.
Oh boy. May not be the smartest, but I know that reality's got a problem. Now, what that problem is, I'm not sure yet. Whether it's humans, God, devil, or technology, maybe it's all the above or all the below, or maybe it's all the in between. I don't think anyone can put reality in a box, no matter what you believe. I think you could worship worms and you still wouldn't be able to put it into a box or take it out of a box or examine it. So, the human condition is a undiagnosed one, unfortunately. So, I don't know. One day at a time, y'all, right? That's all you can do. Resist the infection. I guess that's my closing words. Resist the infection. Whatever that infection is to you. I don't know. Some strange shit, ain't it, man? Being witness to technology, being witness to spiritual things. I've had both sides of the coin, but I've also had the human nature side too. Maybe we have as much choice as what we allow ourselves to think we have. Maybe the more that we put the belief in it, the more we have the power. That's what it's starting to seem. I don't mean manifestation, but I don't know. I think belief is a very powerful thing. So believe in something good at least. I'm gonna sit in the back. Everyone have a good night and stay safe out there. Hell of a world.
Yeah, peace, homie. Blessings, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Avian, yeah, I didn't hear you announce that you know, you're leaving. You're free to stick around if you like. You're
let me see. So you're
What
gonna read
is
Shangzu and
super late?
ellul, right?
Shangzhou, you know, Mumford and ellul, yes. So this is the plan. So
Oh, yeah, I think it's kind of late. I think I'll go too.
yeah, for
But
sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
Yeah, but we're not opening up the panel for the people, so it's just solo. You know, the machine lies from here. So, you know,
are you
so-
okay with that though? You're
Oh yeah,
okay?
yeah. Of course, yeah. I'm ready to go. Yeah, Avian, if you want to, you know, give some closing remarks to the people, you know, blessings, brother. Thank you so much for joining.
Well, thank you. Yeah. My closing remarks are that I have a lot I want to read. I have to read those books, and yeah, it can be overwhelming, but I'm gonna do it. And you know,
Excellent. Yeah, we'll
the
have lots
past
to
few weeks
discuss.
I've been a bit hedonistic. Though the past few weeks has been watching too much anime, but I'm gonna get back into reading more and stuff. I've just been taking a break, but yeah. I mean that's all I wanted to say. It's always good to you know, keep oneself inquisitive and do your best. Basically, yeah, that's it.
Yes,
Yeah.
brother.
Have a good night, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, it's been an honor talking to you again, and yeah, have a peaceful night, my friend. Alrighty, let me see if this camera will work. Oh no, it will not. let me actually come back in the studio. Give me 1 second. And we'll talk about music and so on and so forth. Okay, here we are. Okay, let me play a song for you guys, and then we'll proceed for to the Shangzhou, the Mumford, and the Ellul, and of course there will be similar themes that are sort of rippling throughout each of those in relation to the show material. So, so I greatly appreciate your time. From here on, we will, present a lot of, music and, and all that. Yeah, we have some music. These two videos are really from, using Kubrick, right? So, blessings. All right, let me share this screen here. We got a bunch more music for you guys, so we'll play more music in a Okay, here we go. Let me try to share the screen for you guys. This is what I was attempting to do. And then it sort of froze up on me. Was that successful? Okay, yeah, it was. All right. Yeah, the StreamYard's been having some hiccups recently. And look at the people that published it. Shambala. Shambala Publishings. You guys ever read anything from Shambala Publications? I got some stuff from Shambala Publications. From Chogyam Trungpa. Anyways, let me move to the first chapter here, right, which is free and easy wandering. And a lot of texts is called free and easy wandering, right? So it looks like that'll be on the first page, right? And at the end of the chapter is usually where we find this story, right? About the gourds. First, it presents the example of the gourds, and then it presents the example of the tree, right? And in each case, he's saying that utility is subjective, right? So he's imploding the concept of utility, right? Or usefulness, right? And this is an interesting idea indeed. Let me zoom in on this. And you guys could take a look at this while I go and grab some coffee here for myself, right? So yeah, give me a second. I'll be right back. And let me throw myself on the bottom here. So this appears maybe a little bit clearer here, right? So yeah, blessings. And I appreciate you, Mama Sue. Thank you for watching. So it's imploding the concept of absolutes and universals, right? And this idea of usefulness or utility, or this notion of you know, what things are used for, right? So in this is talking about how, okay, you know, basically it's mainly talking about stillness and how, you know, what is really, you know, what really sustains life is not, you know, based on anything else, right? And the idea of, you know, things being sort of valuable on their own, right, without being useful, so to speak, right? There's also this sort of notion there. Also, there's a notion of sort of creativity in general within the Tao, right, that we've talked about many times, about you know, sort of relying on the space within and using what is not there for what is there. Okay, and by what is not there, where more talking about you space and, the idea that not only do you make what is from what is already in existence, so it's really like a reshaping of what is to a certain extent. But then on another end, right, whatever you make is, you don't really decide what it's used for. Right? So, so you're entitled to your actions and not the fruit of them. So this idea of usefulness is, right, something that doesn't apply to the true nature of things. Right? It doesn't get to the heart of things. Okay, and this sort of also deals with personal sort of the personal element, in terms of skill versus technique, right? Because, it's about a sort of creativity in, not trying to apply usefulness and trying to minimize that. And so the art of, sort of using what is not there for what is there, okay, or sort of reshaping what is, and also creating without possessing, right? And working without taking credit. There's another huge aspect of things. Okay, that goes beyond usefulness. So he's sort of looking at ways in which we could look at non-utilitarian thinking, non-technical thinking, and sort of go beyond that, right? And maximize skill, right? And apply sort of action that works for its own, right? And, where sort of the purpose is contained within the act, right? That the action doesn't require anything external to it. So there's this art of sort of engaging all things while doing nothing, right? And following the sort of path of stillness and so on and so forth, right? And so let's move forward with this, right? It says, Hutsu said to Shangzu, the king of Wei sent me the seeds of a giant gourd. When I planted them, they grew to the size of 5 bushels. But if you fill one with soup or water, it's much too heavy to lift. If you cut one to make a ladle, it's too flat and straight, making it awkward to use. See, there's that idea of usefulness, right? They were huge, but useless, so I smashed them. Right, so Shangzu replied, you, sir, are very clumsy when it comes to uses of the great. Right? In Sung, there were some folks who created a wonderful salve for chapped hands. Whole generations of silk bleachers used it faithfully. Then one day a stranger heard about the salve and offered them 100 pieces of gold to reveal the secret. When the clan gathered to discuss the offer, one man said, we've made this salve for generations and have nothing to show for it, but a few pieces of gold. Now in one morning, we can make 100. I say sell it. The stranger bought the secret recipe, and off he went for an All right, let's try that again. Sorry about that. Let me try to open this up here. Okay, that's not going to open. Okay, give me 1 second and let me get this back open for you guys. Sort of crashed out there, right? In terms of the computer equipment. So, so there's nothing we could really do about that. So I appreciate you guys for sticking in there to the people who did stick around, right? But yeah, let's try to share this up. So, where were we here? So I know I was in the middle of reading. I don't know when I got cut off. Right. But yeah, it was when I was reading this word here, right? So there's trouble. He got himself appointed as a general. That winter, they fought a great naval battle, utterly routing the U people. And the salve helped the Wu Navy cruise. He was rewarded with a fiefdom drawn from the territory, right? In their ability to treat chapped hands, the stranger and the clan were equal, but one ended up with a fiefdom, while others couldn't escape the bleach and labors of the silk trade. It's only a difference in use. Okay, so there's things that are used for different things, right? And of course, what they're used for, right, that decides what use is best. But he's going to sort of argue that the ultimate thing is uselessness, right? What can't be used, right, has value in and of itself, right? Right, so right now he's talking about this idea, right? He says, now you have 5 bushel gourds. Why didn't you make a tub of one or boat to float on lakes and rivers? You complained that they were too awkward to use to hold anything, when in fact they already contained nothing. Your head's still stuck in the brambles. Right? So he's saying nothing is something, basically. Right? They already contain nothing. Right? So, so he's saying Hutzu sniffed and replied, right? But of course, there's this idea that emptiness is infinitely full, right? And that goes back to the heart of sort of uselessness and, nothing is what we use for something, right? So yeah, there's lots of paradoxes like this in the Shangzu when we continue reading it, right? So he says, Hutsu sniffed and replied, I know you, I'm sorry. I know a huge tree local folks call. Yeah, they keep changing the name of this tree, like I said, right? Tria? Right? Trunk so thick, so gnarled, so knotty that the carpenter can't cut it for use. Branches too twisted for compass or square. Although it stands beside a busy road, no carpenter ever gives it a second look. Your words are just as big, just as knotty, and just as worthless. Nobody has any use for them either. Says Hutzu, right? Shangzu's friend who's a logician, right? And what does Shangzu reply to him, right? Says, haven't you ever watched a wildcat or a weasel? As it keeps low to the ground, bowing in wait for its prey before it leaps east or west, never avoiding high or low, only to end up snared in some hunter's net. So what's the problem with the weasel? It's doing too much. It's too crafty. It has too many designs on what it wants. But it's always thinking how it can use the present situation, the high or the low, to get what it wants, right? But look at the yak. Look at the yak. It's big as a cloud in the sky. Big enough to call huge, but useless when it comes to catching mice. Right? So it's saying that Look, the point of the yak's existence is not hunting and catching things. You can't judge the health or finesse of an animal by whether it's great at hunting. That's not all they're made for. And actually, the ones that hunt more die more. Right? Because they're doing too much. Just like that weasel. Right? So let's go back to the tree, right? He says, now you got this huge tree, right? You think it's terrible that no one can cut it for use? Why not let it be a tree in the village of no thing? Where the wild spread out in every direction to word no place. Sit beneath it and master the art of non-doing. Wander freely, easily into dreams beneath it. Forget the axe. Nothing can harm it. Nothing can possibly be of use. Where's the problem? Where's the problem? So first he's talking about this idea of utility and how it's arbitrary, and then he finally just goes to the non-utilitarian. Okay, now let's look at how we can master activity through stillness, okay, by learning how to care for life, right, with the butcher, right? Let me try to find this story in here, right? Because there's a story in chapter 3, I believe, right? Usually it shows up, right? So let's see what page chapter 3 is on here. Okay, I'm doing this the most retarded way possible, I know, but yeah. So you guys get to watch. Okay, there we go. Nurturing life, right? 19. Okay, let's go to page 19. And maybe we'll find this story about this butcher. And I'll expand on what's so significant about this, as it relates to technique, the minimal use of action, non-utilitarian, jitsu, and so on and so forth, right? Notice the first line. Life has limit, knowledge has none. To seek what is limitless through what is limited is perilous. Perilous. A stern warning at the beginning of the chapter, right? About seeking knowledge and applying what is unbounded to the bounded and what is bounded to the unbounded. Anyways, let's see if I could find this. Oh, here we go. Right here. Sorry, I scrolled down too far. Ting, the cook, was cutting meat free from the bones of an ox for Lord Wen Hui. His hands danced as his shoulders turned with the step of his foot and bending of his knee. With a shush and a hush, the blade sang, following his lead, never missing a note. Ting and his blade moved as though dancing to the mulberry grove. Am I still on? Okay, yeah, I'm still there. Or as if conducting the Xing Shu with a full orchestra, Lord Wen Hui exclaimed, "What a joy!" It's good, is it not, that such a simple craft can be so elevated? Ting laid aside his knife. All I care about is the way, he said. I find it in my craft, that's all. Right, so he's saying basically this thing about being a butcher, it tells me everything I need to know about what to do in life. And he says, when I first butchered an ox, I saw nothing but ox meat. It took 3 years for me to see the whole ox. Right? So he's saying when he first started cutting the ox, right, all he saw was the end goal of the process that he's trying to work on, right? So all that was important for him was the end result, right? The goal of the task he was performing. Then he saw the ins and outs of what he was trying to perform by looking at the whole ox. He then observed the entire ox. He learned about what he was actually doing. Right? So he's saying, first I saw nothing but the ox meat, the eventual result of the process, the goal of the task. Then he saw the actual ox. Right? The thing he's working on to get the results he's achieving, right? Now I go out to meet it with my whole spirit, and I don't think only about what meets the eye. Sensing and knowing stop. The spirit goes where it will. So now he's saying, now that he knows the ox, he can move without thinking. Right? Right. When you learn how to tie your shoes, you don't think about it every time you do it. Right? You just simply tie your shoes. Right? So he's saying that when an action is learned, it becomes second nature. One can perform the action without thinking about it. Right? So acting without thinking is superior to trying to mediate one's action through the material one's working on, or trying to focus on the goal instead of the task. And he says the spirit goes where it will, following the natural contours, revealing large cavities, leading the blade through openings, moving onward according to actual form. So he's not relying on what he knows, right? The technique. Okay, his skill is speaking through his action. He's just performing with the spirit. There's no mediation going on between the activity and the end result. Because the action he's performing is second nature. He does it without thinking about it. So it says the spirit goes where it will, following the natural contours, revealing the large cavities, leading the blade through openings, moving onward and according to actual form, yet not touching the central arteries or tendons and ligaments, much less touching bone. A good cook needs sharpen his blade but once a year. He cuts cleanly. An awkward cook sharpens his knife every month. He chops. I've used this knife for 19 years, carving thousands of oxen. Right. A good tailor, makes few cuts, right? Is what he's trying to say, right? That person that goes chopping and chopping and chopping and hacking, right? He doesn't actually know how to perform the same task with less actions and more results, right? Such as the butcher that never sharpens his blade, right? Carving thousands of oxen. Still, the blade is as sharp as the first time it was lifted from the whetstone, he says. At the joints, there are spaces, and the blade has no thickness. Entering with no thickness where there is space, the blade may move freely where it will. There's plenty of room to move. Thus, after 19 years, my knife remains as sharp as it was the first day. See, the personal elements of his skill go way beyond the technique that's necessary to perform the task. He doesn't rely on pure technique. He moves with the spirit, as he says. And those actions that normal butchers perform through many steps, he performs through less steps. He never has to sharpen his blade as a result. Entering with no thickness where there is space, the blade may move freely where it will. There's plenty of room to move. Thus, after 19 years, my knife remains sharp as it was the first day, he says. Even so, there are always difficult places when I see a rough going ahead. My heart offers proper respect as I pause to look deeply into it. Then I work slowly, moving my blade with increasing subtlety until kerplop. Meat falls apart like a crumbling clod of earth. I then raise my knife and assess my work until I'm fully satisfied. Then I give my knife a good cleaning and put it carefully away. Lord Wen Hui said, "That's good indeed. Ting, the cook, has shown me how to find the way to nurture life." Right? Anyways, let's move to a final passage here from the chapter on heaven and earth, which appears here is on page 81. Let's go to page 81, and we'll see another story from the Shang Tzu that is extremely pertinent to our discussions, right? Wait, hold on. Maybe it's not here. Yeah, maybe it's not here. Oh, no, wait. Oh, no, wait. I'm totally on the wrong page. Sorry, folks. I'm doing this a retarded way. I'm sorry about that. We'll read this last part, and then we'll take a little a break with music before we move to Mumford and Ellul. Okay, so this is very short here. I think some of this got cut off here, right? But yeah, Zhu Kung went south to Chu and returning by way to the state of Qin. He was passing along the south shore of Han River when he saw a big fellow working in 1 acre field of vegetables. He was climbing down into a pit well with a pitcher, then climbing out, pouring water on his crop. It looked like he was working himself to the bone without getting much advantage for his efforts. There's a mechanism for this, Zhu Kung said, right? He's a student of Confucius, right? Used for this, right? The reason why a student of Confucius is used for this tale is because Confucians, they seem to write about the division of labor in society and how the sort of attitude of the Taoists of relying on oneself and relying on nature was sort of not good for the functions of society, right? So Mencius writes about the shortcomings of Emperor Shen Nung in trying to, you know, not rely on the division of labor and rely on natural simplicity instead of cultural refinement. So this is an important, an interesting point. And so he goes on to say, he says, yeah, he says there's a mechanism for this. And with it, in a single day, you could inundate 100 acres. It doesn't take much effort and it yields great advantage. Wouldn't you like to have one? The gardener rose up and gave him a look. How's it work? It's a machine that's constructed of wood, heavy on one end, light on the other. It lifts water like a dipper. Lots of it, so much that it gushes out as if it was boiling over. It's called a well sweep. The gardener made an ugly face and said with a laugh, and there's more to this story, but you know that we've read a bunch of translations of this, but looks like it gets cut off here. So I've heard my teacher say, where there are machines, there will be machine problems. Where there are machine problems, the mechanical will find entry into the hearts and minds of people. When people's hearts and minds become mechanical, what's pure and simple is spoiled. Without the pure and simple, the spirit knows no rest. When the spirit knows no rest, even the Tao can't carry you on. It's not that I don't know about your machine, but I'd be ashamed to use such a thing, he says. Be ashamed to use such a thing. Interesting response. Right? So that goes to the heart of everything about relying on skill instead of technique, right? Not relying on usefulness alone, right? And this idea of the non-technical or the non-mechanical or the non-utilitarian. Right, all pretty much shown within the Shangzu in many different ways. So let me actually move to some music, and then we'll move to Mumford and Ellul. And yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you for joining.
Shook in a Casper, illustrate beautiful disaster. Light of the mothership, lift a badge of the malefactor. Marionette versus the threat of wire cutter function. Stereotypical Grinch bashing your pumpkin. Slug, right, a canopy warrior had slim batch before gestation segment ended and had a platoon of embryonic remnants to the Game Boy. Released Japanese beetle swarm to counter the spread of bitch crops. Demolish the harvest and herd colony animated. One massive attack, on it confronted and gutted. Most pungent component cloned in outrageous bunches. Grimacing faces to the knots of my shoelaces. I'ma show you all the phases of a fuck up. Plucking the pedals, but every rose had its thorn. Consider that first warning, second will be good times, laughs, and epitaphs. As a matter of basic principle, next I set my boat to sail. I won't always be there for you tugging on my coattail. Family, stuck, voids of the SS Mortar. Who you think put that unseen iceberg in the water? Manufacture flotsam and jetsam from out your charter. We got the ones pushovers, pushing back a little harder now. Blink, I think I can. I got grips, muckrake, I made just spin circles round sucker chips. Walking invisible city, I lost clans, and he's jealous cause my silhouette had more dimensions than his game plan. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin, cause in the end I got my passions while you splash in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk, cause I feel I got direction. And everything I touch magnificent, picking apart a drunken township, sitting in the rain, busting the nails my crown's bound with. If I had an anchor I would lay it in a dirt and mark to data earth stood still while I complete my search. You wanted delusions and falsified life comfort systems. This boy in the bubble huddled up the simple Simon subtle born tomahawk. Shock the peanut gallery loopy, the basic cutesy groupie cupid dog community. And I'm hung in a virtual skin and bones emaciated ringworm circus freak bloodthirsty intern trainee urchin feast with a delectable style compiler that would stand above a child's yellow brick vision of slick living. I observed the stories from my fire escape observatory. First I heard the glory, then desert the herbs that worded poorly understood. Well, maybe a pat on the back for the lucky losers who truly felt they were born to touch the music. I catalog cats as welcome mats, and for the ones insisting on dimming the stars, I want my sneakers extra hard. I wish upon a penny toss that every servant will betray his gatekeeper and leap to reap the freedom fighter mad galaxy. Puff the war gas vapors and cram hard for tomorrow. Brother, I own twice my weight in patience. Be it padded, cubicle, or beautiful tomb, I'll be listening to you whistling that more suitable tune. It's fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin, cause in the end I got my passions while you splash in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk, cause I feel I got direction in my work. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the community using me to no avail. Fascination, and everything I do I'm fascinated with. Know what I employ, and they somehow match this polar opposites attract fascination.
All right, let me open this up for you guys. And first, I'm going to play some of this Mumford. And then I'll move to the text.
Today, in an immensely magnified and adroitly perfected form. Up to now, following the optimism of 19th century thinkers like Auguste Comte and Herbert Spencer, we have regarded the spread of experimental science and mechanical invention as the soundest guarantee of a peaceful, productive, above all, democratic society. Many have even comfortably supposed that the revolt against arbitrary political power in the 17th century was causally connected with the Industrial Revolution that accompanied it. But what we have interpreted as the new freedom now turns out to be a much more sophisticated version of the old slavery. For the rise of political democracy during the last few centuries has been increasingly nullified by the successful resurrection of a centralized authoritarian techniques that had in fact for long lapsed in many parts of the world. Let us fool ourselves no longer. At the very moment Western nations threw off the ancient regime of absolute government, operating under a once divine king, they were restoring this same system in a far more effective form in their technology, reintroducing coercions of a military character, no less strict in the organization of a factory than in that of the new drilled, uniformed, and regimented army. During the transitional stages of the last 2 centuries, the ultimate tendency of this system might be in doubt. For in many areas there were strong democratic reactions. But with the knitting together of a scientific technology itself liberated from theological restrictions or humanistic purposes, authoritarian techniques found an instrument at hand that has now given it absolute command of physical energies of cosmic dimensions. The inventors of nuclear bombs, space rockets, and computers are the pyramid builders of our own age, psychologically inflated by a similar myth of unqualified power, boasting through their science of their increasing omnipotence, if not omniscience, moved by obsessions and compulsions no less irrational than those of earlier absolute systems.
Okay, so this is an interesting insight, right? He's saying that contrary to our ideas that classical Greek supplied the philosophical guns in order to create the world of the Renaissance, and this was a resurgence of this brilliant mode of democratic thinking that would expand humanity's understanding, right? That there's no God, that we're all like creating our own world and so on and so forth. Man is a measure of all things, as Protagoras said. But instead, right, the religious modes, right, of the sort of pyramid builders have been now, exchanged for the same type of stuff in terms of the conquest of space, right? That the same energy they applied to myth making and symbol making in terms of building the pyramids, they're now applying to our space technology, right? To try to, because this is part of the myth of the machine and the myth of progress in science, right? So these myths have just changed hands, right, into different parts of our artistic expression, right? Because art and technique are sort of just different vehicles to express the same deep urges, right? The same spiritual malaise, right? When encountering these large systems, right? Man tries to create some meaning out of it, right? And of course, his way of thinking is filtered through the myths of his age.
Particularly the notion that the system itself must be expanded at whatever eventual cost to life. Through mechanization, automation, cybernetic direction, this authoritarian technique has at last successfully overcome its most serious weakness, its original dependence upon resistant, sometimes actively disobedient servo mechanisms, still human enough to harbor purposes that do not always coincide with those of the system. Now, like the earliest form of authoritarian tactics, this new technology is marvelously dynamic and productive. Its power in every form tends to increase without limits in quantities that defy assimilation and control, whether we are thinking of the output of scientific knowledge or of industrial assembly lines. To maximize energy, speed, or automation, without reference to the complex conditions that sustain organic life have become ends in themselves. As with the earliest forms of authoritarian techniques, the weight of effort, if one is to judge by national budgets, is toward absolute instruments of destruction, designed for irrational purposes, whose chief byproduct will be the mutilation or extermination of the human race. Even Ashurbanipal and Genghis Khan performed their gory operations under more normal human limits. But observe, the center of authority in this new system is no longer a visible personality, an all-powerful king. Even in totalitarian dictatorships, the center now lies in the system itself, invisible but omnipresent. All its human components, even the technical and managerial elite, even the sacred priesthood of science, who alone have access to the secret knowledge by means of which total control is now being swiftly effected, are themselves all trapped by the very perfection of the organization they have invented. Like the pharaohs of the Pyramid Age, these servants of the system identify their goods with their own kind of well-being. As with the divine king, their praise of the system is an act of self-worship. And again, like the king, they are in the grip of an irrational compulsion to extend their means of control and expand the scope of their authority.
Okay, so this invisible and omnipresent system, right, that he's basically talking about, that has its sort of priests, right, which are basically the scientists, right, and furthermore, the destruction that it's capable of basically is totalizing, right, because in terms of war, right, even the greatest sort of tyrant in previous age wouldn't have the capacity to destroy and annihilate people, right, to the extent where they have it today, right? So so the capacity to destroy life, right, and obviously it has been used, right? So we've just gotten like now we've just accept that they're just going to kill basically old people and children and women and so on and so forth, right? Right, we've just sort of accepted it. Right, so there's a totalizing aspect of war, right, where we can inflict damage that we did not have the capacity to inflict in the past, right? It has been inflicted in mass quantities. Okay, and there's no way that there's a world government or anything that could basically stop people from causing destruction, on basically large groups of people, right? Through huge organizations that can basically skirt international law at this point. So there's no way to avoid that, right?
In this new systems-centered collective, this pentagon of power, there is no visible presence who issues commands. Unlike Job's God, the new deities cannot be confronted, still less defied. Under the pretext of saving labor, the ultimate end of this techniques is to displace life, or rather to transfer the attributes of life to the machine and the mechanical collective, allowing only so much of the organism to remain as may be controlled and manipulated. Do not misunderstand this analysis. The danger to democracy does not spring from any specific scientific discoveries or electronic inventions. The human compulsions that dominate the authoritarian tactics of our day date back to a period before even the wheel had been invented. The danger springs from the fact that since Francis Bacon and Galileo defined the new methods and objectives of techniques, our great physical transformations have been affected by a system that deliberately eliminates the whole human personality, ignores the historic process, overplays the role of the abstract intelligence, and makes control over physical nature, ultimately control over man himself, the chief.
Okay, so let's go back over that list. Quite a list he gave.
Overplays the role of the abstract intelligence, starkly eliminates the whole human personality, ignores the historic process.
So he's saying that the incessant goal of futurism, right, it removes humans from its goals, right? And this has been true with a lot of different theories, especially evolution, right? It seems to just basically pretend like humans are just part of a process that's going on Earth, right, for like millions of years, right, and so on and so forth. So, you know, the collective depersonalization of man through the abstract intelligence, right? So, yeah.
Transformations have been affected by a system that deliberately eliminates the whole human personality, ignores the historic process, overplays the role of the abstract intelligence.
Okay, so the role of the abstract intelligence and the removal of the historic process is basically the goal of futurism. Right? The whole idea of the myth of progress is to basically deny man's history. Right? The whole goal of idealism is a denial of history in the first place. Right? So,
and makes.
Oh, yeah. And also the collective depersonalization of and removal of the individual, right, through the idea of universalism and collectivization. Right, and the creation of the mass man.
Control over physical nature, ultimately control over man himself.
That's right. The control over physical nature is actually control over man. Right, all this stuff that they say they want to study nature, they want to study the world, they want to use chemicals, they want to figure out, they want to figure out what's going on with you. Right, that's to control you. Right, because they think you're part of nature. Right, so the domination of nature means nothing more than the domination of man, right? And that's why we have this quote here, right? That we've shown a bunch of times, right? Let's show this here. Right, this is from our friend Unseen, right? Modern man denies himself every metaphysical dimension and considers himself a mere object of science, but he screams when they exterminate him as such. That's right. If that's all you are is stuff, right, then you won't mind when you get used as an object. Just like any other machine, right? Just like the opening statement of the show, right? Where it says people are not machines, but given every opportunity to behave like a machine, they will so behave. And conformity in our world is nothing more than conformity to the technological system. So you have to figure out what the objective factors of power are in our age.
Control over man himself. and makes control over physical nature, ultimately control over man himself, the chief purpose of existence. This system has made its way so insidiously into Western society that my analysis of its derivation and its intentions may well seem more questionable, indeed more shocking, than the terrible facts themselves. But why has our age surrendered so easily to the controllers, the manipulators, the conditioners of an authoritarian techniques? The answer to this question is both paradoxical and ironic. Present-day techniques differs from that of the overtly brutal, half-baked authoritarian systems of the past in one highly favorable particular. It has accepted the basic principle of democracy, that every member of society should have a share in its goods. By progressively fulfilling this part of the democratic promise, our system has achieved a hold over the whole community that threatens to wipe out every other vestige of democracy. The bargain we are being asked to ratify takes the form of a magnificent bribe. Under the democratic authoritarian social contract, each member of the community may claim every material advantage, every intellectual and emotional stimulus he may desire, in quantities hardly available hitherto, even for a restricted minority. Food, housing, swift transportation, instantaneous communication, medical care, entertainment, education. But on one condition: that one must not merely ask for nothing that the system does not provide, but likewise agree to take everything offered, duly processed and fabricated, homogenized and equalized, in the precise quantities that the system, rather than the person, requires.
Right, the only way to offer that to many different people at once is in fact to just standardize all those people and to make their wills conform to a single measurable standard, right? So obviously that's the type of thing that's going to be had. Let me move on to the text here, right? And I'm only going to read a little bit of this, right? But he starts off with this point that he's making here. Right? He says, the earliest manifestations and present ones for what is a space rocket, but the precise dynamic equivalent in our terms of our present-day theology and cosmology of the static Egyptian pyramid. Both are devices for securing at an extravagant cost a passage to heaven for a favored few, while incidentally maintaining equilibrium in an economic structure threatened by its own excessive productivity. Right, so he's saying that Egypt and America might be destroyed because of their expensive misinventions. Egypt might be destroyed because all the Pharaoh cares about is new technologies to build the pyramid. America might be destroyed because all they care about is new ways of getting to space. But what's driving them to get there is the idea that salvation is there for a selected few who take the plunge into the other realm in order to sacrifice for all of us, right, to go into the new age, bring back information from the other place, right, so on and so forth, right? Right, that's why they buried those pharaohs, right? They said they're going to go to the cosmic realm, experience all these things, come back, and save Egypt, right? And so on and so forth, right? Unfortunately, though, the labor machine lent itself to vast constructive enterprises, which no small-scale community could even contemplate, much less execute, the most conspicuous result has been achieved through military machines in colossal acts of destruction and human extermination, acts that monotonously soil the pages of history, from the rape of Sumer to the blasting of Warsaw and Hiroshima. Sooner or later, I suggest we must have the courage to ask ourselves, is this association or inordinate power and productivity with equally inordinate violence and destruction a purely accidental one? Now, the misuse of the mega machine would have proved intolerable had they not also brought genuine benefits to the whole community by raising the ceiling of collective human effort and aspiration. Perhaps the most dubious of these advantages, humanly speaking, was the gain in efficiency derived from concentration upon rigorously repetitive motions and work, already indeed introduced in grinding and polishing processes of Neolithic tool making. This inured civilized man to long spans of regular work with possibly a higher productive efficiency per unit. But the social byproduct of this new discipline was perhaps even more significant. For some of the psychological benefits hitherto confined to the religious ritual were transferred to work. Okay, so he's saying that those cultural techniques were derived of ritualistic implement of tools, right, where most of man's activity was not just for the basis of survival, right, but it was for the basis of construction of ritualistic items, right? So the spiritual life had more importance than just mere survival. But now when you have to create this large civilization, there's a large portion of the population that has to do manual labor, right? So their ability to do this quote unquote spiritual work has decreased, right? Their use of techniques for the purpose of survival has increased, right? Through these monotonous, repetitive tasks. Okay. So let me read that again, right? He says, some of the psychological benefits hitherto confined to religious ritual were transferred to work. The monotonous, repetitive tasks imposed by the mega machine, which in a pathological form we should associate with a compulsion neurosis, nevertheless served, I suggest, like all ritual and restrictive order, to lessen anxiety and to defend the worker himself from the often demonic promptings of the unconscious, and no longer held in check by traditions of customs of the Neolithic village. In short, mechanization and regimentation through labor armies, military armies, ultimately through derivative modes of industrial and bureaucratic organization, supplemented and increasingly replaced religious ritual as a means of coping with anxiety and promoting psychical stability in mass populations. Orderly, repetitive work provided a daily means of self-control, a moralizing agent, more pervasive, more effective, more universal than either ritual or law. This hitherto unnoticed psychological contribution was possibly more important than the quantitative gains and more productive efficiency. Isn't it weird that Shang Tzu noticed this early on? Right, that he actually said that, the use of machines psychologically transforms a person. Right? Let me read that again, right? Where there are machines, there will be machine problems. Where there are machine problems, the mechanical will find entry into the hearts and minds of people. When people's hearts and minds become mechanical, what's pure and simple is spoiled. And Nietzsche says that the machine makes things active and uniform. Anyways, let's move on to this, right? Orderly, repetitive work provided a daily means of self-control, a moralizing agent, more pervasive, more effective, more universal than either ritual or law. This hitherto unnoticed psychological contribution was possibly more important than quantitative gains in productive efficiency. For the latter, too often was offset by absolute losses in war and conquest. Unfortunately, the ruling classes, which claimed immunity from manual labor, were not subject to this discipline. Hence, as the historic record testifies, their disordered fantasies too often found an outlet into reality through insensate acts of destruction and extermination. Okay, let me read a couple more paragraphs here, and then I'll move to ellul. Having indicated the beginnings of this process, I must regrettably pass over the actual institutional forces that have been at work during the past 5,000 years and leap all too suddenly into the present age, in which the ancient forms of biotechnics being either suppressed or supplanted, and in which the extravagant enlargement of the mega machine itself has become, with increasing compulsiveness, the condition of continued scientific and technical advance. This unconditional commitment to the mega machine is now regarded by many the main purpose of human existence. But if the clues I have been attempting to expose prove helpful, many aspects of the scientific and technical transformation of the last 3 centuries will call for reinterpretation and judicious reconsideration. For at the very least, we are now bound to explain why the whole process of technical development has become increasingly coercive, totalitarian, and in its direct human expression, compulsive and grimly irrational. Indeed, downright hostile to a more spontaneous manifestation of life that cannot be fed into the machine. Before accepting the ultimate translation of all organic processes, biological functions, and human aptitudes into an externally controllable mechanical system, increasingly automatic and self-expanding, it might be well to re-examine the ideological foundations of this whole system. Let me read that one more time. Let me read that one more time. He says, before accepting the ultimate translation of all organic process, biological functions and human aptitudes into an externally controllable mechanical system, increasingly automatic and self-expanding, it might be well to re-examine the ideological foundations of this whole system. With its over-concentration upon centralized power and external control, we must not, in fact, ask ourselves if the probable destination of this system is compatible with the further development of specifically human potentialities. And of course, one key answer to that question is the depersonalization of the human. Or if the goal of this system was the improvement of the human, instead of the translation of biological life into mechanical processes, then how come it's resulted in a collective depersonalization? Exactly. Standardized testing, standardized schooling, standardized healthcare, standardized operations, standardized operating procedures, all conformity. Exactly. Yes. Yes. People were dehumanized to biological machines and not artistic, creative, beautiful individual beings. Exactly. Somebody understands me out there. I appreciate you guys. Okay, so now he's going to ask this question, right? He says, consider the alternatives now before us. If man were actually, as current theory still supposes, a creature whose manufacture manipulation of tools played the largest formative part of his development, on what valid grounds do we now propose to strip mankind of a wide variety of autonomous activities historically associated with agriculture and manufacture, leaving the residual mass of workers with only trivial tasks of watching buttons and dials and responding to one-way communication and remote control? If man indeed owes his intelligence mainly to his tool-making and tool-using propensities, by what logic do we now take his tools away so that he will become a functionless, workless being conditioned to accept only what the mega machine offers him, an automaton within a larger system of automation, condemned to compulsory consumption as he was once condemned to compulsory production? They're taking away human skill. They're taking away our ability to use tools, and they're integrating us into the mega machine. And of course, those autonomous activities that man had are now being replaced with trivial tasks. Even though man owes his intelligence to those ritualistic procedures that weren't on the basis of pure survival. And he asks, he says, what in fact will be left of human life if one autonomous function after another is either taken over by the machine or else surgically removed, perhaps genetically altered to fit the mega machine? Anyways, let's go to some mechanical guys here. With with ellul, right? And in terms of ellul, he's going to talk about how basically more and more, right, those private unautonomous functions such as law and morality and justice, they're taken away by things like judicial techniques. And man gets more and more replaced by techniques. And techniques are basically just, they started out as methods of social integration. And then they moved to mechanical techniques and psychotechniques that then tried to govern human skill and behavior, or try to manage human skill and behavior. And of course, they end up relieving man of several of his most basic functions that cause for the proliferation of these tools and techniques in the first place. The expansion of man's understanding. Wow, I can't believe that we did sort of 2 solo hours here, right after we had some full discussions with the panel, right? So I greatly appreciate the people that are hanging on here and corresponding with us in this information. If AI takes the place of people, then man will have to rediscover either survival, deletion, rediscover self-expression in arts. I appreciate you. Okay, let's move to ellul here. And this is kind of where we were at, right? I'll read this part again, right? He says the technical creation of law then requisite and gains its scope through two operations. One, by means of the first the judicial element is separated by the law as such. He says it does not call for a philosopher or a man with a sense of justice. What is needed is a good technician who understands the principles of technique, the rules of interpretation, the legal terminology, and the ways of deducing consequences and finding solutions. It becomes impossible to divorce judicial reasoning from the dangerous empiricism by confining the infinite diversity of judicial situations to a limited number of conceptual frameworks. Okay, so the application of the laws becomes completely mechanical, right? And these judicial frameworks have to be limited to a limited number of situations, right? And he says there is in addition another problem, the perpetual problem of justice. Justice is no longer conceived of as a practical requirement vis-a-vis individual problems. Right? So justice no longer is seen as an individual problem, but rather as a mere idea, as an abstract notion. Then it becomes simple to discard it entirely. Even so, men of law have certain scruples and are unable to eliminate justice from the law completely without twinges of conscience. But it is not possible to retain it because of the difficulties it involves, the uncertainty of operation and unpredictability it entails. In a word, judicial technique implies that bureaucracy cannot be burdened any longer with justice. So the idea of justice and law and morality, they all have to be superseded by these judicial techniques. And secondly, they can't look at the individual case-by-case basis in applying laws. In a technical society, this is how it works. It says, but in that case, how shall another and newer meaning be given to the law? It is a remarkable fact that all societies which has arrived at a certain degree of state control and legal evolution have found the same answer to the question. In Egypt, in Rome, in the 4th century after Christ, in the 15th century France, and in all of the 20th century Western civilization, he says. The concept of order and security is substituted for justice as the end and foundation of law. And judicial technique becomes sufficiently developed. Okay, so he's saying order and security become replaced with the notion of justice. Anytime you get a large organization of people right? Egypt, Rome. He gives examples, right? In the 4th century, I think he's giving that example because of the formation of the church. The 15th century in France, I think he's talking about all sorts of changes that happen in France. But yeah, he's saying the concept of order and security is substituted for justice. Right? Judicial techniques are substituted for law and morality, and law and morality and these sort of things are part of the old way of things, as he's saying, right? It's part of a sort of religious framework, whereas secularism is more about science, right? What achieves the best results, right? Efficiency and so on and so forth, right? So he's saying naturally there's less of a place for these private notions and distinctions such as justice and morality and law, right? Okay. And he says the formula then becomes better injustice than disorder. Check that out. Better injustice than disorder. Right? So order supplants the notion of justice in a large administrative body. The notions of order and security, he says, are at least as easily reduced to technique as is the impossible notion of justice. One knows exactly what measures must be taken to achieve order. The definition of order may vary, but the means are always the same. One knows and is in a position to specify the conditions of legal security. Even though these means imply injustice, it is impossible to object in view of the changeable character of the concept of justice. The more explicit judicial technique becomes, the more law tends to ensure order. Let me read that again. The more explicit judicial technique becomes, the more law tends to ensure order. And he's putting order in a dialectic with justice. Right? Because remember, he said earlier that the large administrative bodies have basically said better injustice than disorder. Now, this is a crucial point he mentions next. He says, this is moreover one of the major objectives of the state. Therefore, the law and the police become identical. For the law is no longer anything but an instrument of the state. Let me read that again. This is moreover one of the major objectives of the state. The law and the police become identical. For the law is no longer anything but an instrument of the state. At such a price, judicial technique blossoms and yields its consequences. Today, we are in a position to study this phenomenon in all its vigor, he says. At most, a possible inconsistency in laws to which the need for order constrains the state might trouble the conscience of jurists. But since there is no longer any foundations of law and justice, legal inconsistency cannot have any far-reaching effects or endanger the legal technique. The schematism I have described is found over and over again behind the complexity of modern legal phenomenon. Under such conditions, the traditional equilibrium between the technical and human elements is quickly lost. In affirming that there is no law without efficiency, we in fact announce the implicit sacrifice of justice and the human being to efficiency. With this lack of equilibrium, the door is wide open to further technical invasion, We are witnessing the result, the takeover of law by technique among nations, which have a less firmly rooted legal sense than the French. Okay, now let's check this out. This is the last paragraph I'll read, and then we'll move to just some music and and that'll conclude our discussions here. I closed down the panel a while ago. I dropped the link for one person, but I don't think he's coming up. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, we will be ending this soon. Until now, I have been speaking of judicial technique, still as a still as a part of the world of law. The jurist, although turned technician, or the jurist is himself a technician, right? Mastering legal techniques, right? Adhered to a general line which prevented technique from reaching a pure state, quote unquote. But once the pure technical mentality, technique in itself has penetrated the legal world, legal technique, which no longer has its roots in the law, but in the physical sciences, or perhaps even in biology, brings about certain decisive upheavals in social life. The technician rejects both the school of natural law and the historical school. So that according to F. Junger, the law becomes merely a complex of technical norms. Let me read that again. The technician rejects both the school of natural law and the historical school, so that according to F. Junger, the law becomes merely a complex of technical norms. The demands of conscience, as well as those of society, the use of traditional language, becomes subordinated to normative technique. It is no longer considered necessary to secure popular adherence to law or to be limited to legal means in order to secure the application of law. The enormous simplicity of technique has deprived the whole ensemble of judicial mechanisms of meaning. Mechanisms which had as their end to guarantee the law and to cause it to be obeyed without excessive use of force. The whole apparatus of devices such as penalties, distraints, and the like no longer makes sense. There is no need of such finesse. Adherence and obedience are secured by extra legal means, among which the police are very often the most innocuous. And of course, he points out that the police have to be given sort of free range. They have to be a sort of autonomous organization within the society, right? So police power is very essential to the upkeep of the system. Laws in a democracy mock the people. A lawyer is a law technician based on knowledge of the law. Exactly. We pay lawyers for knowledge, not because we are not intelligent, but that laws and legalese are so complex. Exactly. Okay, I appreciate you guys. Okay. Okay, so we got through it, folks. Little 2-hour outro here. I know I laid some massive things down in the end here. Right? But I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. You know, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You know, and, you know, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. You know, start a well-intentioned fight and see the lies flat in defense. You know, how do you know if something is true unless you know it for yourself? Listen to everything, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself. Right? And of course, question authority, right? You can question basically everything you've heard on the show today, right? And go and research and find out for yourself, right? And we did a lot of stuff. Blessings. Thank you, too. Yeah, I greatly appreciate your time. And you know what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen. It's images of things that aren't even real. You know, and I hope you guys have clarity to see beyond the lies. You know, let me read this thing from ellul, right? I've often ended the show with this quote here, right? Which is just super good of a quote, right? It says, freedom is not static but dynamic, not a vested interest but a prize continually to be won. The moment man stops and resigns himself, he becomes subject to determinism. He is most enslaved when he thinks he is comfortably settled in freedom. Blessings to the people. I greatly appreciate your time. Exactly. And yeah, so go back to the intro. I gave some ideas in the intro. We did a very compelling stream yesterday where I laid out lots of these ideas. We had a brilliant discussion with Avian Buddha in the beginning of that stream. So Tuesday, there's 3 hours there. Right, there's a bunch of stuff here on this stream that you can contemplate and, you know, go in with. But yeah, I greatly appreciate the correspondence. And of course, we're here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night, 9:15 p.m. Eastern. We're either going to be here or on the alternative channel, the Cyber Caliphate, in case we get banned, right? So let me pull up this alternative channel for you guys. And you'll notice we are live there right now, right? Restreaming this to the alternative channel. So if you guys want to tune in, there's many different opportunities. You may not receive notifications on this channel or the alternative channel. We're pretty much shadow banned. So what you have to do is tune in at the specific times. We've scheduled the shows Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So come in and talk to us. And we have opportunities to discuss some ideas during the show. So check it out, folks. Okay, and yeah. And yeah, modern man is an object of technique. Right? This is why we are, talking about the issue of technological determinism and how it is a key issue that affects humanity. And of course, the issue of technical complexity. That is an existential crisis for mankind. And here is a band called Kraftwerk, one of the first electronic bands. I appreciate you guys.
Washing
Professor X. the dark forces which were once stopped by the front door have found their way into the home through personal computers.
been hearing this like French guy or whatever he is. Like I
He's
just been hearing him
Estonian,
talk.
dude. Get your
Okay,
languages
Estonian.
straight, man. And you can't even look. Listen to
Look,
the nihilist.
I'm in America.
Nuero.
This guy needs to
I'm
speak American.
American, so I can't read subtitles. I have a problem with subtitles. Dude, you're retarded, bro.
Well, I work.
Boy.
Sometimes I work with my hands, so I can't be looking at no screen, boy.
Man, you need to read, dude. You need to read, bro, and get your mind stuck off them shorts. Your head turn into a short world, bro.
That's true, actually. That's true. Well, at least I'm making them. You know?
Hey, man.
I make the brain rot. I don't consume. Well, I do consume it, but I consume it to create it. Okay. All right. Sorry, go.
I think that is a major problem. I think that the majority of the American people have been programmed for the short. You know, it's lowering attention span, so you don't have the attention span to make distinctions and you know, get down to the grassroots of where we are. You know, as a
That sounds like
society,
that sounds like something a damn pothead would say.
Hey,
Getting
man,
down to the
you know,
grassroots and whatnot.
shut up, gay boy. So there's a photo of like Trotsky riding a dragon with a capitalist hat on, like, you know what I mean, like a banker's hat on, and it's like he's in the depiction of Saint George, but it's actually funny. Is like actually, Trotsky was being funded by the dragon, according to this documentary. You know what I'm saying?
The dragon? What's the dragon?
Well, there's I just explained how there was a photograph, right? Like a drawing, Neurojack. And it's of a dragon, right? And he has a capitalist top hat on. And it shows Trotsky as Saint George slaying the dragon. And I was saying that, you know, and according to this documentary, Trotsky was actually being funded by the dragon rather than
the reason
slaying the dragon.
I linked the picture. If you want to look at it, I linked it. You can look at it. And
Well, the reason I ask about the dragon is like I have this theory that like the order of the dragon is far more important than people want to admit. And I asked Machine about that. I did write a piece using the gay eye with to help me do it, but to like research some of the stuff. But yeah, I have this theory that like the order of the dragon with like Vlad the Impaler and shit was like way more important, and that's kind of like why they use that dragon imagery. And you know, I don't know how far back it goes, but I know it definitely goes back to at least that time.
Well,
so,
the dragon imagery comes from Revelation, or and in the same way that, but it also comes from the iconography of Saint George slaying a dragon. There's a depiction of that in Orthodox iconography, and it's funny that the communists use iconographic images to display the communist revolutionaries as if they were saints, because communism is sort of like communism's a religion in itself, essentially. That's why they do that. That's why they take a icon and subvert it. But you know, everybody knows that Satan's considered a serpent, like in the Garden of Eden, or it could be called Leviathan. You know, they said that in Revelation it says the angels do war with the dragon. It's talking about Satan. So, but oftentimes the communists want to depict the capitalists as being Satan, while the entire time the capitalists were funding the Bolshevik Revolution and the Soviet government to keep them afloat. So.
Company som genom sina tyska filialer stödde Trotskys makt över.
So I'm guessing now Neurojack can't see this at all.
Well, I can see it, but like I just haven't really been looking at the screen, so it's like, you know, it's all good. It's you know, it's all good. So if you guys just want to complete it, it's cool. I just can't really look at the screen the full time, so that's why I haven't really been commenting until I had a chance. So Unseen's gone now, so shit. But he's seen it before, so. But so if you guys want to complete this, you guys can for sure. But I won't be able to really comment because I can't really like look at the screen right now.
Yeah, it's up to you. I mean, it's your show. If you want to turn on something else, you can.
But if you guys want to save the rest for later, we can save that, and then we can review something else for a little bit if you guys want to.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
It's up to you guys. Because we're at. Sorry, I'm reading the comments on here too. But yeah, if you guys, it's up to you guys. If you guys want to review something else, we can. If not, we can. You guys can just complete this thingy.
You can just, I was shopping today and I was like,
I need to
so
put this thing into
astounded.
the AI and like make a document or something.
Yeah, I was shopping today and I was so surprised that food prices are really going up.
Yeah,
And,
dude, it's huge.
yeah, it's crazy. And around this time, the only thing Trump is talking about is how well can he, suck knit on baby's dick or something like that. That's the only thing he's like doing. Like, like that's all Trump cares about. Like just being a cuck or being a gay boy for a baby or knit on you or something. Like,
Right.
that's yeah. Today I was just talking with baby and like it's gonna be more war basically. That's all that happened.
Oh,
I don't know if the war is-
okay. I'm sorry, I was talking over you guys. I couldn't hear you, so my bad. I couldn't hear you guys talking.
I was saying that around this time, Trump is just sucking off BB, and the food prices are going up, and people are getting poorer and stuff like that. And it's not really, it's like a satire, like.
Well, I have a bunch of stuff to cover on that front, but I don't know how deep you guys want to get into it because I know Machine's only got an hour. But yeah, I've got a ton of material on that.
Yeah,
I was gonna try.
I feel bad for homeless people in general. Like I can't imagine now. Like the Indians really are flooding IT. Like it's crazy, and that has to be the fault of the leaders and outsourcing and stuff. Like,
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead. Well, well, just really brief on that. Like, I have really super mixed feelings on it. Like my perspectives change a lot, and it's not necessarily for the better either. But it's like, I think that like we have to look at it like this. Like, it's pretty much inevitable in the sense where like, these people making arguments about like how capitalism is like just going to do what do you call it? Oh, sorry, I'm trying to think here. How do you say it? Like you're just going to be a race to the bottom with the labor. But I think it's, and I know I've said this before, but I think a big part of it is really about trying to bring the Indians into the fold, I think. So like they decolonized India and now they're recolonizing it economically. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's and ultimately like they're going to use migration. So the same way that they're migrating Indians here, they're migrating Pakistanis and like Burmese and like other people into India. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's something weird about India's relationship with Israel. Like I saw this video of an Indian guy. He was bowing to this rabbi. I can share it. Like,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, what the hell? Like, what is up?
Yeah,
with this?
That's a major part. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like it's a major. Like they're like, like if you think America's Zionist, I think India is far more Zionist, from what I can tell. Like, or like maybe not far more, but there's definitely a lot of like crypto Chabadnik stuff going on for sure. So yeah, it's pretty weird. Like I've seen some stuff about it. It's pretty crazy for sure.
There's something weird, like the Jews, they are like on the top a lot, but I think they're starting to put Indians as a kind of front. Like a university I know in Alabama, it has an Indian, Indian headmaster, I forgot. And you see a lot of Indians now, they're going into like high tech positions and high positions of power in the West. Like I think UK, or was it London or somewhere else, they have a like the Indians, like they like putting Indians as like the front or something, or like in America.
Yeah, I saw this video the other day, and I there's no way I can find it unless I go way back in some of my records I've been keeping of this stuff. But like, it was like this video of this what do you call it? It was this video of a East Asian person talking about why is it that Indians are getting all these positions and East Asians aren't. And it kind of talked about like some cultural things and whatnot. But like ultimately what they were coming down to is like, I mean, they're basically saying like, in other words, like Indians are really like good at I mean, frankly, selling out their own people is what they I mean, they didn't say it that way, but like that's kind of what I took away from it. They're like, well, they don't really, you know, like they have no problem, like, because they're a caste system, right? So like if they're an upper class person, and again, I'm generalizing, you know, for the sake of argument, but I'm saying like, you know, their culture has kind of been weaponized to where like the caste system can be weaponized into like economics or something like that. So it's kind of like an interesting situation there. And I've definitely seen it in America where they do the chain migration for like the H-1Bs, but a lot of the H-1Bs were kind of like slaves, even within their own, even within their own family, right? Their own family will like, you know, make these people like, well, I got you here, so therefore you owe me and stuff like that. And again, I'm generalizing, but I'm just saying like I've personally witnessed that. So, you know, there's kind of like this weird, and I'm not saying that doesn't happen in East Asian stuff, but it's like, you know, I think there's definitely some cultural differences. Like, I don't think East Asians technically have like a caste system, right? Like, they don't. When people come over here, they kind of have like, they kind of adopt American stuff. You know, I think East Asians take more to like American values, quote unquote, whatever, you know, for better or for worse.
Did you block Dark Face from coming on here? Dark Face wants to come on.
Yep, I did, because he's very unhappy with me, and so I don't want to, you know, upset him any further. So
yeah, I see. Well, yeah, it's not looking bright. Yeah, it's not looking bright. You know, the 20th century was one of the bloodiest in all of human history. You know, and that's the problem with Steven Pinker. Like, we could actually, like, one day we should go over all of the bloody conflicts in the 20th century, and you know, so that way you can like tell people, no, things weren't getting better. You know, Steven Pinker is full of shit. You know, and I'm not trying to make people scared or fearmonger, but I don't know, the 21st century has only started. It's pretty bloody too, to be honest. The 21st century, Yemen, Syria, you know, and some other ones. You know, and I don't know. You know, like in 20th century, we have Vietnam War, Yugoslavian War, World War II, couple more stuff. Yeah, World War One, and I think the Armenian genocide happened in the late 19th century or early 1900s. So I think it happened in late 19th century. But yeah, yeah, I think it's a big fat lie to say we live in the most peaceful times now. I mean, you have to be dumb to think that. Like Steven Pinker, I remember that one video from Steven Pinker.
It's true in the sense that the most amount of people aren't dying from violence, probably percentage wise, you know, in history, but on the other side, or from famine or something like that. But on the other side, it's like, well, it's the subtleness of it, and again, like I have a lot of material that I collected just in the past couple of days about this, where it's like, you know, everybody's trying to figure out like, well, how do we? It's because you guys were saying something earlier about like how democracy is like the devil's playground essentially, or something, and you know, I'm kind of speaking in euphemism, but you know, there's a lot of people who are like concerned with tech, and one of the big things that they're pushing right now is they're kind of pushing this kind of like let's democratize the AKA like redistribute the wealth created by the technology in order to subsidize the economy, which I think it's inevitable, right? But at the same time, can you actually democratize such a thing? Like, you know, really it's like just begging for you're just really just begging for scraps one way or the other, right? But it's like I think there's like this LARP that you're going to see where everybody's like, well, we have to demand XYZ from the AI overlords or whatever, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, yep, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys want to watch any more of this or put some.
It's fine. Maybe some other time I'll watch it. Because Neurojack cannot watch it, and I'll watch it some other time. So.
Oh, well, the thing's going. Oh. Yeah, I'm just too distracted.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, sorry. Whoa, who's this?
That's the Pinker and Dawkins and Dennett and Brackman on the Epstein plane.
On the Epstein plane. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. I know all of them are retarded. Yeah, something about that woman with the platinum
I'm sure
hair.
it's a beautiful plane.
Who's that? That's Blackmore. That's Susan Blackmore.
Based.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know who that is, but it looks kind of satanic. Yeah, they're all stupid. Yeah. Who's the guy on the far left?
If you guys want to, I can't hear you, Avian. If you guys want to keep reviewing, go ahead. I'll be back in a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Who's on the guy on the far left?
That's John Brackman.
Sean Brackman. I recognize all of them, but him.
Yeah, John Brackman is he's in that documentary, The Net, the Unabomber, and LSD. You ever seen that documentary?
No, I haven't seen that documentary. No, isn't that the one on Netflix?
No, it's a German one. I'll send it to you because this guy actually had correspondence with Uncle Teddy, and he was actually talking to John Brockman and all these people who started. He talks to John Brockman and Stuart Brand, and so those were people that were really involved in like promoting transhumanism, like in the inner circle of all these people. And I think Stuart Brand, it says that Stuart Brand produced a work called The World Book. And Uncle Teddy used The World Book because it had a description of how Thoreau built his cabin in the woods. So it's actually based on Walden.
What strange connections?
Yeah, it is a really strange connection. Yeah.
And who's that in the middle? The woman that's, I think I said Susan Blackmore, or maybe it's not. Maybe someone else.
I don't know. I don't recognize her.
You know.
Yeah, she does look familiar.
Yeah, I don't think it's Susan Blackmore. Someone else. Yeah. That's interesting that Hitchens is not there. Did Hitchens have connections with Epstein or not really? Epstein. Or
I'm not sure about him.
Yeah, maybe he did. Or maybe.
Yeah, but he did say he was Jewish. Chris Ray.
He did? Hitchens said he was Jewish?
Yeah. Yeah, on his mom's side, yeah. Yeah, he did say that.
Oh, wow. So that means he is a Jew. Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah. Maybe they're all Jews. Some of them are crypto or something. I know. I know.
Well,
Pinker.
That's what Unseen was saying. That there's some, a bit of crypto J stuff in Freemasonry, right?
Okay.
So I don't know where Neuro went. I guess he's just gonna leave this. Yeah, but so I have only like 20 more minutes.
Yeah.
Before we have to go do the show, so
what is your show gonna be about today?
I'm just gonna watch those videos we have. I have like 4 or 5 videos. I have Angie Hobbs explaining Heraclitus. Then I have the Jewish guy explaining Philo and Maimonides. So I'm gonna maybe just watch those.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
And then I may watch something on Ibn Tufayl. And there's a lot of philosophers. I found out that there's been a lot of different thinkers throughout history that have gravitated towards this work of his. So we're going to be reading this one. So I may actually get some info that ties to Avicenna as well. So maybe, because I know a couple of good videos on Avicenna. So I think, maybe it'll just be watching and reviewing some videos and looking at some historical information, contextualizing some historical information, and then, it's only 2 hours today, so it should just pass by pretty quickly on it,
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Let me see what else I have to say.
Yeah, but if you want to bring anything up, feel free on the show,
Yeah, I can't bring anything up because I think he needs to accept it for me to share the screen or something. But yeah.
Oh no, I'm saying on my show. Yeah, not here.
On your show. Your show. I don't want to interrupt on Tuesdays.
No, it's fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Feel free to interrupt it.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. So
because the link will be open anyway, so anybody will be able to call in. But people are kind of afraid to talk to us. They just want to troll the whole thing.
I think most people just don't understand anti-modernist thought. Like they never really considered it deeply.
Right.
Critiquing modernism. Yeah. There are different angles you can critique modernism. So I think Unseen's angle is an interesting one, and then there are like multiple angles. Deep ecology is one angle, or Teddy's more angle of like being self-reliant. That's taking destiny in your own hands, the power process. That's Teddy's angle. I think that's pretty good too. I think the angle of Skrbina's angles is that we're basically creating something above us in the food chain. So I think that's really Skrbina's angle. I think that's a good angle too. There are different ways you can approach anti-modernism. It's like its own field. You know what I mean? Like I think my angle is like kind of like a midway point between Skrbina and Unseen. Kind of, yeah, that is kind of midway point. And Kaczynski. Like I think that any angle you approach it from, you can see it as not good. Yeah, like it destroys biodiversity, then you lose self-reliant ways of life. I would say another angle is like people, this is more Klage's angle, is that people think conceptual learning is the most important form of learning, but I don't think so. Like you had to say about discernment, discernment or intuition is above abstract learning, and as the industrialization increases, people think they're learning more, they're gaining more conceptual ideas and blah, blah, blah. But that's not true learning. True learning is getting your hands dirty, taking destiny in your own hands, having a real community or tradition, stuff like that. So there are many angles you can approach anti-modernist thought, is all I'm saying. Like, feel like there should be a book written about anti-modernism, and like instead of like approaching it like the way Kaczynski did, you approach it more from like strategies. Like there are different approaches to the environmental approach, the traditional approach, the self-reliant approach. See what I'm saying? There are different approaches to anti-modernism.
Right.
Yeah, sorry if I went on too long.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I like what what ellul says about, about like technical monism and technical intent. Those things really impressed me. So I went on a whole sort of diatribe and looking at this idea that modernity dislodges people from two things, from nature and time. Right? It puts time on the idea of progress, then it puts nature in the idea that it's stuff and that it's separate from you. Right? So then,
yeah, that's true. It also degenerates traditions. It degenerates.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a whole thing that I put in a whole nother bag of items where I talk about one is the desacralization of nature, but the other is the desacralization of knowledge. So that's like the compartmentalization of knowledge, the loss of traditions, and then like basically how society becomes ruled by experts and specialists, right? And the knowledge doesn't link back to any central purpose, right? That really drives the society, but it's, driven by by progress, essentially, right? Instead of with some internal need.
Yeah, it's like the ellul is like the launching pad for all of the angles of analysis that critique technique or modernity.
Right.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. So I don't know if Neuro on the shutter, dude. Because certainly, like, no one here. Is anybody in the chat? Blessings to the Shadow Buddha. I appreciate you if you're here. Moontan. All the people that were watching. We will be doing a sort of a regular show on the Machine Lies. Usually I give a little bit of a recap of some of the material that we've gone into. And sort of contextualize some of the ideas and concepts. And then we launch into discussions of the material. And I think I'll go really quickly today because tomorrow we're, I'm sort of doing I'm hoping to have more discussions tomorrow on tomorrow's show since it's New Year's show. So there'll be a sort of a greater opportunity for discussions.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if I could just take these guys off the screen because I'm tired of actually tired of looking at them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just do that.
Yeah, they are annoying. Yeah.
And then he's got Epstein in the back still. It's crazy. He's got Epstein with a rainbow. And yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Why does Neurojack tend to lead his streams? Like, it's kind of weird.
I think it's some type of yeah, he's been doing it for a very long time. So many people have complained. All right. Like I remember Pinoid was yelling at him. Yeah, he likes to get people in here and then just leave. To fill in the studio and then just leave. Yeah. It's a unique way of streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a unique way of streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, like people actually stream a lot and they don't manage their own stream, but Neurojack's kind of just upfront about it. He's like, yeah, it's like, well, this is a space to talk. But if we leave at this point, then the stream will just end. So we can, sort of end the stream. So I've done that before. So if it doesn't come back, in time for, let's say if I start my show, then I'll just go ahead and end it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. How many people are even watching the stream? I don't see the number.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only he can see the number.
Yeah, I do have to text some people, and like this is the thing here. It's like I'm actually there's 3 people watching. I'm sure it's Denise and Jake and either Shadow Buddha or Moontan or somebody like that. But yeah, he's on 4 different streams, so it's impossible to tell actually. How many people are actually watching? Because you have to go to all 4 streams and then compile the numbers. So that is
And that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I guess.
And still it suppresses numbers because I remember I was doing a stream and it said 0 watching. Yeah, I was just playing music. And so I said, who's here? It says 0 watching, and 5 people wrote in the chat.
Yeah, it's not reliable. Like I don't know what they're doing. Like
yeah, it doesn't seem reliable. Maybe the counter is broken, or I don't know. There's several possibilities, or maybe they're suppressing the numbers. There's several possibilities.
Yeah. Have you noticed in Akira Toriyama's artwork for like Dragon Ball Z or even his other artwork, all his characters look cross-eyed. Like what's that?
That's interesting.
Yeah,
it's like Sonic the Hedgehog, or like weird eyes.
Yeah, they look cross-eyed a lot of times, not all the time, but yeah.
Yeah, they got weird looking eyes.
In the Dragon Ball artwork, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's got an interesting style, honestly. But yeah, I'm really influenced by that. Especially Dragon Ball Z and the entire thing. And then when I grew up, I watched Dragon Ball. I got a lot of context for the other show.
Yeah, I like that. I do recommend. Well, getting the Dragon Quest. I like the Dragon Quest games. He illustrated, Akira Toriyama illustrated Dragon Quest games, and he also illustrated this game called Chrono Trigger. That's That's a fan favorite, Chrono Trigger. But yeah, Dragon Quest is more medieval stuff. I can show you some of the concept art. Am I allowed to share stuff here, or like it doesn't appear like, or? Okay. Let me see here. Let me see if I can share stuff.
Not without Neurojack.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Anyway, Dragon Quest has nice art style, the same as yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'll share some on the Discord later. Yeah, and later I'll share some.
Yeah, but if you watch the cartoon Dragon Ball and then you watch Dragon Ball Z, it's pretty strange because there's no inkling in all of Dragon Ball that there's any aliens. Everything's happening on Earth in Dragon Ball. They'll go to the sky. They'll like go to like a sky palace. You know, but the Saiyans come from another planet. And that's when they tell Goku, you know, first of all, they kidnap his son, but then they say, okay, you're actually from another planet. Right, because they find the alien pod where Goku came from. So it's kind of weird, like in the entire Dragon Ball series, like neither Goku nor Piccolo understand that they're actually from another planet.
Yeah, I remember I saw a lot of the episodes when I was younger. Yeah, Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, they atmospherically feel very different. Yeah. They feel very different. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z and the regular one, the original one. Yeah, and then you have like GT or whatever. I never saw that one. But yeah, Dragon Ball is cool. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, I did like it a lot. Yeah, my favorite. I thought Boo was pretty creepy when I was younger. Boo from Z. Remember Boo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they had Hercule Satan, and then they had the actual Satan.
Yeah, I remember Hercule was more of like a satire. He was more like a satire or like a caricature or something. He thought he was the hot shit, but he was just he's just weak and stuff.
But he was the one who I think he like saved the planet because he like befriended Majin Buu by taking care of that dog or whatever.
Yeah, it's been so long since I've seen it. I need to revisit it. And so need to revisit it. Yeah. I remember Cell,
yeah.
Cell, Frieza, Boo, you know, those from the original. I remember the Sky Palace and stuff like that. Yeah. Also think in the original he did transform into that big monkey Goku, I remember several times.
Yep.
Same. Yeah. They had the monkey tail. So. Yeah. Yep. I'll get some cool stuff on the Discord later.
Yeah, there's another idea where there's a highly like technologically advanced race that was destroyed by the Saiyans, and the Saiyans stole their technology and then went to a bunch of other planets and just started just plundering those planets until they were enslaved by Frieza.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yes.
Yeah, some wild shit. And then they went to Namek, and that's when they like found like I guess like Piccolo's spaceship or whatever, and it went to Namek. But they were about to do the same thing to Namek, which is like plunder the planet of its resources and just leave. So like, yeah, I don't know how he thought of this. Like aliens that are like just like enslaving other races.
Yeah, there's
to,
a
like,
lot of
to like sap resources. And
yeah,
Earth
there's
is
a
like
lot of
part of
fiction
this.
like that. There's a
Yeah.
lot of fiction.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's kind of like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or some shit, in like a weird way.
Yeah, you know, let me think. Yeah, there's a lot of fiction like that. In the Metroid series, there are these like Chozo. I talked about them a bit. They're like humanoid avians that live on the planets, and they start doing like biological experiments, and they go to other planets, and one of their experiments goes haywire, and it creates these kind of beings that are like they suck on people's brains or they take control of the brain. They're called Metroids. They look like jellyfish, and that basically causes the ecosystems of some planets to go haywire. And sometimes you go on the planets and you see the experiments that the Chozo did go haywire. And you know, the Chozo, they were shown as being wise, but they also created lots of problems on different planets. Like, yeah, it's interesting. And there's this new game. Actually, there's this game called Nine Souls. It has a mix of Taoism, a mix of cyberpunk, and a mix of transhumanist stuff. And that came from Taiwan. It was developed by Taiwanese. That one actually shows, you know, humanoid cats. You know, that they're like harvesting human beings. You know, they create a simulation for human beings, and they're harvesting their brains for like a computer, you know, energized by human brains. You know what I mean? Like a big organoid computer. And the reason they're doing that is to like try to find a cure for a disease that hit their own planet or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if like an other intelligent life exists on other planets, I think something like dark forest hypothesis would be more true. Like they would probably like conceal themselves or try to like take over the planet and for its resources. Hopefully that's not true though. That wouldn't be very pleasant or something. Like it'd be very that suck. That would suck though. But I don't know. Like yeah, like different alien. Yeah, Frieza was a crazy. I remember Frieza being crazy. I mean, Goku spared Frieza, and then when he turned around, Frieza tried to kill Goku with that like disc, the golden disc. Remember that golden disc? I remember that scene. And Frieza and stuff. And then Goku killed Frieza. So, yeah, sorry for rambling. Yeah, I just kind of rambling.
No, it's wild. I mean, he drew the entire planet being destroyed from the inside out. So like there's like volcanic eruptions and like because he showed a lot of the scenery on that planet Namek, and the way he drew the planet was actually it was incredible. I mean, it's just incredible art. They had their own houses, they had their own plants and trees, and like very like they had their own like types of rocks. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, it has some cool sci-fi like stuff. I remember Z had more sci-fi stuff. The original Dragon Ball didn't really have much sci-fi.
Right. Right, and then GT it got kind of like weird, honestly, until they had the guy that came back from the race that was like a descendant of the race the Saiyans destroyed.
Have you watched Super, or we haven't really checked out Super?
I've not really checked that out yet. That's not really written by Toriyama, is it?
You have to. I think that one he was involved in a little bit, but I'm not sure. I have to double check. Let me see if he wrote. Let me double check if he wrote down.
Yeah, I thought he didn't.
No, he did not. You're right. He did not write Super. Yeah. I think he wrote a few episodes. Like he did the overarching story outline, character concepts, and some plot points. Like I see that here, but he didn't write everything. see. Let me double check.
Yeah, that guy was a good writer.
Yeah, Toriyama. Yeah, his illustrations are
He made
nice
it
too.
funny. Yeah, he made it funny. Like Master Roshi, like that's a funny character.
Yeah, I mean, he was a bit perverted. Yeah, he's funny. Yeah, perverted.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he had
Also-
like Krillin, like how he like found that like that one girl with like giant titties. And he wrote that girl with giant titties that like that Krillin and I think Yamcha also, they all like hooked up with this one girl. Do you remember this?
Android 17 or someone else. Like, I think Krillin
No,
married.
it's a different girl. Yeah, he married Android 17, but before that, he had like a girlfriend that they were all like.
Bulma? Bulma, right?
No, you got to go back and watch it. It's crazy. I got it on like one of my laptops, but yeah, man. He had a lot of weird like sexual humor in like throughout the show.
Yeah, Japanese tend to be a bit more lax with that kind of stuff. Lax. Right. Yeah, I think you're talking about Marin from his ex-girlfriend. Yeah,
Yes, right. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Dr. Slump? Dr. Slump or Dr. Slump?
No, but that whole android thing is very interesting, dude. Because the androids they kill, the guy who created them. That's the first thing they do. I mean, that's just an incredible thing. And then they had a movie where there's another doctor that invented a robot. You know, it was like trying to like destroy the world, and Goku had to fight this robot.
Yeah, Dr. Slump was also written by Akira Toriyama. That one has way more humor. It's about an android girl, Dr. Slump. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I think they did a crossover episode, right, in Dragon Ball where there was both of the they had both of the shows together. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they did crossovers, with Dr. Slump and Dragon Ball, because Toriyama created both of them. I actually revisit Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z in the near future. I really like it. Yeah, it's a nice series. But yeah, I want to play more Dragon Quest though, because that one is nice. Dragon Quest V is probably the best one, and that's also illustrated by Toriyama. I'm not sure if he wrote it though. But yeah, it's interesting. It's like more medieval stuff, like fantasy and magic, kind of stuff.
Yeah, so let me see here what the deal is. And try to grab the material for my show.
Yeah, I think you should go get ready for your show. It's nice talking to you.
Yeah, blessings. All right, Neuro Jack. We'll have to step away here. Blessings to the people that are watching. And yeah, we'll be live on the Machine Lives in about 10 minutes. And if NeuroJack does not come back, then this stream will naturally shut down in 10 minutes. So blessings to all the people.
Yeah, blessings to all the people. Yes.
Dedication. Way to go.
I think
Way to go,
one.
What's up, bro?
Yeah. Tim, I'm up here.
Yeah, blessings.
Hey, what up, pal?
Is clip on. That's his clip.
Tell me something. I wasn't even looking at the phone if y'all was playing something.
That's good dedication. Way to go.
I got 2 phones out too. I wasn't looking at either one of them.
Got 2 chains, 2 phones. Yeah. Arsetta, when you get that together, Shadow Buddha sent me this stuff. This is interesting. We're talking about devils and stuff. Mara. This is an anime version of Mara. A daughter's tempting Buddha.
Now, Siddhartha, come with me. Now, Siddhartha, come with me.
She is kind of bad.
Yeah.
The pleasures of the flesh will only bring about pain and suffering. True happiness does not and never will exist in such pleasures. The devil, you are the daughters of Mara. There must be the light of angels within each one of you. You have merely forgotten this.
Oh, he upset.
With greed and driven to do evil. That is why you must suffer in hell. Make your heart and mind beautiful.
Now, Siddhartha.
Now, machine wise. What's up, man? Machine wise. Alexander, you still working on that?
No, it's cool.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I have it. Yeah, you're a life path 3, Joko. The life path 3 is the child creative energy. A lot of people that are life path 3 don't look their age, because let's say 1 is the male energy.
Yeah, he looks older.
Yeah, that I don't know. But that's with a lot of people that are life path 3 don't look their age, and a lot of them are. It has to do with communicating. It's called the life path is called the creative communicator. They're good in socializing, networking, good in self-expression. It has to do with self-expression.
So far, you're hitting it out the park, I think.
Yeah, there's the most billionaires in the world on life path 3 because of their childlike creative mind. They're very creative. A lot of them could be writers or.
I've been a writer, a rapper. My prior life, that's exactly what I did. Yeah. And you could say this is creative. This part of my life too.
Yeah. With what you're going and speaking to people on panel and things like that.
Well, I used to speak to people in different colleges, different states. I had some magazines, and we used to travel, and we got them started in different locations and shit, and different places. And I also did the rap thing. I used to open when all the big people came to Chicago. I had my shit used to be played on the radio all the time. I got me a lot of pussy off of that shit and met a lot of cool people.
Nice. Well, that's cool. That's the 3. A lot of them are also comedians, like Dave Chappelle. The other, like Cat Williams. They're either born on the 21, which is the 3, or they're a life path 3. So a lot of comedians are also life path 3. Like I said, the creative energy all has to do with self-expression. That's where they make.
I wonder though. Okay, see, I could have fell for it, Gabe, if that was your reading. Wouldn't that be you too? Who else? CML. Wouldn't that apply to you too?
What part of
that
it?
Creative so and so. Everything he just said. Your life path 3 game. You're creative. You're childlike creativity. Yes, nigga. From what I know, all the videos you make, it applies to you too.
Like what is your life path?
9. That's why, I've been there, done that. All this shit. That's why I'm like, you guys can say what you want. I'm not gonna necessarily challenge you, but
you're the most creative fuck in the world. You're gonna argue about that?
No. I'm saying, no. Listen to what you said though. What you had, what I know about numerology is kind of like astrology, and like you may have a life path number, but there's other numbers too that represent who you are too. So I might have that 3 somewhere else in there, Joe. So you might be right on that. Like, but it's just not my. It's not the ultimate life purpose.
No, the life path is the core number, is the main number. But you have other numbers like your name expression number, or is also known as the destiny number.
Machine is another childlike, creative, communicative fuck. He spent hours trying to communicate with niggas. It would apply to him. You spent hours trying to communicate with motherfuckers on every level, Gabe. It would communicate with you. It would hit you harder than us. You communicate with niggas in your regular life, in your this life, and your
even with the friends in my head.
The 9 is the humanitarian. They love working with people and try to bring people together. And
that would hit me for sure. I don't know if it hit y'all, but that strikes me.
That's why Joseph Stalin was a life path 9. He liked to bring people together.
Yes, I've always had that reputation as a peacemaker, dude.
No, but have you heard how Gary the number guy talks about 9? He hates 9s. He acts like we're the fucking devil incarnate.
Damn.
Like,
I don't know.
He won't even talk about him.
He has it wrong with 9s. Like every life path has a pro and con to it. He thinks that all 9s are like, there's few things correct about the 9s. They do have an addictive personality.
I would be me.
Adapt easily to their environment. But he's, I think Stalin. Stalin.
All the negative, he names all these negative people who are 9 like Stalin. But here's the thing, you know what Alexander? I think it's a grift. I think him saying gatekeeping 9 and not telling about it, he claims he's trying to help people because I think if you give him bread enough, he'll tell you that, especially if you're a 9, you guys are the shit. You are, you're all this and that. I think
it's just I don't trust him. Yeah. I love that. I don't know if he's untrustworthy or not. Just the fact that your eyes are open, I love it.
I want to talk with him one time. The Gary guy. He has a lot of knowledge, but he has
great.
Ego too. He liked the 9. The 9 also have a big ego, and the 33-6, which he is,
he's a 33
energy of the 9. But he talks about like he's the superior, like in Western.
I hate that ego shit.
Yeah, in Western numerology, it goes from 1 till 9, then 11, 22, and 33. So there's 12 life path.
Yeah, right.
But actually, there's 13, and the 44 is the last, which the Egyptian numerology and the one from India, it goes till 44. So he thinks he's a superior, but the 44 is on top of it.
Yeah. Well, exactly. He probably knows that too. He's just like
but
he lies his number.
Yeah.
A machine. What's up, man? Like, do you know your life path? All that.
I think I told Ganja Sherman the wrong one last time. Because I feel like I feel like I told him I was 11, but then I added it up and it must have been like 34 or some shit.
Okay, can you check it out? Can you write it in the chat, private chat, or double check?
By the way,
I mean, it's not private. It's just 112989.
By the way, I gave you a fake number just to see if you would give me a reading that would apply.
Nigga, are you serious?
No, I'm not
you
serious.
Play games like that? I don't know that.
But that would have been smart if I'd have thought of it, right?
You could have been that.
But it might have been a good idea.
I'm about to drop your ass.
It's a zip ass.
No, but it's correct.
Good job, Gabriel.
Well, machine lies is still correct. What is you're born on the 29/11? 19 what?
89.
89.
Oh, in a snake year. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, you're not you're the earth snake. That's an earth snake here. They're very wise, calculated people. I put it that way. But with the snake energy. But no, you're a life path 4. That's known as the builder. but your second life path number that is common second. So the life path number is first big influence, and then you have the second. The second is your birthday number, and that's the 29, which is which you do have the 11 energy.
So what qualities are these that you talk about? The first one,
What is the
4.
Well, the 11 is the master into. Sorry.
So Machine Lies is an 11 life path.
No, it's not an 11. It's a 4.
Yeah.
It does have the 11 because you have 6 core main numbers, and his birthday number is a master number. So he has like a charisma with him. A lot of 11 have a charisma. They're very intuitive. They're very sensitive to energy. They pick up on things very fast of the spiritual realm or anything that has to do with spirituality and knowledge. They're here basically to inspire people, with knowledge.
He does.
And guide people.
He motivated me to step up my game and like streaming, and also like in terms of like study, being a more astute and studying.
Yeah, that's the 11. But he's a 4, so the 4 is no. The 4? Life at 4.
4, yeah.
The 4 is the builder. They're very I would imagine that you're a very organized person, very focused, and you plan stuff. The 4 is all about planning and order. It's also the number of law and order.
Would that apply to you, TML?
Yeah, definitely long-term thinking, for sure.
What about the first 2 he said?
The organized and all that. The planning.
Definitely good at organizing information and stuff. But like the library and all that stuff, that's kind of scattered, right? But
I would assume that's the type of shit he was talking about. And I would assume you're that type of person. You would know where the shit at, but another person would have a hard time finding your shit. But my girlfriend, you could go in and shit would be color-coded files and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got hundreds of pieces of things that I could reference, but...
Yeah. Machine, though, do you think, though, like, remember we were talking last time we talked, you were talking about you're going to have an assistant, like, more or less, right? You think she'll help you with that type of stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Lift up your game even more, huh?
Yeah, that's basically, that's all she does. Basically.
That's a blessing there, yeah.
It's awesome. Because Machine, bro, he's on another level on a lot of these people. I'm not saying like that just because he's my friend.
No, I'm rooting for him because he is on another level.
Fuck. This shit is dope, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just on the Gnostic Informant.
Okay. New guy. Yeah, he be popping over there, huh?
Yeah, it was popping over there.
Is he Gnostic, obviously, right?
No, he's not. That's the thing. He's actually not a Gnostic. Yeah, he's he's a deist. So
the deist, huh? What does that mean again?
It's like Plato.
Okay.
It's like they believe in one God, but he's got limited qualities. He follows like nature's laws and stuff. Like based on like math and logic and stuff. Like the God is more controlled.
Okay. Yeah. But Alexander, like when you say the numerology, there's the quintessential like characteristic, but I'll take the numbers and put my mind astrology, overlay it. Like when I think of the number 4, I think of stability. I guess I can go with organization, right? Stability.
Yeah,
right?
it has to do with stability, foundation, structure.
Or corners. Yeah, structure. Yeah,
structure, foundation. Yeah, that's the 4. It's in the same in Egyptian and Vedic. They describe it a bit, but they describe the same thing in their own words. But yeah,
right. Yeah, I see the boundaries and the like. 4 energy is good with boundaries, meaning like in order to have fun, you got to have rules to a game, because no matter how free you want to make it, there has to be some like boundaries, right? I think so. 4 people are good at laying that out there because they're stable and they realize Okay, I'm gonna give you a place where we can play now.
Oh yeah, like the girl who comes up. Are you talking about like the girl when you're a kid who comes up there? Okay, everybody gonna stand over here, get some chalk. We're gonna do this. We're gonna write this
There's
up.
always one girl like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the support energy. That's the support energy. Yeah. So why we call them 4-quarter hustlers too, Joe?
I hadn't thought about this shit, man.
Yeah, so what's the methodology behind that? Because we can use the symbols for that too, right?
I'm sure I know, but I don't remember nothing's coming to me right now.
Split the lid, Joe. Come on, Joe.
In the name of most gracious, most merciful, all praise to most great master, dead judge, that alone we worship, that alone we seek. Please show the straight way, the way of those whose path is divine. I forgot. But
that's wild.
Yeah, when they used to snap us, that's when we used to jump up and say that shit. And look, I had a guy, it wasn't my guy, but it was a guy, Nick I knew in jail when I was there for a few months. And he was a chief, and the big chief stays on my block. So he would have been awestruck by the chief who stayed on my block. I've told you stories about how evil that dude is. So this is another chief, and he was been all in awe of the guy who I always tell you stories about. But he was evil, like evil was in him. The demons we're talking about resided in him and had lived there a long time. And he used to always, because someone used to have to say the prayer before dinner every night, and he would pick the newest guy, knowing that you're off the street. You don't really remember all this shit. Everybody have to learn this shit, relearn it when they get to jail. You ain't saying this shit out of the street, and you only get 3 mistakes, and that would count as 1. The day you get to jail, you know how much anxiety that shit causes, man. All that gang politics shit. Yeah, he was that dude. Yeah,
bro.
Yeah,
that's wild. They spit the lid right there.
Yeah. He was like, when they say, who gonna bless the table? He would pick out someone who was new that day, and they would fail every time. So I started immediately blessing the table. As soon as we sit down for a nigga could ask, I jump up and save all the new guys. And he was mad. I see what you did there, man. But I kept doing it. But he mad. He want to pop people.
That's like,
evil.
Bro, that's a real life version of movies. Like when you say that happened, I see that happen. Like when the warlord was about to, he wanted to bust out the new recruits, and then the guy was like, "Did what you did?" After let me talk to you over here. Why'd you do that?
That's funny.
Jesus, I'd be like Machine Lies if he was like, "You're new to the show," and he's like, "I want you to talk about the main attributes of Paleo's Republic right now." That's you can't come on the show.
Yeah, I'm ready to go with that.
Yeah. Okay,
that's one of my favorite books.
What's the 4 main points in that?
And our shit will be 5. I don't remember. You're talking about him. Go ahead.
He's a 4, but he's a 4 energy, so it's gonna make it resonate with him.
Yeah, I would say like the city and speech. The classes in society, right? The role of the guardians, the ideas that he has sort of against democracy and the ideas of the cave.
Can you break all of them down? Except do the last one last. Can you do the first 3, break them down one at a time?
Yeah, he basically says that you can construct a city and speech as an ideal for the rules of justice and truth, and that ideal does not have to be followed through on, right? That the city and speech is simply to arrive at the perfect role of the state itself. So the whole republic is about politics. It's response to Athens, and he's against the Athenian democracy. So he says that society should be organized in an extremely rigid way, and all the arts and the roles of the people in that society should be controlled from their outset, right, from their birth.
I would disagree with him. I think only the government employees would need to be controlled in that city, and heavily watched and all that shit. But that's a great philosophy school, and something you called it teach reach. I don't know what you just said, but it was dope.
What do you mean about the cave machine? Because that we're talking about the allegory. A lot of people like to use that in different variations. But that what do you mean?
That was the fourth one you said was something about the
cave. The cave is kind of like his idea about sort of society, and there's also a lot of Orphic Pythagoreanism in there because there's this idea of the light being the salvific element, right? Because when you go out the cave, you look at the light, and the light tells you you're free, and it's the light of the sun, and the light of the sun is basically represents God, like in a way, right? Because it's kind of like something that's beyond the physical reality that the people are adapted to in the cave,
I dig it.
right?
I dig
Because the cave can basically supply everything you need, right? Like it could show you images like
a Matrix world,
right? So, so his whole idea is that the light, there's a light inside the cave that's an artificial light, and there's a light outside the cave that represents the natural good, the intrinsic good, right? That exists in everything. Right,
Yeah,
the light
that's
inside.
a good way to give proof or direction toward God. It's just more evidence, and not proof, but more evidence toward God that something does exist outside of the cave. And it looks to me like all natural laws can be reached. Most of the things men do inside the cave under natural laws. And then when the sun hits you, though, you realize that shit was an illusion. Until it does, you believe everything you saw.
Right. And then he basically says that, the people that come out of the cave, they're blinded for looking at the light. It takes some time to adjust to what the truth is.
I'm
right?
doing
And
that
then,
now.
yeah, and then afterwards, they got to go back into the cave to leave breadcrumbs for people to come out of the cave. That's
Doing
their
that
whole,
now.
whole
Me and
mission.
you all. That's what we're doing. Me and you for sure, Tim, man. We fucking breaking out and broke out and all day on the internet drop breadcrumbs to teach motherfuckers how to get out. That's funny.
But don't people kill them in the story though?
What?
Yeah, that's his response to people killing his teacher, Socrates. Because he's basically saying like Athenia, like Athens has a shitty political system that killed Socrates. Is basically why he wrote the
So
Republic.
he's angry. I dig it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of saying like they're garbage, right?
Mm-hmm. He's accurate on a lot of that shit. I don't believe in the controlling people. That would show me that he lacks the seeing the sun and understanding the sun. Because the reality is that, he who controls another motherfucker is a slippery slope that's at your best. More than likely it's evil shit,
Yeah, well, that's his whole thing because he thinks that there's people that aren't in control themselves. Like there's people who let desires rule over them, and they're basically, if you let those people have freedom, they'll just use it to destroy themselves.
That should be their ability themselves. Stop trying to control them.
Mm-hmm.
If they destroy other people, now you got a beef. But if they destroy themselves, that's their business. Nigga, who is you? God, leave them the fuck alone.
Yeah, him
That's
and
why
Confucius.
do that shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm just saying him and Confucius kind of disagreed with that, even to the extent that you control what like kind of music people listen to and stuff, and what kind of art they have. And
Confucius, he thought that music should start slow and build. He was a big fan of that, and he even stated that he thought that that's how music was meant to be. And I always think of that when I hear like Public Enemy, the rhythm, the rebel, without a pause, was just come in crazy. I always think about him saying that.
Yeah, Plato makes, like Plato makes similar recommendations. Like a lot of the classical music comes out of the study of Neo-Pythagorean music. The Neo-Pythagorean whole thing. Mathematical proportions,
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Right. Perfectly spaced.
They'll build up. It's copyright free, Mike. Beautiful.
Let's dump that little echo on one of the instruments. I don't know.
Oh, there it is. Winter. Here we go. We hit it right now.
Oh. Yeah, there's some of that in house too,
Yeah, the way they pulled it up. Oh, cool. House. That's where it came from.
Right, Chicago. Right?
Yeah. That's how we used to sneak in. We would carry PJ sit in. That's how we would sneak in for free if we were lucky.
Yeah, so Alexander, Shadow Buddha, Left Pack 9, one, excuse me. So they're saying leader, bold. What else you got on that? They're saying
brave. They didn't put courageous. Takes initiative, unique, outgoing.
Yeah.
Independent. That's all with the life path 1.
Hey.
Nikola Tesla, I wrote, was the life path 1.
That's interesting. That he is, yes. Alexander, that resonates kind of astrologically with the season we're in right now. Aries, kind of 1. They're independent. They're brave, outgoing, right? That's his sign too. His sun sign too.
No, you can say, yeah. I didn't look at that way, but I think you're right, yeah, because that's the same with Chinese astrology, like the rat number 1, right, and the rat also have to lead, So the numbers apply also in the supersede all of them, so it applies to them. Yeah,
it resonates with that. Definitely.
Yeah, and I think goat is the one that is easier to make money, and coincidentally they're the 8th on the list.
The Scorpio.
Number
Scorpio. 8. Yeah.
Which one is Virgo? No, Virgo is 6, right?
Virgo is 6 on the 6th.
Yeah. That would make sense.
It's funny. He said that Jim Jones is a life path 9, like me. He brought people together.
The rapper or the preacher?
The preacher.
Okay.
Murderer.
Yeah, he brought them together.
Yeah. And then this is the last thing they heard.
A lot of musicians are life path 9 too. Musician.
Yeah. Lava Mark.
No, Michael Jackson was a
A lot of movies use this.
Yes, they do.
It's pretty dope.
Whenever we have those big shows, Mel Pandora, I always play that song. They're getting ready, But Jim Jones, Jimi Hendrix, Life Path 9, yeah. All these people kind of like sit back and they kind of like seeing this shit play out. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't make you any like a know-it-all or anything, but there's something to be said when you zoom out. 9 is a complete number 2.
I was looking at a study. I didn't see the study, but somebody referred to a study where the most successful athletes or anybody who's trying to accomplish something, they gave athletes as an example, is when you can disassociate yourself from the thing and the outcome of the thing, just be in that moment. And I think in my head, I was like, that's when niggas hit the zone. Ain't nobody thinking about that. Yeah.
That's what Neville Goodar, the guy, the mystic, Christian mystic, will say, don't believe that you accomplish what you have. Know it, feel it. Don't be in the feeling of it, not the thought of like I did it. Be in the feeling of it.
Right.
Machine Wise, are you there?
Yeah, this thing is like glitching out for me.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Shadow Buddha. Remember, I think before we all 3 of us had talked about this. He was talking about, he had an idea about the machine symposium, about like an idea for like a show, but there'd be like 2 combatants that have to play the role of kind of like of a specific historical figure chosen by you ahead of time, right? Like a Plato versus Nietzsche or something like that, for example, or Confucius versus Eckhart Tolle or something like that, right? So you would choose that machine, and then you could have like a deep philosophical discussion, and the panel or the peers could vote on like who wins or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think that'd be funny. That was an interesting idea you had. We were talking about that the other day too.
Yeah, we can talk about it. Yeah, we can set it up.
Each one of them represents a philosopher or a philosophy.
Yes.
That's dope.
Right, like maybe like the week before or something. You can like choose. You can be given your person you're gonna role play, basically, kind of.
Yeah.
Get ready, like either then you can like kind of take on that persona, at least for the discussion of the debate or discussion.
And if I could, that'd be dope. And if I could give you a little advice, don't be so fucking agreeable, right? Play the character and the disagreeable, with the ego he would have and all of that shit. Fuck that agreeable shit. Use his ego. I'm not saying be mean, but bring the ego of someone like that. The arrogance that accompanies those people.
Oh yeah, some of those guys are very arrogant machines.
Plato would be fucking arrogant for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's how they set out too. I mean, it's like streaming too, I guess. A lot of the top streamers are like really opinionated or whatnot, right? They're not like
I watch people with like really small, in particular in my shit with the auditing shit. I watch people who come in and they are brand new and they have like super small so-and-sos and they immediately, no, that they don't blow up, but in their head, they are immediately different from other people. I'm smarter, I'm better. You can tell when they talk to the police, I'm an
generally specific comes to mind.
But he don't audit, so I don't know what he be on. I stopped watching that dude a long time ago. He don't audit. He never did. He was just, he said he was going to interview auditors. He never went out and did himself, to my knowledge. But the guy who is the first day out, he's telling the cops about, you're going to be in trouble. You don't know who I am. You better get your supervisor, boy. It is be talking crazy. That guy is all. He is. Oh, I don't know. He thinks he's separate from other people. It's weird. I've seen people do it. I still got friends, not just day one, who've been doing it for many years, and they really believe that they are that person. He really believes, like, I don't believe I'm Joe Cool. I'm a regular cat, but I know niggas who really believes he's Chuck Bronson, the guy on YouTube, even in real life. I'm hanging out with him all the time. He really believes people are supposed to bow to him because that's his YouTube name. But as he tells everybody, that's what everybody calls him. He thinks people are supposed to. Like Chuck Norris.
He said Chuck Bronson.
Like, what's his name? Like Andrew Wilson thinks people are supposed to acknowledge that he's above them.
Small man's syndrome. He calls himself Chuck Bronson.
He's a big guy, but yeah, he's certainly.
I call myself Dwayne Schwarzenegger. Like
right. Where'd that come from? Right. Where'd that come from? Why is that?
Right. Is there some example? Can you think of very opinionated astrologers or numerology people online?
Yeah, who you could get behind, who y'all could get behind.
What do you mean?
You already talked about like Gary. Think about people like Gary. Do you see any other people like that that are very opinionated in the
he's the only arrogant one I know. All the other ones are chill, normal.
Pretty chill.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
all the Eastern people are chill.
Okay, what about how would you say is Bro Sanchez, because he kind of dabbles himself in metaphysics, conspiracy, and also politics too a little bit. Too. Bro Sanchez, Brother Sanchez. You heard of him, right? No, okay. You heard of anybody else heard of Bro Sanchez, Joe?
I've heard the name. I have no.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Would you say he's pretty opinionated or?
Yeah, a lot of those guys are like. There's also Zachary Hubbard. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Zachary Hubbard.
Oh, but he's the Gematria guy, right?
Right. Yeah.
But he's shit. That's a dumbass. That guy.
You think so?
Gematria has some truth in it, but that guy I saw, he's finessing people because I had a friend that was like a moderator there, and when the thing happened in Hawaii, he was asking for money to go there and teach the people about numbers to help them. Like motherfucker, they just lost their
what?
gonna help them with numbers, you know. While the people sending money, then he didn't do shit, you know.
He can send me help me with numbers by help me count money. He can give us let's get some money, donate some money.
No, he took the money. He didn't do shit. So he's like, I don't know, like
that's dirty.
Yeah, man. He's like the other guy. The other
he
guy
gambles, right? Alexander, he's a gambler guy.
No,
Hubbard talks about gambling picks too, right?
I never watched him. I felt that he's not genuine from the beginning. But another friend was a moderator there, and he believed in him till he saw with the shit with Hawaii, and he was like, "No, fuck this shit," and he didn't go there. But he still has people there and believe in his crap.
You know him, right? Zach Hubbard.
Yeah. What I know that name from? That's the
remember, like that's when that Flo would talk shit about how he has this disease where he what do they call that machine? Like when you focus too much on one thing, it becomes real to them.
Pareidolia or something like that.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. That's the thing.
Something like when you see faces and everything. Pareidolia.
Yeah, I think it might have something like Kabuki mask or something like that. I think he was on the Tomato.
Yeah, he's been on all the shows. Tomato, Chaotic Truth, Powder Dusty, Talcott. Remember he used to go on Talcott?
Right. What's his name? He's been on a lot.
Zach Hubbard. Remember him?
Zach Hubbard.
Yeah, Zach Hubbard. Yeah, Zachary Hubbard. Yeah.
I know you've seen him, Joe.
Well, I would have had, so yeah.
What was that stupid ball cap all the time?
Yeah, because I remember he used to go on like Adam Green and debate Adam Green and stuff.
He does everybody, right?
Yeah, like I think Bro Sanchez too. He debated like a lot of people. They go debate people.
But when what? They're both gematria.
He's more like a flat Earth dude or whatever.
Not that.
Wow.
Flat
Earth, something
Earth.
like that. I think so.
It's also a flat Earth. They're I don't know, man.
Am I bogus? Anybody?
Joe Telcott is a flat earther.
Is it wrong if I think flat earthers are they lower IQ? Is that wrong for me to say that? Can I assume that? Like if someone say I'm a hardcore MAGA, can I assume he's low IQ? Or no?
No. You can say I'm a hardcore MAGA, but I've been supporting Trump since 2016. I have a Trump hat. I am not that crazy or dumb.
Wait. You're saying you're MAGA?
Yeah, man.
You believe in flat Earth?
Nice knowing you, bro. I'm just kidding.
Great again. I don't believe in flat Earth bullshit. Or we're on an elephant.
Debate. What's more detrimental to your thinking, mega versus flat Earth?
Right. If I had to pick one, I'd rather you be the flat earther than the MAGA. Believe that.
Well, I think they're linked because they had a lot of QAnon. Like a lot of QAnon people that were flat earthers, right? I think they're part of the same.
It would seem that the conspirator mind would follow Trump and flat Earth. Alexander.
Really?
Yeah, they had some people that were both. Yeah, for sure.
I didn't know that. The flat Earth thing came, I don't know when it became hot, 2015. I was long away before that. And, then it became, but you see, a lot of people that I saw that fell into that, sadly, didn't do much of school. Not saying school is everything. School is just to help with critical thinking. Although not always, a lot of them lost.
Are you trolling me with the MAGA shit, man? I can't move past that, bro. I'm sorry. Are you trolling me?
Yeah, man. It's hard. I've been called Nazi because I support Trump.
Okay, maybe you are trolling me then. Okay, well, let me ask you.
What's called Uncle Tom. I've been called a lot of shit.
Very good. You deserved every bit of it if you believe that magic.
From the liberals, from the other side.
Okay, all right. Let me what is it? I don't know. What is it about the Make America Great Again shit that you dig? To be more specific, can you give me a year when America was great? where I can use in my head to see what great again looks like?
No. There was a time in America was great for black and white.
If you give me that year, I can imagine it in my head.
Which year exactly? I don't know. When they abolished it. I don't know fully with the history of America, but I would think it's after 1900, because a lot of 1900, because a lot, you see this, okay, look, in America, the history there that you get to school is shit. You know, the first legally slave owner that fought in court and that got the right and won to own a slave for lifetime, and he opened doors for other people, was Anthony Johnson, a black man that owned black slave.
Is this a pivot that I'm hearing here? The question was, what year was America great? You were saying during the slavery years? Is that why you brought that up?
No. Well, it was time that America was great, yes, when it started.
During the slavery years, when that dude was owning slaves, that's the years you want to bring back? When America was great, when we had slaves?
No, I'm just saying with the history in America is completely fucked up. There's
well, we agree with that, but for
white, there are always division there, you know, against black and white.
We agree, but at this moment, I'm asking you about MAGA. Why are you lecturing me on the history of fucking racism when I'm asking you about MAGA? What year?
America has that problem. That's the first one. That's the main biggest problem there. So I would think, to answer your question, when was it great for both of them? I think it was the time of Black Wall Street before it got burned down.
Okay, all right. At least you give me an era.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. A black person like myself would disagree with you. In fact, the fact that and every other thing that we did got burned down would tell you that it wasn't that great for black people.
It was great in the beginning, I think, and afterwards it went to shit. Like, for example, the first black Americans that were into the Senate were actually Republicans. Yeah, no.
Yeah. The Republican or Democrat thing would not mean anything, but you're right. Right after Reconstruction, when they said everything was going to be equal, they held to it. And there were black senators and stuff that no one talks about. The reason that is because Andrew Jackson was elected and he took all of that away. They went in there and took those black people off of their seats and instilled white people. Their 40 acres and a mule, they withdrew all of those promises. And since then, it's been fucked up. But I will argue that even then it wasn't great. It was just them trying to make good on a promise.
No, they were trying to do good, but you had a lot of people going against them because they went after the black Republicans. They terrorized them, and they were hanging them too. And they even hanged the white people that were with them in the Republican Party. They call them white nigger lovers or some shit like that. And they hang them too. They hang white and black. And if you go look in the history, who started with the KKK?
It doesn't benefit black people to go back in history and make America like it was. It just doesn't. Look at your screen.
You have to know your history, because in America, most black people, they vote Democrat, you know? And the Democrats is like against them.
Bro.
Like
this
now,
is like 1960s, bro.
The Democrat want to replace the black population there in America with
the hoses and the shit he's playing in the background. Those were the Lyndon Johnson days. Black people wouldn't be in a hurry to go back.
No, he was a racist, but if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have the social programs that helped a lot of non-white people.
That's true too.
Hold on. That helped a lot of black people transition, white and black people.
That's true too.
To what? Because all of
transition to being like not on welfare anymore. Hold on.
No, but no.
What?
No. LBJ brought a lot of that shit into fruition that Kennedy had promised. All of that new voting shit and all that. He's the one who made good on all that shit because Kennedy got killed.
Yep.
Lyndon Johnson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
LBJ.
No, I don't think everything. The black people. Okay, one thing about the black community in the past, in the 1930s, for example, there was that the family unit was more united. compared to now that most of them don't have a father in their home. And that's a big problem.
We agree.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but it's not a
it's not a death sentence. They thought the system was designed that way through mostly the Democrats.
Oh my goodness! Stop being, narrow-minded, right?
Narrow-minded. The truth hurts.
No, what the fuck is a Democrat, right? Most of these people who vote Democrat, they ain't read a newspaper. They don't watch the news. They don't know shit. They so. You like they get together and playing evil things. Most of them just going about day to day trying to see who's gonna give them the less gas prices. Don't make them evil. When you say the Democrats, most of these niggas just go to work every day. They ain't some fucking evil conglomerate.
Well,
just regular people.
I'm talking about the people in control in Congress, those Democrats.
Those Democrats, right? That'd be my next place. As opposed to Republicans, they're bad. As opposed to the Republicans that are good.
Under each children, the Republicans voted no. The Republicans voted yes.
Yeah,
Wait a minute, you gotta bring that up because I don't. I'm from California. You're talking bad about the soil, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, what's the soil? What do you mean? Like, nobody's gonna vote that in.
That's a red herring.
You would think so. You would think so.
It's a deflection.
That on the news.
And receipts, bro.
Lyndon B. Johnson, a quote of him.
What does that say? What does that say? War on.
I'll have those niggas voting Democrat.
He just died.
Wait. We got that. We said that. Yeah, he's called them niggers for sure. So did my grandma. She called my dad a nigger. But hey, she loved me. Here's the thing, bro. Like those are, yeah, that's what I said, bro. Like she didn't like the idea of my mom. I'm getting personal now. She didn't like the idea of my mom with a black dude, right? But she ended up loving me. So here's the thing: people can say all kinds of shit, but their actions are what's something to focus on too, as well. Lyndon Johnson was a racist bastard. However, his whole thing, part of his slogan, his movement was a war on poverty. So you can't just like brush that shit off. You know what I'm saying?
Did he did anything with the war on poverty?
Yeah, he brought in those social programs we just said, bro.
The voting shit too, I think, came in.
So how is the black community doing now compared to then? Are they doing
better? This is all deflection. Listen, I asked you, answer my question, man. You said the black Republicans are good.
No, I didn't say most of them, but you have also rhinos. Which
well, the ones in charge. You were talking about the Democrats in charge are bad, and are you telling me the Democrats in charge are good? I mean, the Republicans in charge are good.
Most of them, yes. Compared to the Democrats, they lost their damn mind, common sense. Like for
most of them, like for instance, let's go with Trump and his crew because they're the most in charge. If we can go with them. Those are good people?
What do you mean? The people there running?
We said the people in charge. I'm naming the people in charge of MAGA. The highest I can go is Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, and Donald Trump. Can I use those examples of good people?
Yeah, good people. Well, Pam Bondi, I don't know about her. I've heard things. Pete had sex. He seems good. Pete had sex. He seems.
You think Trump's a good person? Come on, bro. You're just a spiritual guy. You think Trump is a good person? You really think Trump is a good person?
That's a tricky question because if I go deep in, I just a few days ago.
It's a simple question. It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not. Okay, why is it? Because
well, Gabe just.
What the hell are you talking about?
So then.
Gabe just tried to tell you LBJ had good and bad, and it's not simple. And you disagreed. It should have been simple. So he should hold you to the same rules. Is fucking Trump good or bad?
He's a good person in general, overall. We're speaking generalities.
What do you mean now?
Come on, bro. Like you're faster than that.
That's the thing. If I can go deeper with you because I cannot. Okay, let me just answer it then. You have more than one Trump. One is good, one is bad. You have cloning Trump, and you have double. And apparently one of them.
Come on, bro. Cloning. I just asked you.
What was that?
we're not even going there, bro. This is a long show for that shit. I don't believe in that clone shit. I believe in a lot of weird
what? The answer has
bro.
something to do with a clone?
On,
Is Trump bad? He
you
said something about a clone?
Yes. There's. I know. I don't know if you guys know with ETs and things like that. I know how far you are with that. But yeah.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and tell us like so you can deflect.
You have more than one Trump.
Oh, we have more than one Trump.
Well, there's double that. He sucks double then.
Okay.
No, because the good Trump, apparently what I heard is he was taken out for safety. Because
this is wild, bro.
Yeah, I know.
This is great. I'm glad I came here.
You're smiling. Look, I love how you
greatest shit ever.
Greatest shit. Yeah. So here we go. Shadow Buddha says, LBJ, listen to this. LBJ helped get the Civil Rights Act of 1964. You know, most of the most important bills passed in the 20th century given minorities more opportunities and access. At the time, that was great. Right? Now, I'm not going to make your argument that I know you're going to say next, but
don't even make it for
at the time, we needed that. We needed that. That was a little Band-Aid on a big wound, right, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. This is why.
Let me see.
This is why Gabriel is the
Book of Gabriel, the God of Taiwan, peace and continuous success.
Okay.
Yo.
What's called Gabriel? That's your name?
Let me tell you about your boy Trump. Which Trump was it?
That's my name.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Gabriel. I put a link in the chat, you know. Okay. Can you play that? It's 5 minutes.
All right, while he bringing it up, tell me which Trump is it that's all in the Epstein files? And which Trump is it that lied and said that that he was gonna, stay at home and criticize everybody for wanting to go to war with Iran and go to war, period. That he was going to expose the Epstein files and all of these things. And where's that? Which Trump was that?
Okay,
that was a good guy.
Well, that's the thing. What I understand, he never went to the island. He kicked out Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, and he also stood in court before this thing blew up. I think it was 2007 when everybody was afraid to go against him. He testified in court against him, and he also this on the record in Epstein files. He calling FBI and telling them about Epstein.
All right, only one of those things you said are true. The last one.
Here's your video. Is it because let me guess? It's about cloning Trump, right?
No.
I hope so.
That's why it
says be so lucky. There's no chance that I'm that lucky.
This video isn't available anymore. Really?
Maybe it was.
Yes, that's why.
I would love to see some conspiracy shit on YouTube. I ain't seen no good conspiracy shit on here in years.
Bro Sanchez right now, bro.
That's
it didn't. Let me see. No.
Hey, you understand that Trump said that he said he ran on I'm going to release the Epstein files.
Yeah.
When he got here, when he became president, he said first they said they were going to release them, and they played a fake release. They called in the internet socialites and gave them fake files. And then when pushed, they said there are no files. And Trump said that there are no files. It's a hoax by Obama and Biden. And then it comes out that there were files. Whatever, lied again. And then we already gave up the files. Then they came up that they were 3 million more files. And then he said that was it. And there were 3 million more files. And he said he wasn't in it. He's in there, I think, 3,000 sometimes, 38,000 if you count his wife and his property. Some crazy numbers like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the file he said never existed. He's all in it. How do you trust him?
Yeah, a lot of people are in it, yes. But some of them
he said it didn't exist.
Joe Rogan is also in there.
He said it didn't exist.
Huh?
Trump said it didn't exist.
Okay. Yes, but he did say that. What I'm saying, but Trump is in it like one of the most. frequent names in it.
Yeah,
And you got to
here.
read the
Think
shit
about
that
racial
in there
equality
about
and
'em is
civil
heavy.
rights.
It
Which
is inconvenient truth about the Democratic Party.
political party comes to mind? The Republicans or the Democrats?
I think they both suck cock, actually.
Most people would probably say the Democrats, but this answer is incorrect.
Oh, wow.
Since its founding in 1829, the Democratic
Yes,
Party has fought
everybody know
against
they flip
every major
parties.
civil rights initiative and has a long history of discrimination.
But then it switched up, bro.
Yeah, it
We
slipped
know.
up
No,
like
it didn't
3
switch
times,
up.
and everybody
No, what
feels like this is an argument for something.
Why you move? You have to what? Yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
You're talking about
I know-
1829. Of course, we're gonna be like, this is fucking silly. It went back to
Exactly.
1829.
Hundreds of black and
Go
fought
ahead,
against
though,
the
yeah.
Civil Rights Acts of the 19th.
Come on, bro. Look at this propaganda. There's a guy with a hood literally in Congress. Is this like South Park or something? Look at that. Come on, bro.
1950s and 1960s.
You're right.
In contrast, the Republican Party was founded in 1854 as an anti-slavery party. Its mission was to stop the spread of slavery into the new Western territories with the aim.
Yeah, that's good. My thing is like, yeah, that's good what they did. It's bad what the other guys did. Now everything's mixed up. What are we doing here, bro?
Yeah, what is
Why do you
they
still
got to do
believe in a
with today?
2-party system anyway? You're better than that, man. Come on, you're smarter than that. The left, you're beyond the left-right paradigm. I thought.
I am.
Clearly not.
Why are you sucking Trump off then, respectfully?
What do you mean?
Secure rights,
you're
but
disrespecting me, say I'm sucking Trump. What the
No,
fuck?
Look too far with
I have to say this. I apologize for that. I was a little out of line for that. I'm sorry about that, bro. No, but I just say that because, like, literally, that he's the president of my country and he's killing his things are killing innocent people as we
Who's
speak.
killing? Like, okay, let's check this out because you put it on pause. What I don't understand in America with the stupid liberals, they're black or white, all shapes and colors.
You don't even live in America. You've never even been here.
But
Exactly. I'm good in Aruba. I'm in paradise. I'm Dutch citizen. I am good. I don't need to go to America.
You're so great that you have to worry about the liberals in America.
No, but
okay, wait.
He was asking you about Trump killing
Let me
people
finish
right
the
now,
point.
and
Sorry.
no, wait, you can finish it. But he was asking you about Trump killing motherfuckers right now, and you immediately deflect to what the liberals do. It sucks.
Yeah, but-
It's disingenuous, and that's what you keep doing.
No, but like, okay, with the killing of people, who? Your own citizens or the people in Iran or Nigeria,
Both.
Venezuela?
Both. You ever hear of the ICE?
Or Cuba?
Sir?
Yeah?
You ever heard of the ICE shootings and all that shit?
Yeah, ICE been killing people here, and
Oh,
Trump
yeah?
is blowing
A lot
up
of
people
died on the
abroad.
ice? How many people died on the ice?
Well, I know 2 in Chicago and
many.
2 in Minneapolis. I know that
One
for
too many,
sure.
bro.
I could ask Siri.
One is too many.
Okay, yeah. One is too many. Yeah, but are they going around shooting people like crazy? Like every day there's an ICE killing?
Doesn't matter. It's still killing.
Because they're saying also Trump is involved in Iran, or Trump hands off Iran, hands off Venezuela. But here's the thing I don't understand. That's why I mentioned, because I mentioned Trump took Maduro out and is affecting Venezuela very bad. But the liberals in America are protesting that also with Iran right now. And
Okay, they're saying 32 deaths just last year alone, 13 in March alone.
13 in March, okay.
So they killing a lot of people apparently.
We got a comment from Melanie Conlify. He said, thick accent, dark skin equals terrorist to Trump fans. Oh, so I think he's referring to you, sir. Like you would look as a terrorist.
I am a terrorist.
They would probably my mega guys. Oh, you said it, not me.
Yeah, I have a Trump hat. I support Trump. Yes.
I mean, I do too. I don't wear that motherfucker though. I'm not that dumb.
Okay, I wear it. I went to a liberal country and I wear it. Don't people tell me shit. You know, I also.
Oh, you're a tough guy, huh?
Touch my hat. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I worked on the street.
Nobody. I stand my ground.
I went halfway across the country with a Trump sticker on my car. Didn't know it. One of my buddies put it on here in Chicago, and I was in Florida or something before somebody pointed it out to me.
You didn't get pulled over one time.
Right?
I mean, we like what you like. This is all good fun because in the end, who gives a fuck? To me,
no. But
my thing is like to say that Trump is a good person doing good things. That's kind of wild, bro.
But it's important to clarify things because there's a lot of misinformation out there. For example, what I was trying to say is in America, you had the liberals protesting Trump with Iran, Venezuela, and even Nigeria. But for example, in Nigeria, the pastor there asked Trump, they made a video, asked Trump to intervene because the Muslim there is attacking and killing the Christian there. They killed more than 200,000 Christian Nigerians. Nobody talk about it. In North Africa, it's a whole problem there with Muslim and Christian. And also in Iran, the people were dancing on the street and celebrating around the world for Trump interference there because they're under the Islamic dictatorship.
Is that your way of saying that it's okay for Trump to be over there killing all those people? And are they dancing in the streets in Palestine as well?
What? The one in Iran is their own Islamic government killed them.
My question was, please hear my question before you go off. Are you saying that it was okay then, because people are dancing in the street, for Trump to attack their country?
Attack the regime, yes. All of them are pro that. All of them. I can give you a name, Rita Panahi, the host of Sky News. She's also pro-Trump.
What about all
the Iranians are pro it, and the
what
people
about
that
the
are not from, see how
what about the girls' school that he blew up? Were they all?
Doesn't make sense.
What about the girls' school? You said they were all against Trump, or they all part of the regime. What about the girls' school they blew up? 170 kids, females. Were they against Trump too? They deserve it.
I love it that you brought that up because you see, I know you don't know the complete story. Near that school, because if you don't know the tactic that they use, the same as Hezbollah and the Tutsi use the same tactic. They put their missiles near a school for defense. Like if you attack them, then you get all the. That's why the people would think twice to attack them because they're missiles are in school.
We know that there was a facility near the school, and they have video of them blowing up, and a second missile next to it blew up the school.
Let me finish. There was Iranians that came out and said that the Islamic regime used that as propaganda against America.
We know now even the White House said it because footage came out of it being hit by a tomahawk, and they don't have tomahawks. So who's up to date and who's not?
Okay.
Breaking news. We got breaking news. Latest Trump L happened today. Melanie said stock market crashed into the correction territory. He pushed back his deadlines for opening Strait of Hormuz. He's a loser. Melanie also says, I pity Alexander. He's been fooled into thinking a loser is a winner. Yeah.
Okay.
He agree with the propaganda game is fun to run. It's a fun story to watch. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you this: in America, when Trump leaves, people are going to be doing the gritty all day long. Black, white, Asian. They can't wait till this motherfucker leaves.
Okay. Interesting.
You can have him in Aruba. You can have him, bro. You can have him in Aruba. Yeah. You can take him. Man.
That's good. Yeah, Aruba is a bit.
Watch your kids, though.
Dumb. The government here is not bad, but it's not good either. But it's better than being a socialist or communist country like Cuba and Venezuela. The people themselves are asking for Trump interference.
Yeah, they're really asking those ventilators to be shut off because they have no fuel. And their loved ones are dying in there. Yeah, they're really asking for that, right, Joe?
Have you?
They've been asking for Trump's interference. They've been asking him to drop them embargoes for 50 years that been killing them and suffering. They've been asking for Trump intervention. Yeah, they want to stop all them fucking embargoes that don't do shit to the rich people. It only hurts the regular people. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no winners in the game of stupidity. I get it. That's why I don't even talk about politics in this sense.
This is
It's
entertainment and
it's
fun to me, man. This is how you
Masonic.
sharpen your shit. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I hear all the great motherfuckers where I argue with a drunkard and, you know, arguing with someone stupid. They're going to pull you to their level and lose through and you're going to lose because of their experience being stupid. I hear all sorts of quotes. But I have a never-ending appetite for arguing with motherfuckers who are stuck just because they want to believe the thing they want to believe. I'm the right guy at the right time for that shit, man. My shit's I'll go days doing this shit.
When I listen to what he's saying, I want to be changed my mind, but all the things you're saying I've heard like 10 years ago, or it doesn't make any sense, like logical sense.
Yeah, yes, you know, Biden killed people. Yes, we agree. Biden sucks too. But you saying that, you know, so-and-so did all these horrible things, or Trump saved the baby from a burning building, won't change the fact that he fucking leveled Gaza along with fucking Israel and said he gonna build downtown Trump strip, Vegas, or whatever the fuck he's talking about, and all the deaths that he's doing over there. Now, these are regular buildings being hit, apartment buildings and shit. These people don't have power now. Everybody is 90% of fucking China oil go through that strait.
Philippines is about to be shut down. 40 days, they're gonna have no fuel.
People are dying. Soldiers are dying on both sides.
Yeah, I know it's funny to you, but it's not funny to them. I bet. Yeah.
Cool.
That's
You're talking to me?
Yeah, like you had a grin on your face or something.
I'm just listening to you.
Oh yeah, you said it finally. My thought is proven. I'm just high. I love when people say that. they try to come with all the things. When they're in the corner, they go, "I'm just high."
Well, you want me to be angry? Go.
No.
He wants you to argue your point.
Okay, I'm like, okay, none of you has talked with a Cuban or Venezuelan. I know Venezuelan.
There's Cuban people in my neighborhood. University student. There's a Cuban. Couple Cuban dudes.
Well, I thought an Iranian for sure. I mean,
okay, what they
say?
They're not with it.
Lies.
What you just said? They're not with it. Whoa, say that again, machine. Please.
Yeah. I talked to a lot of Iranians that are not with it.
With what? The Trump intervene or the Islamic regime?
No, the ones I know are anti-Islamic.
That's what all the Iranians I've encountered are anti the regime. They want the change.
Right, but that doesn't mean they support the Trump's intervention.
Well, there you go. I understand. Most of them.
Those are two different things. Like,
I understand that. But they want a change, right? The one you talk about there.
I smell a pivot coming.
If you look prior to 1970, the Islamic regime takeover, you see Iran was completely different country. They were more open. They were like the European of Middle East. But
right. So you support liberalism abroad.
Yeah.
Huh?
Right. Weirdo.
So that's the thing I don't understand about these guys, where they support liberal regimes abroad, but they kind of support conservatism at home. You know, it's kind of contradictory.
Do as I say.
There's a spiritual revolution happening there. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, but don't you think that spiritual revolution is kind of like against the family and all that stuff? Like, for example, like liberalism uprooted the family here. You said that earlier, but over there, wouldn't it have a similar effect, right? So this is the problem, right? Is we're talking about traditional values, like such as the ones that Christians and Muslims believe in, being uprooted to supplant them with things like homosexuality and drug use and so on and so forth, and the gay disco. Like the church is basically just a gay disco now.
Right? No, I wasn't talking in that sense.
Good argument.
No, I was talking in that sense. It's not. I mean that, like in the last year they closed about 20,000 mosques in Iran, and the people are turning to Jesus, Christianity, basically.
No, I don't think so. No, I think it's been historically Islamic for like thousands of years.
No, you're wrong there. It wasn't Islamic. It was Zoroastrian. That's their religion, and that goes thousands.
Yeah, and then when did they when were they taken over by Islam.
1979.
No, that's false.
When
They were
then?
conquered by Arabs. They were conquered by Arabs in the 700s.
Arabs, they're Persians.
I know. I said they were conquered by Arabs in the 700s, and most of the population has been Islamic since then.
636 AD is what Islam was introduced to Iraq in 636
Yeah,
AD.
like
After
you ever
the
heard of
defeat
Rumi? Like you ever heard of Rumi, the great poet? Like he was a Sufi Muslim. Yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about. You know, they were never Muslim, man.
Could be well, when did
They're one of the first places in the world to accept
Yeah, they're one of the first
Islam.
places in the world to accept Islam.
It's mostly Muslim nation, about 98% Muslim now.
600 in the 600 AD.
No, right now is because due to what the Muslim and their protocols, basically. When they go to a country, they multiply and they erase all the other things.
Like Christians?
Afghanistan was...
No, I think he's talking about the protocols usually refers to another group of people, but and he doesn't want to talk about that because Trump is fully in support of that group of people, right? He's a full Zionist, right?
What about that, man? Trump supporting Israel, killing all them people in Palestine. What about that? Doesn't that make him a bad guy? Isn't that one act alone shitty? Please, Alexander, don't pivot, please. I don't want to yell at you. Actually, I do. I don't mind.
If he's killing innocent people and he's a rapist, for sure, I'm against that.
Is that what part of my hypothetical? I'm talking about right now, him killing, what you know about him killing, supporting Israel, killing all the Palestinians. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Please
we need to
add
sample
to
that
it.
one.
Talking about had he raped someone. I didn't say nothing about that shit. Him supporting Israel.
Oh yeah, I don't support Israel. I don't support Hamas either. I'm against.
Very good. What about Trump? He supports Israel. Isn't that sucky?
Yeah, maybe he's using them for last. To cut off the head of the snake for last. Yeah.
This better be a good plan because he just invaded a country and killed a bunch of people.
They have about 12 months.
That's already.
Yeah,
he's kind of like bailed out by the Rothschilds. You know, like he's kind of like owned by the Rothschilds, right? Like just like Epstein, right?
It would seem, yes. Just like
the thing goes deeper, you know.
I think it does. You got to read those files.
I don't know how far you guys came, but in the end of this whole thing with the Rothschild, or it goes beyond the Rothschild, the Farnese family, which is part of the Pope and all
yeah,
that.
but you ever heard of you ever heard of Leonard P. Howell, who wrote The Lesser Key with Rastafarianism? And he talks about the Rothschilds too. He said he condemns them as well.
Yeah.
So the founders of Rastafarianism, they were totally against the Rothschilds.
Yeah. But beyond Rothschilds, the people in control are not humans. They're reptilians. Yeah,
it may or may not be. You might have something there, but it's good to hear.
This was one lady that came out of the World Bank or the IMF, International Monetary Fund, Karen Hughes, in 2011, and talked about it. And not long after, she was killed. There's a lot
Karen
of
Hughes.
Yeah, Karen Hughes.
Talked about the people were reptiles.
Yeah, she said that the people in control of the monetary system at high up are not humans, and there's some people that also said that
maybe
keep shift into a reptilian.
Well, maybe they killed her because they thought what she said was retarded, because all there is humans on the earth.
Okay, I think y'all gonna be having a big surprise in the near future. I tell you that now. Yes. I don't care what
you say.
Don't you get it? Wait, don't you get it? Wait, don't you get it? Wait, don't you get it?
Laugh at all that
shit. I'm not laughing. You're the one that's grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I'm not laughing. I think that's stupid what that lady said. Don't you get it when? Don't you get? Wait, hold on. Don't you get it? Wait, don't you get it? Don't you get it when David Icke talks about reptilian? He's not literally talking about reptilian. He's talking about the lizard brain, bro. The old part of the brain that most idiots.
Yeah, I had that discussion I had with person called best friend about.
Try that shit on me.
15 years ago, he also said it's part of the reptilian brain, and they're not really reptilians. I'm like, yeah, right. All the native
What does
around
that even
the world,
matter, bro? The only reason why you
Aboriginals.
brought it up is because you were trapped in a corner with your
No,
weak
I'm
ass
just
argument.
mentioning that the
You want some metaphysical
what's
thing
the
you can't
question?
prove.
What you can
I wouldn't know.
what's
They
the
were talking
question?
to you. They had you in the corner. I'm just
Yeah, well, I'm with
in
the
mine.
yeah, I'm kind of with the reptilian thing, but to be honest,
Well, you're dumb too, then.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No, it's cool. No, it's cool.
I don't even know what's going on.
No, I know how it sounds. I know how it sounds.
I could be wrong.
No, my thing is that evolution just like I can't believe evolution, so I began believing in crazy shit that you can't prove. You know? So that's the thing. But I mean, in addition to that, but he said that the flat Earth was kind of ridiculous earlier, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But isn't that a similar thing like reptilians, right?
Yeah, I think in the same ballpark.
What, with me?
Ballpark.
Right.
Yeah.
With me, you're talking about me? What I said?
Right. Because a lot of flat earthers would say reptilians are silly and whatnot.
Well, okay. Let me finish the sentence. Okay, if you go around the world, you see there's not different native tribes, the Aboriginals, the Zulu, the also the Hopi. All of them talk about the reptilian being, even the Mayans, the Aztecs. And it's not only David Icke. When David Icke mentioned the reptilians, there's one that's called Credo Mutua.
I know. I saw that video like 2007, bruh.
Yeah, he also talked about them being.
He said he was raped by a reptilian man. That's what he said in the video. He said he was raped by a reptilian snake man. That's what he said in that. I've seen that video before. Yeah.
Okay, Credo Mutua. So in Africa, they call them CTUHLU. And they're part of them are native there. So there's a lot of different tribes that know about it, but in the mainstream, no, that's too wild, too crazy. People might think you're crazy, but there's a lot of movies in Hollywood that talked about that show it. Like, for example, They Live of John Carpenter movie. Right there. Yes.
No, I'm trying something new though. Normally, like I'm very open minded. Like I respect what anyone says. I'm just trying to be more opinionated, so I can get more attention sometimes. So like, yeah, man, who knows what's going on? I don't know what's going on. Maybe there is reptilians or whatever. But does that change like what I'm doing here now in my situation? Does it matter whether
if what he's saying is that the elite are reptiles who did this and that, and they are the ones who have Trump going to war. Now suddenly reptiles become interesting, and I'm sure that he's saying something weird like that.
They're doing the same thing, so it's just like, oh, now they're reptiles. They're not just like awful humans.
I mean, if we could find out more about the reptiles, we could sharpen our battle. If that was such true, and there was a way to find out their weaknesses, it would change. We would alter our plan.
Yeah, I like the way you think. Yeah, man. That's exactly when people are know about them, their net they have like a net around the world. The nets get weaker and weaker.
You know that
you guys can't even pay the rent. You guys are worried about reptilian federation and shit.
Big claims require big evidence. So I would assume that you would have some good video or something that you could pop up where you could show us that that's what makes you really believe in this shit rather than somebody said.
This is a goal. He's digging information into this. You know, I never seen one physically, but I've seen a lot of with the history and talk with different people and people that have seen them. Yes.
Yeah.
But not. And for example, here's information that you look up. I think it was in the LA Times in the early 1900s. They talk about it, came in a newspaper. They found a tomb under LA, and apparently they said it was a reptilian habitat. But afterwards, they didn't talk about it anymore.
Well, that's great that it was in the LA newspaper. That means there are pictures. Did you see the picture that they showed?
No,
they look real.
Drawing of the catacombs, the tunnel.
Wait. The LA Times didn't have a picture?
No, they had. I think the description of the tunnel.
It'd probably be blurry. You couldn't even see it, probably.
Well, I'd be okay. Well, I wouldn't be okay with blurry. I'd probably be shitting on that too. I'm just trying to make a point here that if they were really reputable, where someone would have believed it, I would think that the #1 newspaper would have made every effort to do something besides a cartoon reconstruction.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Why didn't put picture? I don't know. It's the same with the Roswell crash that happened in 1945, I think.
I think there's good evidence of that.
Yeah, the newspaper put it first, but the
Yes.
second day they retracted it and
Right.
put it in a weather balloon.
But we know the pictures exist in the stories because they came out before. So we see both. We see the originals and that. And here's one that I like better. All those years ago, because I've always been into that shit. This guy gave his little kid a piece of metal. When he died, his kid showed everybody. His dad was there at Roswell. His dad tells a story about how everybody was all talking about what happened and shit. Then the next day when these people came around, everybody changed their story. I think he said it was military motherfuckers, and everybody changed their stories. He said, but he was out there, and a lot of people had got little pieces, and they came in and got theirs. And he lied and said he didn't have one. And he showed the kid. And the kid said that the metal, it was looked like a picture of a little iron eye bar, I think, eye beam, but it's small like a ruler and they can fit in your hat or yardstick. He said when he slammed it onto the table, it spread like a liquid. And then as he picked it back up, it get hard again. And he described it with all this writing on it, blah, blah, blah. And I see the writing that he described, and they did their video reconstruction of what the kid was talking about. And it's just like the writing you see on the Matrix, the writing that they did in the DMT
Laser
experiments
experiment.
and the laser experiments, the writing
I
they
see right like
say,
that on my phone.
people who
Sounds like
talk about
YouTube.
UFOs now that crash, they talk about the little writing on it. It, you know, he talked about that years ago. And the liquid metal shit seems feasible now.
So what you saying, Todd?
Just saying all evidence in one way or another. I don't know if I got enough to make the conclusion, but I believe the Roswell shit before I believe the clone shit, because all I got is Dolly the fucking sheep.
Yeah, when you said about the metals turning into liquid and black, whatever, I thought of what when people were showing about the vaccines, about some of that stuff that was in it, like spread out into your the black stuff. Wild shit, bro.
I read some shit. I'd never be able to find it now because fucking a dude owns X and fucking Google's owned by the CIA or whatever. But what they were saying, they were having like 300 times more of that mercury and metal, whatever the fuck, chrome. I can't remember what it was called.
What's the name of it?
Yeah, it'll come to me. And people.
I'm surprised you don't know what it is, Alexander. You don't remember that stuff? Sorry? Remember the stuff that people thought that was graphite was in the bees, the shot, the COVID shots?
Oh yeah, there's a
list
of things that was in the shot: AIDS, cancer cell, also a living entity being.
That's what we're talking about. No, that's what you just said. That's what we're talking about right now. What Joe was, with the graphite. When Joe was talking about that story, that reminded me of, bro. Because if you want to get spiritual, bro, if that thing that shot, bro, if people believe in like God and the devil battle, that's kind of letting like the devil kind of could be seen as letting the devil like grape your family and shit by putting that in their body. You know, that's some weird demonic shit.
I've talked with psychic people, and when they see people that took the shot, their crown chakra is shut off. The third eye is shut off. So they lose their connection with source, you know. They have to go on a detox. If they're still alive,
they can get it back though, right? But it's not gonna be easy, huh?
No, but you can detox, you know. I know like in a lot of things you have microplastic, and I found out through sauna, sweating, you get it out of your system.
Yeah, so I was do my Bikram yoga. Shadow Buddha says, my favorite story is Dose Base claiming that a jointly operated human and alien underground facility exists underground
New Mexico. That is not a story, that is real.
I got a good story about that.
Also at Denver airport as well. There's battles going on.
Yeah. There's a guy, he's missing one hand, a couple fingers on the other.
Phil Schneider.
Okay.
He
He tells a good story about how him and a friend was digging for the military under there and they got attacked.
Yeah.
And he said there was like grays and big hairy yetis and all kinds of weird creatures down there that they were fighting them and stuff, right?
And I thought it was interesting that he said that's how he got disfigured, and he's up there giving speeches, and none of his haters have been able to say, "Ha ha! Here's someone or article or your job or medical report that says it happened this way," to contradict him.
And he died in some weird way too, I think, right?
I don't know, but Bill,
not long after he gave his presentation, he was killed.
Yeah,
I was thinking the guy who wrote
car accident or something.
Pale Horse was killed in a weird
Bill
form.
Cooper too. Yeah, he went. No, they came to his house, the sheriff, and killed him because he wouldn't. He wouldn't comply. So they killed him in front of his young Filipino wife and little girl.
I remember reading. I forgot it was the beginning of the book or at the end. He said, "I told my wife that though the book is completed, I'll probably be dead before it comes out." And that's how it played out. I thought that was
yeah, a lot of people, some people think that Alex Jones kind of took his persona in a sense that not necessarily like body snatched him or anything, but took his movement, his organic truther movement, and just because Bill did not like Alex. He tried to build with him, but he realized that Alex was compromised and doing some nefarious shit.
Even way back then, that's fucked up because he was the guy. He was the guy for a while.
Yep, he was. Even he's on some weird shit, but he don't like Alex Jones. Alex Jones, you got to remember, going back to 1999, he did this thing where he literally said that Soviets launched missiles on the United States on New Year's that year, 2000. And he was acting like it was like happening. It was like it's pretty fucked up. And I like Alex Jones too. Yeah, man. Bill Cooper did not like Alex Jones.
I went over a friend's house one night to spend the night, and I went over there, and there was a church in my neighborhood that they believed the world was going to end. The people had given the pastor all that money. And they were all outside the church waiting for God to come. And, you know, I remember it was all in the news and shit, news cameras. I went by there and I said whatever to them on the way. And the next day I come from my friend's house. I'm staggering in because we were young, so we would have been partying hard.
Yeah, New Year's Eve, right?
No, it probably would have been. Probably, no, I don't know if they gave a New Year's Eve. It wouldn't have been. Matter of fact, because I remember a New Year's. But it was just a skeleton crew out there. The sun was up and they were still out there. And I remember asking them, and some were waiting, and most of them had left. But you made me think of that when you was something you said.
That end of the world shit. We thought it was gonna be over with the computers were gonna crash. The binary shit. Check this out.
Yeah. Apparently the other night, within the last week,
Bill Cooper talking about Alex
because I've been
Jones.
getting a lot of email about this.
That's
and
him right there.
received one telephone call. Apparently somebody called the Alex Jones broadcast and asked him why he didn't have me on the air, or asked him something about me. Alex Jones said he had me on the air once before, several years ago, and had to cut me off the air because of the foul language that I used. So on the air tonight, I'm going to tell you, Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, miserable, stinking little coward liar.
Uh-oh. Pause.
Okay, before you say that, let me say that. He says control. Oh, this new guru. He said control ops playing WWE. True enough. But go ahead. But who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy in the drama? It's still a drama though.
I think Guru would say they're both bad.
Well, yeah, but if you're playing along at home,
I'm already playing psychic. You know, I think I can see everything. I'm already was wondering, is he lying? I was hoping this guy called him a liar. I got everything I wanted when he called him a liar. Plus, I got a little bit more. I got a little bit of a glimpse into his personality. And if he'd have said he's a piece of shit, lousy, low down fucking liar, I wouldn't have trusted him as much. The fact that he said he's a bold-faced, low-down liar, he wouldn't curse or anything. It gives him a bit of credence that he is the type of person. So that's what I see so far.
Yeah, no, it's true. I listened to hours and hours of Bill Cooper and his Mystery Babylon series, which is really good.
Yeah.
I need to send it to you, Joe. It's really good. How he
Yeah,
breaks
fuck
down
yeah, you really should.
It's really good. How he breaks down what we called.
Yeah, it's absolutely classic. Highly recommended stuff. For sure.
Yeah.
If one of you mods can put it in the regular chat so I can snatch it on my
I'll get it right now.
Yeah, it's called.
No
Yeah, it's a
mistake
show
about it.
called The Hour of the Time that Bill Cooper ran for a long time. And it was like,
And there's the playlist for.
really,
Be patient with it. It's good, bro.
I found some old Hal Anthony shit that I had been dying. I had been looking for I don't know, months. Hal Anthony, he's behind the wood shit. Years ago when I first started cop watching, he was talking about, how, cops don't have authority and all that shit. That I didn't understand it back then. He was the first sign of an occupying force. Those who enforce the laws refuse to obey them. He was talking that shit back then, and I was so drawn, but I didn't understand it. And now that I want to learn it, I've been like, I would love to hear that shit again, but it was taken off. I ran into the guy, and he gave me a site where I can find all that old shit.
Yeah. So you've been doing that. I've been on Dick Gregory for a minute.
Dick, before he started getting, I think in the end,
crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just ego or dementia, right? I don't know if he got crazy or if it was just ego. He's got too famous or something. But man, he used to be cold.
Yeah, he used to abuse that one young cat. Like I interviewed him. I found the shit. The whatchamacallit, Hour of the Time. Thanks, Machine, for telling me the name again. Yeah, this is highly recommended. Let me put it up there. Okay. I'll put the first one in. Oh wait, here's the playlist. Yeah, I'll put the first one in, Joe. Just go to this channel and hit the playlist. Find the playlist right there.
Okay.
You'll like it. Back to I want to hear him talk shit about Alex Jones, even though I like Alex. I think he is very entertaining and does have some truth to what he says, but then again, like you said, don't trust anybody.
Oh, wait, don't lose that part because I wanted to see what he followed up with. If it's
Let
not
me get it right now.
When he said he's a liar, I want to hear what he gonna back it up with.
In the meantime, here is Zach Hubbard. You didn't know who Zach Hubbard was?
Well, it's funny. You know what he's saying is that Alex Jones basically caused people to rage out, like he was rage baiting people in the LA riots. So that's his whole thing. He was saying that he was saying that he was I'm like basically saying like the wrong verdict had been reached and then reporting on it. So Bill Cooper, so Bill Cooper was like, oh, he's trying to rage bait people and try to get them to go out there and protest to cause the riots. Like he's blaming the sentiment.
That's smart.
Machine, he did the same thing when Machete came out. Alex Jones years later, he was trying to talk shit about Robert Rodriguez, the guy who made it, because Machete, the movie, has a lot of underpinnings talking about immigration and all that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like, Alex Jones was trying to act like the La Raza movement in LA, they're gonna try to take over and all this crazy shit. Yeah. But
before we get started, I have to clear up a little discrepancy here. Apparently the other night, or within the last week, because I've been getting a lot of email about this, and I even received one telephone call. Apparently somebody called the Alex Jones broadcast and asked him why he didn't have me on the air, or asked him something about me. Alex Jones said he had me on the air once before, several years ago, and had to cut me off the air because of the foul language that I used. So on the air tonight, I'm going to tell you, Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced miserable, stinking little coward liar.
He didn't use profanity.
That would be
Let
a
me say
lie
that
if he
again,
had
so
said
there's
that.
no mistake about it. You can
Because he
all
had him on the show and he had a full interview with Bill Cooper where he praised his work. So if he, so then later when he called him a drunk and said he's not telling the truth about things and like all that stuff, that's when Bill Cooper started attacking him.
Mm-hmm. Got double crossed him.
tell Alex Jones that I said this, and I suspect he's listening because he does. Alex Jones, you are a bold-faced, stinking, rotten little coward liar.
Listen.
I was only on the Alex Jones show one time. It was years ago when I didn't know who he was, when I didn't realize what a liar and a coward and a
you don't like
bullshit artist that he is.
There's a curse.
He was on one little FM station down in Texas. He wasn't on all the stuff that he's on now. And I agreed to be on his broadcast. That's when I was doing guest appearances on broadcasts years ago. I was not cut off. I did not use any kind of foul language whatsoever. He treated me very well. And I stayed on for the whole show.
So some changed that he called him a liar.
Know that that's true.
Yeah. You know how it is. It's easy for people to talk shit. It's like when they're not, don't have much going on. Hey, I'll just talk shit about somebody, even if I was cool with them like 2 days ago. You know, that type of shit.
There's more to it. He really doesn't like him.
I don't really
Something
think so.
has occurred.
I really think so. I know how Alex Jones is, and the same stupid dynamics of the panelverse happens in these larger schools too.
Right.
And of course, there's probably nuances. Of course, I don't know.
There's something big we don't know.
It could be as simple as that, though, man. It's like jealousy because they're in the same lane. They're in the same lane, you know.
That would be hard for me to believe, because he talked about he treated me nice and all of that. He wanted to take the time to spoke good about him. I don't think if he was just jealousy motivated.
Some weird shit.
Something in my head, something in between that first time all those years ago and now, probably the jealousy shit that you're talking about had occurred. And now he thinks totally different. Could be the jealousy shit you're talking about.
Drama is content too.
So fucking Bill.
He could be just wanted to get some drama content too.
You think Bill would have been farming drama content by saying?
No. I mean Alex.
Yeah, of course.
Alex would have. Yeah. Bill is just responding.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Because you heard the broadcast and you taped it. Later, when I found out who Alex Jones was and what he was doing to the truth, and what a cowardly liar and sensationalist he really is.
See, he has an opinion about him now.
After that, I have always refused to appear on his broadcast.
I thought that before too.
To lend him any credibility whatsoever.
He would not have said those good things about him
on his broadcast. And
not necessarily, because Bill Cooper could have thought he was a liar and no good when he went on the show too.
Yes, but it doesn't stand in line with the person whose character would later say that he was kind and he treated me nice. He didn't cut me off. He wouldn't add that. The guy who thought he was a snake would have went straight to that. He wouldn't have started off with, no, that didn't happen. He was really nice and kind. It just doesn't fit the personality type. I couldn't possibly know anything more than you do.
Very angry. I've also revealed him for the lying.
Hey, pause. You understand what I'm saying, right? He'd have said, yeah, I knew the guy was a snake.
Who? He, Bill or Alex?
Bill, I'm sorry, Cooper, Bill would have said, I knew the guy was a snake. He wouldn't have started off saying he was a good guy. If he thought he was a snake back then and he was proven later, he'd have been like, I knew he was a snake. He wouldn't have started off talking good about him.
Maybe not.
Yeah, of course. I just give it 60% of better like that.
Yeah. It makes sense what you're saying. Now I follow you.
Yeah.
Bullshit artist that he is.
Like people in the chat are saying, I think they're both bullshit to a certain extent.
They would have to. I think the jealousy shit, I think you're onto something. And I'm listening for that now, because that makes a lot of sense. Now he's jealous of him. Now someone told me he's jealous. Listen how you talking to him, Joe. I'd say he's absolutely jealous. Yeah.
Yeah, because because I got into this podcasting game from my mentor at the time, who was kind of big, lightweight in mid 2009, 2008. The guy named Alias Kafis, Jason Kafis, and he was into and he exposed, because of his own journey where he was like, fuck all this conspiracy shit. What about the conspiracies in my own personal life? I need to take care of my personal life. And this conspiracy truther shit is making my normal life hard, you know?
Right.
And then so he focused his investigation on his personal life and psyche. And he was saying, like, these guys like Jordan Maxwell, Bill Cooper, Alex Jones, any of these, David Icke, a lot of these guys were, at first, they wanted to be part of the in crowd, the group, the secret society, whatever. And for whatever reason, or business or whatever, and whatever reason, they weren't let in.
Except for Bill. Even for Bill, yeah.
Well, he was naval intelligence allegedly.
Yes, but early on, he was against the shit. Which is why only way he was able to write his book is because he documented everything. While he was on the ship, he was still stealing records and documenting shit, which means even at that early age, he had already had a heart, which led me to believe that he couldn't have been wanting too much to be a part of it. And in the book, he says that my dad did that type of stuff, so they must have assumed I did. But immediately I thought that shit was evil and all of that shit.
Well, I'm saying that like a lot of these guys I mentioned, they want to be part of the group, and for whatever reason they weren't let in. So now they're bitter.
Yeah, they're the best ones, though. They give all the dirt, yo.
Yeah, that's exactly. This is what it is, bro.
It's colored, but they
turn on each other.
Yeah,
and they turn on each other. Just like some of these counterverse little sects and shit.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
They'll talk shit about like the easy people, like Speak Easy, or somebody else. And when they don't talk about those people, they'll start eating at each other.
Yeah, they'll find someone else or eat at each other. They can't find someone else.
I heard the other day, like, I'm gonna do a show on you, Joe Cool. Type shit, bro. Like, that's supposed to be your homie. What the fuck? It's same here, bro.
By every once in a while bringing to your attention the lies and the deceit and the rumors that he spreads over the airwaves that are not good for any of us, and they're not good for the nation. They are especially not good for militia and patriots. The most disgusting broadcast he ever did was on New Year's Eve, the year 2000, the New Year's Eve, 1999, bringing in the year 2000, which he went completely out of his mind and claimed that Russia had launched intercontinental ballistic missiles with multiple warheads at the United States of America, and actually 10 million people who were putting their children and their belongings in their cars and heading for the hills.
He ain't lying.
Now, there's lots of things that can be said about me. Nobody needs to lie about me. Sometimes I am irritating. Sometimes I absolutely will not suffer fools and am just as rude as I can tell.
Exactly.
Nobody has to lie about me, Alex Jones. So I suggest that the next time somebody calls your broadcast and asks them about me, you tell the truth. There's lots of truth that you can tell about me. But don't ever lie on me, buddy.
He clearly don't have a foul mouth where he would have cut him off. That's clear.
I will chew you up. I will spit you out.
This is his opportunity to show it.
Little coward that you are.
And the best he can muster is calling him a coward 3 times.
Ladies and gentlemen, is all I have to say about Mr. Sensationalist, lying, rumor mongering, bullshit.
I want to see Alex saying that the Russians just launched missiles.
I got it on the air.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Cooper. Listen, that
Hello,
Alex
Cooper.
Jones interview was
Hi, my name's
after
Crispy.
you published the Veritas June 26, 1998 issue about the Cooper family being targeted by the feds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah,
And
back in 1990. So did he kick me off the air?
No, he's a liar, and you pointed it out, and I heard that interview, and you were nothing but cordial.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth.
That's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Virginia.
Bye-bye.
Alex Jones is a miserable, rotten, little, stinking, cowardly, bull-faced liar. boy, you know, all of these people ought to know better than to mess with me, because I don't take any crap from anybody.
Everybody says, right?
If I'm not afraid of the whole machinations of the entire government Gestapo, what in the hell makes Alex Jones think that I would ever be afraid of his cowardly little rotten butt? Good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to let you know I verified.
There you go. I got the. I found it. Okay. He's talking about the Russians launched the. The Russians are coming. It's the Vipers.
And now other European countries, they're finding large amounts of explosives in France. Vladimir Putin, who is known as Vladimir the Ruthless, using all his profanity on national TV, you name it. We won't read the profanity here, but we've got it. This person is on an unbelievable power trip and resembles a demon. He is a creature of the IMF and the World Bank and international communism. He is a former KGB head, and this information is vital, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds so sensationalist,
really
so colored.
More wars than have been in the last 50 years are going on right now. The war in Chechnya is raging. Hundreds of thousands dying.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that.
Are there more wars going on right now than in the last 50 years? Are there hundreds of thousands of people dying right now in Chechnya? Listen to this. This man is just making it up right out of his head as he goes along.
20 to 40,000 civilians trapped in the city. Russian Hinds are being shot down. Tanks are being blown to bits. Massive unguided rocket attacks are being launched on the city indiscriminately right now. Air and artillery bombardment as
When
well.
was this supposed to be?
It's absolutely out of control.
Russia.
Pandemic,
When? Oh, New
ladies and
Year's.
gentlemen.
Yeah, 1999 with the
I'll give you the news first on Y2K. The newest developments: the Pennsylvania
This
nuclear
nigga
plant has been
crazy,
shut down. One of the main systems transferring the power from it failed, but they say it's not a Y2K problem. And the things I'm experiencing here in Austin, Texas, the shelves are empty of water, and some gas stations are running out of fuel. Here in Central Texas,
Well, that was true. A lot of people. My mom bought a whole bunch of damn water and shit.
And
I remember
in
staying up to
the
watch
shortwave is
Y2K
basically down,
shit.
ladies
It
and
was a
gentlemen.
boring
Went
night.
off right as I went
A
on the
few
air.
computers went
Big news on
offline. Few
Y2K.
systems,
We'll
but
start going to
most
your calls.
survived it.
800-259-9231. 800-259-9231. All right, let's go ahead and get to this article. Associated Press. This came out at 7:22 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today, December 31st, 1999. Pennsylvania nuclear plant shut down. One of the two nuclear reactors at PECO Energy Co.'s Limerick Generating Station has shut down this morning after a piece of equipment failed. Company spokesman Neil McDermott said the problem was not Y2K related. It was declared an unusual event, the least serious emergency classification of a nuclear power plant. They got to have a serious emergency to shut down a plant, ladies and gentlemen.
Not really.
You power one down, you're not going to power it up for at least days.
He knows
it was
that.
declared an unusual event.
Right.
At 2:55 a.m., shutdown occurred when an insulator on the main generator transformer from Limerick 2 failed. 4 other plants. I made the federal government the high alert, running around looking for supposed boogeymen and terrorists under every rock. Military work, and I've been very passionate today because I can't even keep track of all the developing news that's coming in. I'm not going to get into I'm not even going to say it's 6 to 7 reactors across the country. I'm not even going to. It's bad, and I got this news about the Pennsylvania plant.
Of services.
He may be trying to
And here in
intentionally
America, they're
mislead
gearing up
people.
and
Many
bracing for
times they
terrorism and
got
militarizing
multiple
everything in front of
reactors
us.
and they shut down one of them. That shit happens all the time. He may be misleading people. If he's saying 6 or 7, I assume he's talking about what it'll still
These
be
are
providing
first-strike
energy. They
type
just
systems.
shut
They're also
down one
designed
part.
for range, multiple warhead.
Here we go.
Of Russia publicly, and here in America, they're gearing up and bracing for terrorism and militarizing everything in front of us. So it's happening there, it's happening here. There, they're using the war with Chechnya. Here, they're using Y2K and the threat of terrorism. Oh, this is extremely serious. 2 weeks ago, Topol M, 6,200-mile super range, multiple warhead, newest design, U.S. clone technology missiles were deployed across Russia. They're mobile. These are first strike type systems. They're also designed to survive several strikes. from America or any other nation. They're deploying these, and Yeltsin openly has been threatening us weekly to nuke us. I mean, it's just getting insane. And absolutely, this looks like just one more ratchet on the takeover of America. And yes, they have an extreme strongman in KGB leader running Russia right now. They have deployed their missiles against us and their submarines, and have already delivered fully functional
this
missiles.
just sounds like normal shit, though.
Yes,
They always
he,
point missiles at each other.
Yeah, like he's and now I feel like I'm in the Mandela effect, because I remember him actually saying the missiles are in the air. Like right now he's not saying necessarily that
He said
they're in the air. He said they're deployed. But that's always the case, more or less.
Yeah, he also said that earlier they were using missiles on each other. So perhaps that's what your memory remember.
Okay.
Off, and he took away our first strike capability. By first strike, that means if missiles are in the air, let's say 4,000 of them. Russians have got a lot more than that. Right. 4,000 missiles coming in, subs launching, suitcases going off. We have to wait until we absorb the first strike. That will mean virtual annihilation to our military. Brass, I know your CFR. You'll be able to be in the bunker if they go to this level. I don't know if they'll do it. It may just be ratcheting down the global system. All I know is this: Boris Yeltsin, at 4 o'clock in the morning, as the Russian time zone in its eastern area near Japan was entering into Y2K.
She lies was only 10 years old.
He resigned, and now Vladimir Putin, known as Vladimir the Ruthless, by the Russian people.
We call him that now, Vladimir the Ruthless.
Is now taking the reins of power, supreme power in Russia, and he is a former KGB chief.
Something else I want to tell you, Alex.
Well, hold on just a second.
Okay.
I mean, this is extremely serious. I guess,
like George Bush, the first was a CIA director. Right?
And I was getting this information, what you just said 2 days ago, and I got it even more. I ignored it then I got it yesterday, and now it's in the Associated Press that in Pennsylvania, where you're calling from, in the city you're calling from, one of 2 nuclear reactors at PECO's Energy Co. Limerick generating station was shut down.
See, one of 2. They do that all the time.
They're saying it's non-Y2K related. This is just unbelievable.
Why is it
One other thing, I heard Bo Grice say,
normally someone that's like trying to keep the peace would say like, ladies and gentlemen, this is normal.
Yeah, normally there's about 3 down. Right now there's 7 down. I'll keep an eye on it, but this is normal. That's a guy who's a regular guy, being honest.
Yes. Like the local news, which is weird, even though the local news is propaganda.
Yeah.
Some people they think that this is more real than fucking the local news, though. It's fucking.
To have any details, do you have the details of what Colonel Greich said?
no, that's all I heard him say was that they said if they had a power blackout, they'd blame it on us.
I know they're threatening to nuke us every single week. I've read the Associated Press, Reuters, Interfax News Agency, London Times articles here. I mean, I read Yeltsin and Jiang Zemin's quotes, the dictator of China, and they're saying
I've been thinking I'm bulletproof to people like this, but some people believe everything. Alexander, he's still up here. Alexander will believe everything this nigga said.
He ain't say goodbye.
It out. We will hit you with nuclear weapons. We reserve the right to hit you.
I just always find it fascinating when someone's like into metaphysics and they're very conservative.
3 weeks ago, their head of the missile forces said, we reserve the right to nuke you first. Their currency is plunging. The Egyptian pound is plunging against the dollar, the Japanese yen, the Deutsch markers, because we report the facts. Absolutely out of control.
Harbinger,
maintain your readiness, be calm, defend your family, defend your country, but doing a fabulous job. He is in the North Pole region. That is something that is ground radar system in the North Pole. They have activated a powerful Cold War radar system in the North Pole region.
Or that HARP?
DARPA or something.
In the North Pole region.
LARP. Hey, machine, there's going to be a new one called LARP.
LARP.
The LARP thing.
Everywhere right now, ladies and gentlemen. Scrambled. We've got superpower radar. I mean, the military traffic is everywhere right now, ladies and gentlemen. Scrambled. We've got superpower Radar systems, nuclear systems up, and perhaps our military is refused. It was Clinton that shut down that Cold War radar system. It's now back up from people that actually worked in there.
I like those MAGA people. They go, "Oh, it's all Biden and Obama's fault." It's like, bro, what about right now? What's going on right now?
From the sound and where it's coming.
They're all on the same, more or less, team. Yeah.
From experts. Fresno is just absolutely out of control. That's why the commercial stations are so important.
We're all
more information coming at you on the other.
Yeah, I swear though, the missiles are in the air. I saw that one.
But I can see a million reasons why you would remember it that way. It keeps heading toward it, and I'm trying to see because someone said that they could have been you that the people were leaving. And he had people. No, that was Bill Cooper said that people were leaving town and afraid. I'm trying to see if he's crossed that line. Right now, he's walking it. He hasn't crossed it.
I can swear he said it though. Somebody refute my. What's up, Melanie? How's it going?
Oh shit! I can't hear it. I can't hear you, man. I'm gonna leave and come back, Gabe. If you can hear me.
Okay.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So wait, Joe, you can't.
I think he'll come right back. Yeah. He didn't even wait for you to say something. He's like, I can't hear her. Well, she didn't say anything yet, barely. You gotta be patient, Joe. Anyway, no, Melanie. Okay, so you saw all that Trump stuff, or any thoughts about, was this a weed habit show, all that? Like, lots been going on. Alex Jones, what? Any thoughts?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was just I came in and then I got distracted, so I came back. And I realized I'm probably running out of time to hop on, so I was on. It's just desperation join.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna come on earlier. I had a feeling you were gonna come on earlier, but
well, somebody started literally screaming bloody murder outside of my building, so I went to go check that they were okay.
Everything good?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I'm guessing there will be more of this around here because our government cut funding to supervise consumption for drug sites. So those people have less places to go, which means they're probably going to be doing drugs in the shelters that are near here, which means they'll be on the streets.
Yeah.
Going through stuff as well, or people bothered by them. Cops racing there twice or 2 or 3 times a day. I'm not complaining. It's just the fact of life when that's what our government does.
Yeah. When you say drugs, you're talking about not weed, right?
Oh yeah, no, like the fentanyl, if anything, seems to be really bad here. Got a lot of people doing the dance on the sidewalks.
Yeah. Do you think people in general, or you even speak for yourself, there's a good portion of people that probably would be able to accomplish more things if they didn't smoke a lot of weed?
I mean, yeah, usually you're using it to, it's kind of like alcohol in the sense that you're using it to often replace something else. So it's one of those things like, are they not accomplishing stuff because they're smoking weed, or are they smoking weed because they don't have like the routine, all the underlying stuff that successful people have? I think plenty of successful people actually do smoke weed. You just don't see their habit because they're probably not smoking it when they're being productive. It's terrible for productivity. I'll never try to tell somebody, like there might be some people who it's medicinal to the point where they're more productive with it. I'm not one of those people. But I am much more stable over the winter when I don't have things I can do.
What about sativa, Mel? We were saying that how some people, sativa is like giving them meth. They just start cleaning up and you'd be up all night if they offer that shit. My girl was one of those. I don't know if that's productive, but not. It certainly get the house clean and get a lot of work done.
Well, yeah. Those people already have like a strong tendency to clean, which unfortunately I don't. I wish I did. But I like
if it's not cleaning, that same energy would be focused. Whatever she's doing, it makes her high energy suddenly, which I hate because she's normally high energy already to me, and she does that shit. I mean, like, dude, I don't want to know about 3 weeks from now of planning to go visit your mom. And why are we talking about it 3 weeks in advance? Oh, because we got to get that ready, and then we got to get that ready. I got to make sure I stop at the. Oh my God.
I'm too ADHD to be productive from smoking sativa, so it's just across the board. I'm unproductive when I smoke weed.
Okay.
Yeah. When you
Makes
said
sense.
earlier, like you know quite a few successful people that smoke weed, you just don't know. That's true. My question is, I wonder if they could even be more successful if they didn't do that.
That it could be, yeah, but that's the thing is like that's just like assuming an alternate reality type thing. So it'll never really be easy to prove aside from like really nailing down what parts of of the brain it is that deal with that, and then having solid, hard science type evidence that there's a link. Because some people just say that they're fine on it. They don't feel the need to smoke when they wake up, and then they go to work, and then they finish work and they smoke weed. That's kind of where I
got a lot of buddies that do that too. One of the guys I caught watch with, he's just got a firm rule. I never see that motherfucker smoke weed. On the rare occasion, I'm driving home and we're headed to his house. Will he spark up before he gets in the house?
Like to the extent of performance maxing, like if you're dedicating all of your working or waking hours to being
that's what I'm
productive,
talking about.
then sure. I don't think that's healthy for anyone anyways, though.
All right.
Well, it's not sustainable, I don't think. But if you're trying to build something, if I asked you, for some of us, there has to be moments of that, but it's not healthy holistically.
I say it's you go through phases: hibernate, generate. You disappear, generate, be productive, and then blow up. Right. So you should be going. I think it's healthier balance, I guess.
For me, that happens over a course of 6 hours. Basically, I wake up, smoke weed, and fall back to sleep because I get so high.
Damn, I miss those days.
I'm only doing it because it's winter. I swear to God.
That's it. That's the only reason.
What's winter? I don't know. I'm from California, Mel.
Like, here's the thing: if you're actually trapped inside, like
Taiwan now,
unironically, jail is the best place to have a weed smoking addiction. Because it just passes the time. The time melts away, and you're like, "Oh my God, it's already fucking March." Oh,
you're right.
Have you been to jail?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh shit! But
not like prison, because here jail is like that. That's where you're held before you get sentenced, and then like the prison, the penitentiaries, are where you get sent for hard time.
Yeah. I used to smoke a lot of that shit.
I don't think I smoked any of it because either they were doing it in front of cameras, and I was just like, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure I get out. And at that point, I'd already sobered up, or like I wasn't a big hit on ranges, which is like, I don't know if the setup's the same everywhere. So
I don't know.
Like all of our rooms were connected to a range, or all of our
range, the floor.
So yeah. I wasn't a big fan or a big hit. They weren't big fans of me. I just try to keep to myself.
Was that because of your personality or what?
I'm very high stress in those situations. So I'm either very aggro or just like trying to crawl into a shell.
So you've been difficult to make friends with and all that shit anyway.
I can't adjust. It's the adjustment that's hard. Like, to be honest, my cellmates and I tend to get along, except for I had a really weird cellmate once. But and then they actually were like, you know what? You're not stable enough to be in even like protective custody. We're going to put you into the mental health ward. So
I think me and you would get along. You would carry all the conversation, right? You
for sure.
Every problem you got, we'd have time for it. And I like to be quiet a lot.
And that's soothing sometimes when someone's secure in their sharing ability, where you can just listen. It's like, but no, I'm curious about this weird cellmate that you said. What was weird?
No, let's not get into that.
I just say no names.
Weird. It's.
Come on, man. I don't know what Mel thinks is weird.
First of all, I think he died while he was my cellmate.
Rest in peace. Whoa, wow.
Pieces.
Did you say? I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I know. Wow.
He was just old. He was just old.
Okay.
But they didn't tell me.
He was an easy kill then.
Sure, I wasn't going for that.
Did you ever say rest in pieces?
Joking.
Okay, so some of the other people on the range got mad at me because he wouldn't drink his goddamn insurers, and they would literally like he would pour them down the fucking toilet.
Oh wow!
So I was like, just let me drink them, dude. Like, don't waste them.
Like a milkshake.
You know how people are about wasting there, yeah.
And like, I didn't get it because like, would you let him fucking pour an Ensure down the toilet? It's like, yeah, that's for him. You got to make sure he's not drinking it. He doesn't give a shit.
All right, how much
He's an old person. He doesn't eat much. Like,
would he die of starvation or something? Damn.
No. I think his health was just going off the cliff.
Yeah. Well, my brother was not doing good.
Yeah, let's just say like the details.
Had 5 insurers on his table that he didn't drink, and when he's feeling better, he runs through them.
That's a bad place to be. Huh? Yeah, that sucks to see. Yeah, you guys have to see that. Okay, what book were you reading, Mel?
Oh, one I remember the most was actually a Tom Clancy book about submarines. Although
100 for October.
No, and like an actual book describing them.
Oh, okay.
like
a research book or whatever.
Because he did a lot of research, he would know a lot about shit.
Oh yeah, it was so detailed. It almost felt like it was like giving out classified information.
Right, because he would talk to the real people and all of that. Yeah,
that's the theme of tonight's show. Submarine. Bill Cooper worked on a submarine. Tom Clancy talking about.
I did not know that was the topic, but yeah, he's got a really good story, Bill Cooper, about it. Anyway, go ahead.
I was looking up Tom Clancy. I put Tim Clancy, some weird soccer player that showed up. Tom Clancy, Jack Ryan. Okay, he's the guy with Jack Ryan. Hunt for Red October. Rainbow Six, very good video game. Patriot Games, that was good. I like that one. Yeah, Sum of All Fears.
That was Bruce Willis.
He played it, yeah.
Yeah.
Splinter Cell. These are video games.
That was a good video game, but I would like more shooting. You used to do a lot of stealth missions in there.
Right. What was crazy for me was finding audiobooks as a kid, and then I could download them.
Oh my God, how old are you? You could download an audiobook. When I was a kid, they came on cassette tapes.
No, I know. And I mean, like, I was aware that existed. I didn't really listen to cassettes anymore, and I just never came across them in the marketplace to buy that, so it didn't occur to me. But then, like, on LimeWire, I saw an audiobook. I'm like, wait, I get fucking books. And so I don't even remember what I read. Like, most of the stuff, I remember reading Harry Potter as a kid. And some other weird books.
They're bringing that back now on Netflix or one of those shows. Looks stupid.
Encyclopedia Brown. I used to read everything that he did. Yeah.
Like, as a leftist, there are valid criticisms of it from the left. I don't think J.K. Rowling's politics today necessarily ruin it for me.
Or is her politics? Well, I can guess. If
she's
you say
conservative,
she must be pretty conservative.
She's a TERF. She's a trans exclusionary radical feminist.
TERF? I never.
Oh, see, okay.
TERF talk. Yeah.
Wow.
So you're saying she goes out of her way to platform those type of views, right?
To declude trans people.
She's in line with the Grant Linham of UK type thing, and basically in the same league. Yeah.
Well, being acquaintances with you has shed my made me be more open-minded to that.
Cool. That's the best in the world. Multicultural, different people. It is the most healthy thing you could do, you could have, man.
Yeah.
Well, I try to wear my heart on my sleeves. That way people can.
It helps. If people are sincere, it helps. If people use it against you, if they're evil, and you know that, I don't have to tell you that. But if you're sincere, it helps a ton, man.
Yeah.
And just
two
also
answers right here, Melanie and Joe. Go ahead.
I think one of the things that, like, I don't necessarily argue against this unless somebody's like basing an argument themselves on it.
Right.
But like, trans people aren't a hive mind, right? Like,
agreed.
People probably even transition for slightly different reasons, or childhood experiences that contribute or negate it or whatever. So
I do well to remember that.
I don't see myself as like the ambassador to all trans people. I am just a trans person that's publicly facing, and so, you know, it's a chance to humanize myself for people.
Yeah. So in a way, I'm sure you're aware that you would be speaking for people, but you're also clearly aware that I don't really. I know I'm seen as that, and I'm even going to do that when I speak because I know I'm perceived as that. But you understand that yours
It's a fine line to walk at the end of the day because people are going to interpret it that way.
Yeah,
so you do have to be careful how far you go.
I battle it with black folk. I want to go to the argument when people give black people a hive mind. I want to show them how dumb it would be to give white people a hive mind, but I don't want to delve into the arguments because the black people do not have a hive mind.
And I think this might make more sense to people who aren't white. I'm just going to point that out. But like, I think what makes more sense is actually speaking to your people at the end of the day and making sure that you don't make them feel like you're policing them.
Yeah.
Because I might have crossed that line a few times and recently trying to advocate stuff, and it made me step back and think like, I think I could have done better at that instead of trying to pander to them and their worldview, standing firm on my ground and then getting them to come over to me more.
I dig it. I think I get that from fucking with a lot of black spaces. You don't get that. They're hive mind. They're as white as the white spaces. Most black spaces. But then you get the places where, you know, it's just nigga. You know, these places where you can cut loose, and that's where you get your rejuvenated. That's how I get it. And you say you can be looser with the shit that you say. You don't have to guard yourself, man. And
around other trans people, and like, to be honest, I don't need that form of community to be trans myself. So it's not like a form of support I'm looking for. Right. But it's totally true that if I'm talking to other trans people, I'll crack jokes that I wouldn't. Right. People will not get them, and they will run with them as an argument against me till I die. I'm sure.
I understand.
Joe, that was like our episode the other day about what did they say? Black culture is Machiavellian.
Sure, man, you
and I, we were just,
we were just the racist fucks in the room that day. I think you was kicking niggas that day, right?
No, nobody did. Dude, they're digitally afraid of me. They don't come up here. I don't block anybody.
That you was just kicking everybody. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Paul came up like 3 times. You kicked him like 3 times, Paul.
Nah, maybe like back in the day, but
this was long ago. Bro. You don't remember that? It was bloodbath in here.
No, I'm talking about the other day when it was just like two niggas just talking and shit.
We
it was just me and you.
We get loose a lot though when it's just me and you, so I wouldn't know which time. Whenever it's me and you, it's different.
My thing with Paul is with a lot of these people here is manners. Manners make the man, just like they say in that Kingsman movie. Like that's important to me. Because I don't like it when I'm not being respectful.
Yes. It's form.
He doesn't. He wasn't doing that at that time. Probably that's probably why I was kicking him.
I'm sorry, but as a panelist, I think your conduct as the host is what determines if I give you respect or not.
Okay, fair enough, but
I'm still gonna, like my biggest thing, right, is hosts who are biased. They do not act outwardly biased, right? Because then it would become obvious. But it shows at the end of the day with how much you're not allowed to cut off the person they agree with and how much they're allowed to cut you off.
I watched that shit too.
Yeah, that's true. And there's been times with you in particular, Mel.
I'm not calling you out, just to be clear.
Well, no, but I'll not necessarily call myself out, but given the situation that we were involved in, where it was like you, me, and somebody else, and there was that dynamic, and it could have been seen. I remember somebody was telling me like, "Hey, man, you should have let Mel talk more after the fest." I'm like, I was trying to. Actually, I like her more than that other person, but for whatever reason, that it didn't end up like that, right? So what I'm saying is now I just don't like anybody really.
It's funny. But I do. Like, I'll grant you this much, right? Like, if you do that, you deserve respect because that's a hard job. I think a lot of what these hosts are doing are low effort streaming and getting the panelists to do all the effort and make the content for them, and then be like, you should be grateful that I provide a platform for you to go on. Again, not mimicking anyone in particular, but maybe trying to that. And so it like, I think the problem, I'm sorry, this is why we can't have nice things, because there's so many people here who have way more respect for power than for people who are actually the underdog. And that this is a social issue. I think society, and especially white society, because of our past with colonialism and imperialism and stuff, we even when we know, and sorry, this is the key thing, right? Even when we know that power is bad, we still gravitate towards it. As white people, I'm saying specifically. I can't speak for Black people, trans people a little bit, but I think most of them are pretty left leaning. So
yeah. Well, look at this panel, bro. Like, I'm getting for clip now. You got a Pakistani American, you have a Black American, you have a trans Canadian person, and you have a biracial me, right? So it's like speaking of underdog
culture. I think TML's Muslim too. You can throw that in.
No, I'm atheist. But I will speak for white culture because
let that breathe for a second. Like, I'm saying, like, this pretty cool because they're considered underdogs, to a certain extent, right? So anyway, I'm happy you guys are here. Go ahead.
Yeah. And by the way, like, there's no such thing as white culture, which is why I can riff on it. But no, really, like, if there is such a thing as white culture, it's kind of what I talked about, like these underlying currents and attitudes that even though we don't outwardly say them, it's the quiet part that we don't say out loud, because you can see it at the end of the day that the behavior that gets rewarded are people who kick the underdog around here.
Agree.
Yeah, that's true.
Everybody, in order to show their allegiance, as proof, Mel, everybody to show their allegiance, they'll say the things like, go back to your country, get a job. They're trying to show, look, I'm one of y'all. And you hear the lowest of the low will say that shit. But that's because they do follow power.
Yeah, it's hard to sometimes tell at that point who actually believes it and doesn't. I mean, like, it's so much easier for them. Like, I'm just going to put myself into the limelight here. Like, when I get kicked, and I know this, I anticipate this, people cheer it, right? And but they don't have like a sense of like, oh, it's funny until it goes too far, and then we don't get Furby anymore. We don't get that laughter anymore. So that's where I get pissed off at hosts. It's like, okay, I was laughing along with you when you kicked me off, and people would pay to kick me off, and you make money, and I'm glad that you're making money because you're making an actual show. And then you just ban me, right? First of all, that's your L, not mine. I can move on. There's other panels. I'm sorry to put it that way, but that's the case on YouTube. And secondly, like, it kind of just shows that, like, they don't understand how, like, it's actually kind of sad when someone who's supposedly like this big, important panel host needs to do that.
Even without banning you, it's bad when they let motherfuckers, you're not allowed to get a voice, and they don't understand that sometimes you need to make it where this motherfucker can't get popped off the show so they can participate. I know it's great to make bread, but I think it's not in good taste.
Though, that's how much do you actually intervene in that overall? Which I would say, if you're a panel host and you're going to allow that, you need to be explicit about it. And some do better than others about that, right? Like saying, like, look, you can. This is a bloodbath shit show type thing.
Right.
Have at each other.
That's what it is today.
You're not allowed to cut each other off. In which case, I usually have to try harder to control myself at that point.
No.
That's my weakness. I'm going to admit it. But it's the panel host who selectively do that really bothers me. And as soon as I start domineering their side, then they're like, oh no, Mel, okay, now we can't interrupt each other anymore conveniently because Mel's starting to be strong.
Yes. I noticed that too, man. I don't get those moments where I'm in a room with you and people get to abuse you and we laugh and it's funny and shit gets serious. It's always, you get jumped so fucking fast that, there is no time when messages get across and we get to debate shit. That's rare. It got to be just a certain few of us in a room for that to occur. Me, you, and Dennis or something.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I'll give some credit to 10th Man, who was being a bit of a grumpus. And it's funny because he's like, oh, yeah, I totally kicked Shiva while he was already down. And Shiva didn't see it coming. And I'm so cool. And so I came on because he was acting pretty emotionally unstable and kicking people off of his panel a lot that day. And I did that to him. But I prefaced it with like, oh, by the way, we're just doing a bit, right? So we had like this very confusing dynamic of like, oh, this is a bit, but also we're kind of going at each other. But at some point, Vibe came on, and he just let me talk to Vibe for like 10 minutes straight, which was honestly like, it was pretty fucking wholesome and cool that he did that. So credit where it's due. That was a moderator win right there.
Yeah. And Ted is
I can thumbs up to him for sure.
And he's the worst at sidelining the conversation just because, or Jack is probably the worst, just so they can get in and talk about themselves. And, you know, it's hard to work toward a good conversation sometime. And Jack will just be like, 3 minutes have passed. I haven't spoken. Damn, whatever they're talking about. That's Jack, man.
Oh yeah, sometimes I was like, 10th man, where is this going? Like seriously,
Yeah, that type of shit.
I want to follow what you're saying and respond to it, but
back to these messages. Charles Darwin said if NPC boots someone, they must have done something seriously stupid. Yeah.
I wish I could remember. It was probably one of them days about racism, and you know, which I would have enjoyed, but you was like, "Whoa!" I wish I could remember. I don't remember who all you popped.
Oh, that was that whole Paul and Frank Monday.
Paul kept coming back. I remember.
Annoying, bro. Whatever. Charles Darwin, Scottie Pippen says King Von said he was gay, so he would be put in the isolation population, not with the ops.
With the ops. That's brilliant.
They're the enemies.
They should have saw that coming, yo, with him, yo.
Yeah, nuclear power grabbing is gay.
So are there the lapdogs of people in power, are they bisexual? Sorry, that's not important.
Yeah, I know they probably over-sexualized. I don't know about what
can't be true because all people are lapdogs to people in power.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody gay is Kev say everybody got to be gay because everybody fucking think whatever that man wrote in that book is God. You got to do it. If it's the law, you got to do it. You're evil. You know, they bank on that shit.
I know Kevin says that all the time, but like
everybody gay. Yeah, Kevin.
Like gay, like homosexual.
Yeah, that's his tagline. ERR. Everybody gay.
I didn't know Machine was. I didn't know I was.
You know what the best way to like cultivate sex into something that you can control people with is? Tell people that they can't have sex until they do the ritual you need them to do to be initiated into your cult for like the rest of your life. AKA
talking about riding the goat?
I think about marriage. Yeah.
Yeah, because think about it, right? Like you're sexually depraved through puberty, through the horniest time of your life. Well, maybe more for men than women, but and you have no idea how it works. No one's probably going to talk to you because they're all like pearl clutchers and skittish as hell around the topic.
Yeah.
And so the only way you can get it, as far as most Christians are probably told, is to actually believe in God and to actually do it without being sent to hell for the rest of your life. Like think about how manipulative that is to tell a child that.
Well, yeah. What you're saying though, that's actually, I'll bring this up. I was told by other people, like when I said, "Hey, what do you think about that Furby?" So I never had to talk to you, but I seen you around. They're like, "Oh," the first thing they said was kind of like what you're saying now, pointing to about like how supposedly you said like something like how children should be exposed to, or they should be educated about sex or something from an early age. I'm paraphrasing.
Okay. So I've made arguments about something called comprehensive sex ed, which is just making sure that they get age appropriate but detailed enough education that when they encounter things quote unquote in the wild, then they're not scared of it because they don't understand it, sort of thing. Then there's
don't talk to her because of that.
There's also a straw person comprehensive sex ed isn't scary to anybody who isn't a goddamn pro clutcher. There's also a straw person argument that stems from me noticing that a lot of people who claim to like care about children, like, oh no, we can't have trans people reading to kids because it's going to damage their brains. They actually make prescriptions at the end of the day that are terrible for kids and can't actually make prescriptions that help a child to save their life. So my whole idea
That's
was
a good
to
point.
segue
They're
this
probably
to a comprehensive sex education, which I did sometimes to some success, but I didn't anticipate how big the outrage would be. where
yeah, I don't think you.
The main argument, and I'm not trying to sidestep this, but the main argument was, okay, since you're unwilling to give kids comprehensive sex ed, this is the part I left out because I was trying to bait some outrage. Then here's a solution. We know kids are going to look at porn. This is currently the way kids learn about sex. Teen porn addiction is super on the rise. So why not for the most?
So we're talking about teens. Yeah, I was picturing young
for
kids.
the most porn addicted teens, the ones who are already going to use it to learn about sex, the ones who admit themselves that they're probably addicted. Why don't we give them access to curated forms, aka there's healthy forms of porn that show sex how it actually works in real life. Unhealthy forms that kind of glorify certain aspects of it.
I don't trust nobody, man. Nobody form of sex is what I trust.
But see, right there, if that's the case, then you don't trust doctors, you don't trust gynecologists, you don't trust anybody.
I wouldn't trust them to set the video for my kid what is good or healthy or positive. You know,
don't think a child psychologist could do that?
No, I think they would put their morals in there and they would disagree with mine.
Well, it's not just morals. There's actual data that shows, like, when kids or even just people in general consume media that, for example, shows one body type for men and women, then they tend to develop personal not psychoses, but personal mental issues regarding how they see themselves, right? Dysmorphia.
Right.
So by having porn with less of that, that's one way that we can mitigate damage.
Not really, because of the moral shit come in immediately when everybody's fucking taking a porn class. I don't know that that's your fucking business.
You're doing the same thing you did there, where you're already reframing what I said. I didn't say a class.
Okay.
This would
I
be
thought we were
something
talking about a class, structured class.
So my experience growing up, by the way, I want to be a bit more open with you guys than I was with them. My experience growing up is that I would go to libraries and find like the one computer that nobody would be likely to like walk across the street. I would look at porn, right?
Well, sure, everybody did.
So I'm not saying we're going to do this at libraries, but what I'm saying is if there's a clinic that deals with this, then there could be a room where they're alone and they can look at that without
in a clinical setting. I would have never thought of that without you saying it.
Well, I definitely prefaced it the first time I even broke out this argument, and most people just fucking couldn't handle that.
All right, let me redo it. In a clinical setting,
yeah,
yes, I can see it. It's already looking at the shit. Yes. You know, you can imagine. I thought you were talking about once a kid becomes a teen, while they're in school, we might as well teach them what good porn is. You know, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I can see how it could be done poorly. I could also see how doing gynecology for teen girls could be done poorly, but we still do that.
I mean, I don't know what goes on in there. Yeah, never even imagined.
That's what a real man does.
This is exactly what Charles Darwin says. Now you have girls waiting until they turn 18 to join OnlyFans. Look at this picture. You see this girl? She just turned 18, and she blew out the candles and picked up her OnlyFans.
Yeah,
I think the only reason, like, this is what you can expect when
giving life a shot.
That's the box you put girls into.
Going straight to OnlyFans once the clock hits 12. If you thought that,
right? That's just wow. Guys, we should have a whole. We can have a whole discussion on this.
Some chicks have been very successful. Recently, they put out the money that one chick made. It was just stupid, unbelievable. I couldn't believe it.
One of LeBron.
They're the wolves of porn street.
One of LeBron.
And good on them, because honestly, I think it's good. It's not good that this is how they're getting power over men, but it's good that they're having some power over men and that they're able to get financial freedom. And this is what happens, by the way, when you live under a patriarchy, where men have way more ways to accumulate power and success without having to sell their bodies. And women, you know, the thing that is fetishized is their body.
Now, I think it's wrong. Is it possible that, you know, I'm wrong and it's no big deal?
Yeah.
You know, I don't want,
how many people go to the
I might be too high to compute that.
Yeah. I would say like kids still go to the library, younger people, and also homeless people sometimes go to the library.
Yeah.
People want to kill time and stuff. Yeah.
I got buddies that travel the country and they spend a lot of time in libraries. Yeah.
So, by the way, I appreciate you guys coming up. Yeah, I'm already. Yeah, I gotta get to class.
Holy hell! I just it's late for here. I know it's late for you.
Are you overseas or are you in night school?
I'm a teacher. I'm overseas.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know.
My class starts at 3:15. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I
yeah.
hope you have a good class and a good lesson.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's somewhere or another, a lot of stuff we talk about here ends up probably filtered into the class. Yeah. So this was a great conversation. I appreciate this. Machine Lies, Melanie Cosman Foth, aka the Furby, and Mr. Joe Cool in the building, bro. Yeah, the weed habit. Yeah, I think I need to hit some weed now.
Yeah, I could have gotten into that. I just, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, my thing is, it's like for me personally, I'm locking in, building something, and it's not conducive to what I'm doing. However, part of the motivation for me wanting to build what I'm building is so I can get to a point where I can't kick back and like put one in the air, at the end of the day. But yeah,
if I have any advice, if I had any advice for people who have a weed habit and want to at least manage it, or if not quit, is get to the point where you don't feel like you need to smoke it. Like just cutting back until you feel like you're in control and you need to smoke, because that's like the worst thing. It is just mentally addictive. So it's mind over matter. And if you find something to do, like going for walks or something to preoccupy yourself, you have a way better chance of quitting than just if you continue sitting on your ass watching YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you for having me and have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, peace, Mel.
TML in the building. Hey man, I appreciate you. Yeah, what you got this weekend?
Nothing really. I'm not really like a weekend guy. It's the same as a weekday for me. So
I did day 3 of a fast. No food, just electrolytes. So I gotta go. Let's see if I can go 2 more. Get to Sunday, get 5 days, and just completely start my fucking beast mode working out. So
that's wild. Yeah, that sounds intense.
Yeah, man, I feel all revved up. My human growth home's up and running. I feel like I'm geeked up, like Soldier Boy on coke. But
yeah.
Well, I appreciate you hanging out with me, brother. And let's do this.
Yeah, blessings on me. Yeah,
thank you, brother. I have an oldie but goodie. I'm sure you remember this one, Above the Rim by Sweet Sable. Rest in peace. Old time stand. Hey, buddy. Living in the air for me. Love you guys. Love you, Ben.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We're only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for Black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping Black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm Black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of left psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by, he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community. because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process.